Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, can you guys hear me? Can I get a 4x5 in chat? Good afternoon. Happy Saturday. Welcome back. Thanks for joining me this Saturday. Hope you guys are having a good day. We are early. Yep. I couldn't wait to get on here. I've been waiting. So welcome in. If you guys could hit the like button for me, it gets us out in the algorithm. And Bones is here. My life is complete. Welcome in, Bones. It's good to see you. So today we've got some content to go over that has been released from Pullman Police Department, and I've been going through it all morning, and it was so unorganized, their drop. But I do have a funny for you guys before we start. Thank you, Potato, for being here. I'm glad you could be here today. Jips, thanks for coming in and moderating. Good to have you here today as well. Yeah, we have a funny. I got voted onto Dolly Vision's Turtle Island last night. All of the cooters voted me on. So I wanted you guys to hear one of the phone calls that came through because it's pretty funny. Take a listen. It's only a short clip. Listen. Wait, hold on. Again, this is for Turtle Island, which is run like, if you're not familiar with it, it's run like Survivor, kind of, and it's by vote. So you can call for free, and then you can pay money to keep your person on. So I got voted on the island. All right, so BJ's leg called and voted me in.
Dolly.
This is Brittany J's leg.
This is Brittany J's leg?
Yeah, you heard it.
Okay.
I'm going to vote for J is for Justice.
You're going to vote for J is for Justice? And for what reason do you want to vote for J for Justice?
BJINGA.
Okay, you're real muffled like you calling from a tailpipe of an 81 Buick.
You nailed me.
Okay, now say what you were going to say again.
J is for Justice.
I got that part.
BJINGO.
Bingo. B-I-N-G-O?
BJINGO.
Oh, okay. Whatever the hell that means, woman, I will take your vote for J for Justice. All right. Peace.
He said BJINGO, whatever the hell that is. No, that's not me. But this is from Kramit's channel. I thought that was funny. So, whether I liked it or not, I got voted on. So we're going to try to partake and have fun with it. Bajingo's fun stuff. But let me talk to you guys a little bit about this Kohberger drop, okay? As I get it pulled up here. So what I did was I went through what I could make out of it, because they have emails in there that they already released, right? So I'm like, click, going through those. And I'm like, we've already, looked at these.
Man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man, click. It's real easy, man.
So, I picked out the ones that I thought were interesting, and then we're going to cheat a little bit so that we can discuss more than we are just digging through records that don't matter. Because really, honest to God, a lot of them are just not even meaningful. Most of them that I could see are media requests from the media. So there's a ton of documents there. They're just not all, pertaining to anything that we care about. So we're going to go through the ones that I picked out, and then we're going to watch a couple videos so that we can discuss the information rather than, like I said, having to dig through it all. So welcome in. You guys hit the like button, please. That's all I ask today, is that you smash the like button. So, all right, the first one. Now remember, this is from Pullman Police Department. So this is like an inter-office, like, instant message. I know, sassy. It's unheard of, right? What's up, Amy Bradley? Hey, Marcy. Beans. I'm a little tired today. Hey, Sin. Good to see you. Okay, so this is an inter-office thing, and it says, sorry. It's from December 24th. So this is from Christmas Eve. Sorry, looks like our voice IP is pushing notifications late again. I don't know what the family's statement was. The article I saw seemed to imply Kohberger was arrested months after our burglary, but the Moscow murders occurred just over a year after our incident. December 24th of 2024, I should have said. Yes, the year should be clear. I reach out to the digital team on that. Thank you for letting me know. And then she says, the family said, quote, my family and I have been frustrated that the case was not investigated more in depth or resolved. I really want to give y'all a chance to respond to that. Chris Engel, I appreciate that. Yeah, let me know, and I'll have the team added up to the digital write-up. And I'm here if you ever want to chat more. Thanks for engaging, even on Christmas Eve. So then he rewrote a statement because remember the attack in 2021 that they said he's not a suspect in, where the girl was in bed? We went over it in the last dump. The girl was in bed and the guy came in with a knife. She kicked him in the stomach and he ran. This is her family. Her family on December 24th, 2024 was pissed. My family and I have been frustrated that the case was not investigated more in depth or resolved. So this girl had someone break into her house. Hey, Petty. Break into her house. Try to attack her with a knife. And they didn't, well, we watched the body cam, right? They weren't wearing gloves, all that, this, and the other. So then, and so then Chris Engel says, Pullman PD exhausted all leads investigating the burglary that occurred on October 10th, 2021. After the initial response, securing and searching the residence, a primary suspect was identified and a search warrant was served at the suspect's residence. We share in the victim's frustration that sufficient evidence for charges was not available to hold this offender accountable for the lasting traumatic impact made on the victim's ability to feel safe in her own home. Yeah, remember that, Lindsay? He was like such a dork. And then she goes, thank you. And he goes, thank you. I was like, damn. And then this is an email about that. Kana Whitworth with ABC News wanted to know more about Bryan Kohberger's connection to our inactive burglary from October 10th, 2021. This was a full year prior to the 4 college students that were murdered in November 2022. So this email was sent December 23rd, 2024 from ABC News, or about ABC News. Kohberger was listed as a person of interest, but after investigation, we have no reason to suspect that he was in the area at the time of our incident. I told Miss Whitworth that he was no longer considered a person of interest in our investigation. Also, I updated the case status to closed because we are now beyond the statute of limitations. Did you hear that?
What?
The girl could have been murdered in her bed by this guy with a knife. And there's a statute of limitations. But remember, we watched the quote unquote investigation and the search warrant. They didn't wear gloves. They clearly did not know what they were doing. I mean, I don't remember all the ins and outs of it right now. Good morning, Penny. So I'm not quite sure how this, statute of limitations, if you will. Right? Lizzie, I'm with you.
Jeepers.
How could he be ruled out when they didn't do an investigation properly? That's my point. If they didn't have enough evidence to arrest the other guy, how could they have enough evidence to rule him out? Especially when he's trained to not leave evidence behind. They had some kind of DNA, but they weren't wearing gloves. So you would think that there would, I don't know. I mean, I just hope we get more details on how they ruled him out, right? I want to know how they ruled him out to say for sure he was not there, because he wasn't in Pennsylvania in 2021. His friend Jeremy died in 2021 and he wasn't there. He wasn't home, and his parents didn't tell him until he got home. So the whole missing piece, and what I want to know, Petty, is where was he in 2021? How can they ever account for his whereabouts unless he was in a rehab facility? I mean, did he travel? Did he go out of state for rehab? I mean, there's just a whole lot of questions I have about that time frame. It also was in these documents that they found a knife. Someone wrote an email and said there was a knife in a gutter that they went and retrieved. We have pictures of that as well. Marcy, it's scary. Curtains, blinds, and door locks. And I think the best thing to get for kids are the codes, even though they can give them out, which is scary. But it's easy, right? Because it automatically locks when they close it. I don't know. I don't know how they ruled him out. I'd like to know, did they talk to his parents to see where he was? Did they, how deep did they go? Because I don't trust that they investigated properly, because the initial one, we watched the body cam and it was horrible. They were making jokes about it. They were asking the victim if it was a Halloween type knife when she could have been killed. It's just so inept. And, throughout the years, waiting for these documents to come out, I've sat back and gone, okay, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But now that we're seeing this, I have no more benefit of the doubt left. And this is a huge case. I mean, I could see these mistakes made in, smaller, not well-known cases maybe, but worldwide? Well, I'm assuming, Sassy, he was a suspect after they arrested him. Not before. Hey, Britt, what's happening? Danny, he's jealous because he ain't us. I think you might be gray, actually, Danny. The lovely Diana, good to see you. Ooh, I just got zarred by Barbara Hall. Hi from South Africa. Thank you, Barbara Hall. I appreciate that. Snowflakes, are you okay? That's what I think. I don't know for certain, though, Sassy. I'm assuming after he was arrested, they were like, oh, Let's see where this, oh, it's horrible, Amy Bradley. Let's see where this goes, But I just want to know how deep they went instead of just saying, oh, I updated it to closed and we're beyond the statute of limitation. I'd be curious to know more about the statute of limitation. Because Idaho 4 aside, this is concerning for any girl that goes to WSU. All right, let's move on. The next one. This is when they figured out the car. This is November 25th, 2022. And this is from Aaron at Pullman to another Pullman cop. According to Moscow PD / FBI, we are looking for a 2012-2013 Hyundai Elantra that is light colored, white, tan, or silver. Please BOLO for that vehicle. Do not run the plates through Whitcom. Run it through your MDC. Do not discuss what you are doing over the radio. Do not ask Whitcom to do anything regarding this matter. Keep track of what you find. Sergeant Engel has been assigned as the Pullman PD liaison with Moscow PD. Relay all information through him. Do not discuss or disseminate this information with anyone outside this building! ! So, who thinks that they thought the perp was listening? Thank you so much. What do we got going on here in chat? We got 5 new members. Barbara Hall gave us 5 new members. Thank you, Barbara. Tempest, Marcy, Lindsay Hendricks, Britt P., and Angelina. Welcome. Thank you so much. It's so generous. So that would have made it a little bit harder for them, right? If they're like, oh, we can't put anything on the radio. Alex Anthony, thank you for your super chat. These murders are similar to the Scream movies. Yeah, and Anthony, the serial killer Danny Rawling, he was actually the inspiration for those movies. And he Bryan Kohberger downloaded a file on him. Well, hello, Miss Cluminati. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. No, I'm not a pro burger, Manuel. Are you? I can't believe you can't stream about this case without having people troll so hard. I think he was 5 foot. You think he was 5 foot, but that's, I don't know. I just still have this nagging at me, but even though, they never caught who it was. Hey, Amy. Hey, Flo. Happy Saturday, girls. I don't trust Bryan Kohberger's sneakiness, if you will. I don't know. I mean, there's other perpetrators out there, but it's just weird. All right, let's move on to the next email. This one's about the knife. Remember I told you they found a knife in the damn gutter, and I think it was at Kopaka's. They went and retrieved the ladder, and then Brent Payne emailed them and asked for photos of the knife. And then this is about the research apprenticeship and his professor. His professor actually said, if we give this guy a PhD, he said, I've worked with predators, and he will end up stalking, sexually assaulting, and something else to women. That's what he said. That's what he said. Then we have, can you please forward the BOLO? This is the BOLO for the car again. And it says, also, please stress, this is law enforcement sensitive. We are asking anyone who finds a vehicle matching this to only run it with their MDC or to call dispatch. Please do not broadcast this over the air. Also, we have nothing to positively tie this vehicle to the crime, but it is very much of interest to our investigation. And that was from Dustin Blaker. And then up here at the very top, it says, now believe 2011 to 13. Then we have, get this, Kohberger intern video. So this is to and from within the Pullman Police Department, and there's a YouTube video link. And when you click it, it's Truth and Transparency's video, and they're making fun of her for her conspiracy. And then Jenkins, okay, here's where they forward it. Jenkins says, thanks, Darby. I actually received an email yesterday from someone who saw this and sent it to me. Quite a conspiracy going on. And then Darby responds, I'm sure it's not the only one out there. Definitely no shortage of conspiracy theories surrounding this case. Manuel, I answered you. No, I'm not a pro-burger. What else do you want to know, Manuel? Now, here's another email that Pullman got Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. The following message, Hi, have you considered the possibility that one or more of the women who lived at the house was working as a prostitute? That is fairly common for women in college these days. From the photo on her wanted notice, Cara Kernodle, the mother of one of the victims, looks like a habitual meth user. Here in the Berkeley, Oakland area, a lot of meth addicts prostitute themselves to get money for drugs. If she is a prostitute, it's quite possible that her daughter might have been exposed to that lifestyle and maybe even pimped out by her mom, potentially even when she was underage. I only mention this because if any of the women who lived in the house, including the ones who survived, have ever worked as prostitutes, that could open up an entire world of people with motive to have them killed. If Kohberger didn't kill them, is it possible he interrupted the people who were committing the murders and they left before killing the remaining housemates? Which they might have been planning to do if any of these women were prostitutes. They could have had contacts with Idaho or Washington members of Congress, which could provide a motive for the Ukrainians to take an interest in them. Can you imagine the tips they got? It is also possible that Kohberger was a prostitution customer of one of them, or that he was peeping Tom, who was staring into their windows from the bushes or from his car. That could be another reason his phone might have pinged in the area near the house so many times. I read that Xander Kernodle was, quote, covered in bruises as a result of fighting the killer. I don't see how Kohberger could have fought with her like that without her screaming. So it is looking more to me like he didn't commit the murders. I don't know if law enforcement has interviewed friends of the victims, and if so, whether they have asked any of them if they were prostituting themselves. In general, I would think that if they were, some friend of theirs would probably have heard about it. You might also look at archive.org for the websites advertising escorts in Moscow, Idaho, and see if any of the women had an ad up on those sites any time in the last few years. Potato, if Manuel's being a pain in the ass, just block him. Not in the mood. Not in the mood. I'm reading from documents that were dumped. Manuel, please stop. Here's another one. This is Friday, January 6, 2023. A gentleman by the name of Greg from Clarkston called tonight. He was really hard to understand, but he said he got to thinking, quote, what if Kohberger threw things off the Red Wolf Bridge, end quote, and felt strongly that he needed to share that thought with someone. I tried to direct him to Moscow PD tip line, and he said he called that, and it directed him to the FBI, but he wanted to talk to an actual person, so he called us. They didn't even redact this guy's phone number. These people didn't redact anything. They redacted nothing. They redacted absolutely nothing. Hey, Alabama. Oh, Miss Liverbird, have a great dinner. Clue, they didn't redact anything. All the victims. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Giselle, for your PayPal. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I'm going on a trip to Michigan next week. Thank you. They didn't redact anything. No names, no addresses. Like the girl who was attacked in the middle of the night in her bed. Her name out there. They didn't blur her and her roommates. None of the Pullman ones are redacted. Nada. Even in the body cam, the victim, they show her face. They show her roommate's face. Oh, I'm glad. Is YouTube glitching a little bit? And then to boot, they did a shitty investigation and never were able to catch who did it. And then they were also looking at this guy with the last name Haynes as a suspect. They were like following him. I do too, but there's just certain things they should have redacted. That's all, you know. But this one here, they were looking at this guy named Haynes who had been arrested before. They were watching him. There's several reports like where they're reporting where his vehicle was, where they saw him, what he was doing. So this one says on 11/22, this is from 2022. On 11/22, I took pictures of Haynes' car tires and emailed them to the Moscow tip line. Also on evidence.com. The car was on Jackson Street and the north side of Woodcraft Park. This guy he lives in a trailer park. And he was throwing knives at trees. He was throwing knives at trees, and they have a whole report on it. But this guy, they were actually watching. It says, Hayne hides from us in the back of the car and his blackout curtain, so you can't tell if he's inside. Attached are screenshots of his shoes from my body cam from 9/14 when I arrested him. So this guy was arrested September 14th. Not great quality, but might be helpful if they have shoe prints. Haynes keeps daily journals on his person and in his car. I seized a small one, and we have it in evidence. He had more. Haynes had 2 fixed blade knives in his car door. You can see the handles on a picture I took. He had a folding knife in his pocket. Haynes' mom wrote a book about him. I have a copy if anyone wants it. And then if you go down here, the email he's responding to, it says, update on car. The car is likely white, maybe silver, light gray. The only other possible color is a light bronze, but that is highly unlikely. Please add cars you find to the spreadsheet. And then it says, who knows where Stephen Hayne is? Have we contacted him since 10/4/2022? And then he says, I hit up about 45 locations looking for video tonight. Several are promising. So I don't think this guy had a Elantra, but they were definitely looking at him within the first couple of weeks. So I didn't clue. A lot of these are useless. Not really useless, but it's a lot of just media requests, things like that. So I'm cheating, and we're going to listen to the key points that Brian Entin found, that Law and Crime, Anjanette Levy found, and Ashley Banfield found, so we can discuss what's in them instead of having to dig through all of the freaking docs. So I'm cheating today. But this is Brian Entin, and look at, he has them all printed out. See, that's what I would like. I would like to have them all printed out so I can see them. It's so hard to go through, and they have like subfolders within subfolders within subfolders. It's a mess. But I do want to show you guys some of the video in a little bit. So we will go back to that, but just not yet. So let's listen a little bit to this.
Me trying to summarize a lot of it.
See, look at him. He's even stressed out. He's even stressed out. Look at him. The massive amounts of papers. And then trying to dig through what's meaningful and what isn't, right?
Went through everything one time and pulled the things that I thought were most interesting and new. But what I saw with the Moscow reports is I kind of had to go through them a couple times just because there's so much. So this is going to sort of be my first pass at it, and then maybe I'll do a future episode where I, go back to some other nuggets. But I want to start with, this is the narrative. The roommate, Dylan Mortensen, she gave a very detailed account to police. And a lot of this stuff is going to be...
So what I'm confused about is why Pullman has anything to do with Dylan Mortensen's account of what she saw that night. Can someone explain that? Did he really, Lizzie? I really like Bryan Kohberger.
Stuff that we know the basics, but now we have the detail. So I'm going to read you Dylan's account of what she told the police when she was first interviewed. And then I'm going to get to, just so you know what else is coming up.
You know what? And I'm really grateful for journalists like him because we can't trust the mainstream media anymore. And he's still with Next, whatever you call it, News Nation, but he's also independent and he's been around for a long time. I saw an old clip of him over on the east coast of Florida. I think it was like 2016. And he was reporting over there on, gosh, I can't remember what the story was, but, it was the two missing boys that went missing in the boat from Jupiter, Florida. Remember that? Austin and Perry, they went missing. They were lost at sea. He was reporting on that back in 2016. He's been around, Thank you, Cheech. Thank you, guys. I will check my emails tonight.
There's a ton of reports from people who were in class with Bryan Kohberger at Washington State and colleagues of his who are also in the PhD program, just really disturbing stuff. I knew some of this, that they thought he was sexist and that he was rude to women in class, but this goes much deeper. So I'm also going to get to that after I read you this, what Dylan Mortensen said during her interview. So I'm a little sick. So let me cough first. All right. This is Dylan when she talked to police. She advised around 4 a.m. or 4:20 a.m. She heard Kaylee singing and playing music. She heard who she believed Kaylee was walking up the stairs, and blank advised she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here." And
So I'm not really understanding. Clue. Oh, you know what I just got today? Check this out. Melissa B., if you're here, I got a Tyler candle clue, and I like the high maintenance. I'm a high maintenance fan. I like the Diva, but I like the high maintenance. This is the best smelling candle. Thank you so much, Melissa B. You're so sweet. It's so nice of you.
she sounded frantic, and
So she heard Kaylee singing? What is that all about?
I'm a little sick. So let me cough first. All right. This is Dylan when she talked to police. She advised around 4 a.m. or 4:20 a.m. She heard Kaylee singing and playing music.
She heard Kaylee singing and playing music. Yeah, Clue got me turned on to the Tyler laundry soap. It's Tyler High Maintenance. And I love it. I wash all my blankets and towels in that. Yeah, I don't understand this singing and playing music. And it says between 4 and 4:20.
She heard who she believed Kaylee was walking up the stairs, and blank advised she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here," and she sounded frantic. And they don't...
Do you think that was still Kaylee? Oh, I like the high maintenance. It smells really good. I got the sample pack, Clue, and tried them all. Oh, Pretty Hate Machine. I love those. So, do we think that this was really Xana after the fact? Because I'm really confused about Kaylee running downstairs saying someone's here. He's reading supplement 32. ISP detective spoke with MPD on scene. This is what MPD, Detective Blaker, told ISP. Oh, okay. So this is being relayed. The singing could have been a TikTok video.
Name Dylan here, but I've just pieced together that that's who it is. Blank described Kaylee's tone as somewhere between talking and yelling. She believed it was Kaylee who was walking up the stairs with Murphy. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee running down the stairs. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. She does not believe Murphy.
Okay, so we've got the running down the stairs and Murphy barking at the same time, which kind of tracks with that audio, right?
Murphy is normally a barker. She further stated she believed it was Kaylee who was running down the stairs after she heard her say, "Someone is here." She further explained she does not know if she actually heard this or whether she was drunk and did not actually hear any of this. She heard the footsteps.
So then she questioned whether she even heard it or if it was a drunken dream.
Of who she believed to be Kaylee. She explained all the girls wear Doc Martens and that this is what she believed she was wearing, what she was hearing Kaylee coming down the stairs wearing.
Well, if anybody here remembers Doc Martens, I had several pairs. Those are the clunkiest boots, and imagine how loud they are on those steps. But the question is, why would... I think what they heard was Bryan's boots, not their boots, if you will. Coconut Potato says, I have a feeling Xana found Murphy downstairs, which was unusual when Kaylee went to bed. And she went to take Murphy to Kaylee's room. Oh. Yeah, I don't think she had any shoes on. I think those were his boots chasing her down the stairs.
Wear Doc Martens and that this is what she believed she was wearing, what she was hearing Kaylee coming down the stairs wearing, her Doc Martens, because of the sound of the footsteps coming down the stairs. Blank called Blank at 4:19 a.m., then Xana at 4:20 a.m., Kaylee at 4:20 a.m., and then Blank again at 4:20 a.m. Blank told her about seeing fireworks. She texted Blank last time at 4:27 a.m. before she went to Blank's room. Blank then explained when she first opened her
So Blank is Bethany.
door and said she did not see anyone. The second time when she opened the door, she
Or no, that's Dylan.
heard who she believed to be Kaylee crying, and
Because remember, she opened the door first, didn't see anybody, closed it, then got up again.
and said she did not see anyone. The second time when she opened the door, she heard who she believed to be Kaylee crying,
Hey, Raven.
and Blank believed Kaylee was in the second floor bathroom. She then heard a male voice, which she stated she had never heard before, say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Blank believed the unidentified male was in the bathroom and with the person who was crying. She believes it was Kaylee who was the one crying. Blank stated that now, sorry, so there's some typos, but Blank stated that now she has gathered additional information and now believes it was probably Xana who was crying. At the moment of hearing the crying, she stated she believed it was Kaylee who was crying. She advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan's. She described the last episode.
Okay, so she definitively said that the male was not Ethan. Which part, Petty? The I'm going to help you? I wonder how he said it. Because Dylan said he said it in not a nice way. So that means, like, she didn't say he was yelling it. I wonder if he was trying to get her under control and not fight him back and said, you know, don't worry, I'm going to help you. You know, like annoyed, like, don't worry, I'm going to help you type thing. I don't know. I've tried to think in my brain what that would sound like and what you would be thinking, you know. It is freaky.
Of Vampire Diaries, and she remembered it was two males rescuing a female. She explained it was not violent. She advised the male figure in the last episode was wearing all black, but Blank explained that that was normal for the series. Apparently they had been watching that. She's not certain whether she heard Murphy barking during the first time she opened her door, but she advised it was possible he was barking, but Murphy was moving away from the house. She described Murphy was a puppy, and Blank had just met him in August. She could not describe Murphy as being skittish. She advised she opened and closed her door a total of 3 times, and the 4th time is when she left her bedroom to go downstairs to Blank's bedroom. Blank advised she continued to call and text her roommates but received no answer. She provided the times she called and texted her roommates, and the time span she advised would have been between 4:20 a.m. and 4:27 a.m. She advised she never thought about an intruder, and in her mind, she stated she was not processing what was occurring as threatening. She's not processing it as threatening. She advised she believed the male was directing his conversation of who she believed was Kaylee. She advised she did not believe the male was directing that statement to her. In discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her, and she said she understood that that was possible, but she denied knowing who the suspect was. Blank further.
Okay, so they must have asked her, hey, Amy. How does Bryan Entin get these documents without questioning anything? He is sleeping with the police department. They're on their website, Amy. Anybody can get these documents. These aren't discovery.
Discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her, and she said she understood that that was possible, but she denied knowing who the suspect was. Blank further explained she Snapchatted Ethan but received no answer from Ethan. Blank thought Ethan was still either at Blank Chi, Sigma Chi, or was at home. She was not certain. The first time Blank opened the door, she said her vision was blurry or fuzzy, but she advised she saw a figure of someone that was dressed in all black, and they were masked, and he was holding an item of what she initially perceived was a vacuum, but she said that did not make sense to her. She described the suspect as not being muscular, but being skinny and toned like a basketball player. She further described him as being taller than 5'10" frame by at least 3 inches, so he would have been 6 feet in height. She advised he had to have her call Kaylee and Xana, and she advised he had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, and she thought he would have had to have heard her calling for them, and she was confused as to why he did not come to her room. A lot of us have had questions about that. She described the item the suspect was holding.
I'm still confused why he didn't go to her room. I'm still confused on that. It's crazy. Yeah, now they're saying that she said, I'm here, Kaylee, I'm here for you. I'm hoping that when the actual evidence is released, it makes more sense because this stuff is
holding, which was
weird.
advised was
Gives
like
you
a
more
cylinder,
questions.
as she remembered a cop talking about how a bow, she was trying to ascertain if what she saw was in fact advised he had to have by at least feet in height. She advised he had to have her call Kaylee and Xana, and she advised he had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, and she thought he would have had to have heard her calling for them, and she was confused as to why he did not come to her room.
In the PCA, I believe it said that she yelled out like to keep it down. Gonk, it doesn't mean he didn't do it because he didn't go to her room. Whoever did it didn't go to her room. Think about it. If it's not Bryan who did it, someone walked past her room. I mean, someone did it. If it ain't him, if you think it ain't him. I could have sworn that she yelled out, keep it down. That was reported somehow.
A lot of us have had questions about that. She described the item the suspect was holding, which was advised was like a...
Well, let's think about it this way. While he was killing them, their phones were probably ringing. Think about it that way. If none of them answer their phone and he's thinking a roommate heard all that, he could have thought she called 911 and got the hell out, right? Oh, it's just so sick to think that when he was actually killing them, she was calling their phones. And they could have been ringing out loud. So if he hears all these phones going off, getting alerts, then he knows somebody is trying to reach them and could be hearing everything. You know what I'm saying? Because he was upstairs first. If their phones started going off, then he goes downstairs, their phones start going off, and he's like, fuck this. Someone's calling all 4 of them. I got to get the fuck out of here. Just a thought, you know? I never thought of the phones being, not on silent. And I don't know where Xana's phone was when they came into the house either. Do you guys? Like, did she drop it somewhere? Was it in her room? I just wonder. With the crime scene photos and the lights on, I genuinely don't think he saw her. He may have seen her and said, oh, shit. And that's why he, drove so fast instead of just, nonchalant like he went in. A cylinder. Now we have a cylinder. He was holding a cylinder type object.
Stated she thought that maybe it was a firefighter because of what Blank told her about seeing a firecracker. She advised he would have been approximately interesting the firecracker thing, by the way, 3 feet away from her, and she believed she saw him walking out the back sliding glass door.
Is YouTube messing up today? Am I crackling? Can you guys hear me all right? I've been having problems with YouTube.
Or he had looked
the
at her
past 2
before
days.
walking out the back door. She was not certain if he could see her whole body or just her head. At 4:22 a.m., then Blank corrected her time and stated actually 4:23 a.m. She advised she texted Blank and they conversed about someone wearing all black, and Blank said something to the effect of, "What the F? Why is Xana wearing all black?" Blank explained she was not certain if she had been dreaming this or if it was real. Blank explained she saw the suspect holding something she believed to be cylinder-shaped and also shaped like a triangle at the bottom of the cylinder shape. She advised the suspect was approximately 3 feet away from her and he looked at her but was walking out the sliding door when she saw him. She said she
What? What is this firecracker thing?
saw his eyebrows. At approximately 4:23 a.m., she texted Blank to tell
Cylinder with a triangle on the bottom.
She said she saw his eyebrows. At approximately 4:23 a.m., she texted Blank to tell her she saw a masked suspect in their house. Blank responded at approximately 4:25 a.m., telling her to come to her Blank bedroom and that it's better than being alone. Blank then left her bedroom after opening the door the 4th time and ran to Blank's bedroom downstairs. Again, this is Dylan and Bethany, but they've redacted. Blank advised when she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's bedroom, and she could see Xana lying on her back in her underwear, but she thought at that time Xana was passed out. Blank stated she never went to Xana's bedroom, and she could only see Xana from the hallway as she was running to get to Blank's bedroom, Dylan to Bethany's bedroom. She advised she was too scared
Do you guys think that he had something to put the knife in when he was done? Like something to...
go into Xana's bedroom, and she knew Blank was awake, and she knew to go there because she was scared. She saw Xana was wearing her underwear, and she explained Xana was comfortable enough with the roommates that she would wear her underwear around them, so this was not unusual. When asked about the lighting conditions inside the residence, she advised that possibly Xana's light was on, or the party lights were on, and that is how she was able to see Xana, because otherwise she would not have been able to see her lying on the floor without any lights being on. She was not certain if the bathroom lights were on, but she was not certain what say anything. Blank stated she did not think anything was wrong, so still didn't think anything was wrong. She later offered she may have been able to see Xana lying on the floor because they also had a Sensi light, and it could have been she was able to see Xana from the Sensi light. She explained she's been trying to determine what was real.
What's a Sensi light?
From everything that she had been talking about with Sergeant Blaker and myself. She advised she knew at the time with Blank, Kaylee, and Maddie were real because she has seen the video of them together, so there's video. She was not certain how Blank got home that day. Thing that she had been talking about with Sergeant Blaker and myself. She advised she knew at the time with Blank, Kaylee, and Maddie were real because she has seen the video of them together, so there's video. She was not certain how Blank got home that day. She further explained she'd been trying to piece things together because some
Video of what?
things do not make sense to her. She stated that she is being truthful, but some of what she's been discussing she's not certain is factual.
Oh, Sensi, like Sensi. Oh, okay.
She had been working through it, trying to remember what happened. Blank was asked if the female who was crying was saying anything, and she advised no, the female was only crying and the male was the only one talking. She described the item. She has been working through it, trying to remember what happened. Blank was asked if the female who was crying was saying anything, and she advised no, the female was only crying and the male was the only one talking. She described the item the suspect was holding as cylinder-shaped and was also triangular-shaped. She could not remember if the lights were on or off when she encountered the male suspect. She advised she does not know if this is even something she saw or it was something she dreamed. She advised the last time she saw Xana was at Blank House at approximately 11:04 p.m. confirmed this by checking her cell phone. Xana had been holding a white claw. She was at blank at 12:49 a.m. That part I don't really understand. She further advised Xana was at blank house at approximately 11:04 p.m. confirmed this by checking her cell phone. Xana had been holding a white claw. She was at blank at 12:49 a.m.
Oh, they must have had a picture of Xana at 12:49 a.m. holding a white claw.
That part I don't really understand. She further advised Xana and Ethan did not stay at Ethan's house with any frequency because of Ethan's grades. He could not reside at the fraternity. He had his own apartment, but she does not know where his apartment is because she had never been there. She knows Kaylee and Maddie were home when she went to bed and blank and from when she saw Xana lying on the floor, but she's
Didn't it come out that Dylan actually reenacted how he was holding it and it was like out in front of him with two hands? And that's why I was saying, did he put the knife in there? Oh, those things can pop, Petty. They can pop if they run into him. Like when she was running. What did Jody say? Yeah, I don't know about the eyebrow. I don't know. Hazel, that's funny.
Ethan was home. Stated she is certain at 3:11 a.m. Kaylee, Maddie, and she were all in the house. She was not certain about Xana and Ethan because she does not know when they came home. She denied perceiving a threat even after encountering the male in the hallway. So she denied perceiving a threat even after encountering the male in the hallway. She said there were people coming in and out of their house all the time. She denied remembering what his face looked like and said she could see that his head and mouth were covered, but she could not see his eyebrows, and further advised she was not certain she could see his nose. When asked, and she couldn't see it, says there she couldn't see his eyebrows.
She didn't just draw eyebrows, though. We saw her board. She was drawing like fashion. It wasn't just eyebrows. They made it sound like it was all eyebrows. You guys lost audio? Not on my end. Hello, can you hear me? Put a 1 in chat if you can hear me. Lindsay had a question. About a flashlight being found. So if we go to Bryan Kohberger, PA search warrant, we can see here. Because I do remember they found a flashlight, I think. Let's go down, 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 down. Where's the evidence list? I don't think this is it. So this is from, yeah, right here. One Defiant silver flashlight. And this is from the house. So this wasn't even like in his car or anything. This was inside. And then I don't think they found any other flashlights, but we'll check. Because there's also the car. Oops. I think it was just there. Inside the home. Don't know, Crimes. Oh, Lizzie, thank you so much. 41 months, Lizzie Bones. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I just love you. Where is that, Petty? See, I'm confused. 556. You're talking about the one from Pullman. I couldn't find a lot of that stuff that he found.
Kaylee had told them blank and the other roommates about an incident a month prior when she was outside with Murphy about a subject who had been watching her. The subject was in the apartments above the girl's residence.
I'm waiting for someone to go through this and put it in like order, because someone will. But see, this isn't even the meat and potatoes. We're waiting for them to unseal the actual discovery that was going to be used in trial. This is all just investigative stuff. Oh. According to the news, Stroudsburg, PA released their documents when?
Further explained that 2 to 3 weeks ago, while at Winco, Kaylee told her about a male subject who followed her from the Winco store, all the way to Kaylee's car, even when Kaylee went to leave, the subject was standing by Kaylee's car. We've heard about that incident before. While at Winco, Kaylee told her about a male subject who followed
this is the story from Winco.
her from the Winco store, all the way to Kaylee's car, even when Kaylee went to leave, the subject was standing by Kaylee's car. We've heard about that incident before. Also, 2 to 3 weeks ago, all of the roommates went to Starbucks together, and when they got home, the front door was wide open, and they do not believe it had been open when they left. She explained there were prior issues with the front door, so she said it was possible the door opened because there had been a snowstorm, and she explained possibly the wind caused the door to open. Also, when they got home, the washer was going, which she described was not unusual, but this also concerned her. She explained because of these things, they went to...
Their freaking washer was running when they got home. Where's the ISP records? Well, how am I missing this? Where did those go? Who got those? Y'all, what the heck? The Idaho State Police, right, but still the court is going to release all of their evidence that's been put into discovery, is what I'm saying. Like ISP will have their investigative, Moscow, Pullman, PA, they'll have all their own files, but then the court has the actual discovery sealed, and that's what they're going through and redacting. Thanks, Petty. I don't know if you can, though. I didn't know all this stuff came out. I don't know, Hiker. There's initials of three guys that Kaylee was seeing. But, I mean, Dylan's inconsistent remarks, do they really matter in the grand scheme of things? He admitted he did it. I mean, I'd like to know, exactly what happened. But, I mean, he admitted to it. That was for the first dump, K. Miller. You asked me yesterday. I didn't see it. Gray Pearl, it's everything they were going to use in the trial. It should be public, just like Chris Watt's discovery was public. It's everything they were going to use to try to convict him. No, it didn't show.
Open.
Oh, Ethan's golf clubs. Yeah, Petty, if you could email it, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Tammy, I had no idea.
But this also concerned her. She explained because of these things, they went to get Ethan's golf clubs to protect themselves when they searched the house.
So their freaking washer was running. That's creepy. The video has no sound still. Okay. Dang it. Let me try something. I've been having so many issues. Can you hear now?
Blank explained weeks prior to the 13th, Kaylee told the roommate she heard a woman scream, but no one else heard it. Blank was asked if she was telling either Sergeant Baker or I anything to prevent us from solving this, and she advised no, that she understood my question.
You can hear it? Okay.
Also 2 to 3 weeks ago...
I want to hear about this incident. Let's listen.
All of the roommates went to Starbucks together, and when they got home, their front door was wide open, and they do not believe it had been open when they left. She explained there were prior issues with the front door, so she said it was possible the door opened because there had been a snowstorm, and she explained possibly the wind caused the door to open. Also, when they got home, the washer was going, which she described was not unusual, but this also concerned her. She explained because of these things, they went to get Ethan's golf clubs to protect themselves when they searched the house. Blank explained we know that she understood my question, and she advised that she knew she did not sleep through the whole incident because she has texted communications and other things, and she knows that they would have required her to be awake. She advised she knows what she heard, especially about hearing who she believes was Kaylee crying and the male voice telling her that he was there for her. Interesting.
That's where they're getting this from.
She believes was Kaylee crying and the male voice telling her that he was there for her.
She says she heard Kaylee crying and a voice say that he was there for her. Otto, I think so too. Hey, John Gone Girl. Good to see you. So, was it really Kaylee though, or was it Matt, or was it Xana? If you're having problems with the audio, close the video out and just come right back. Yeah, I definitely am leaning way towards Kaylee being the one he had his eye, his eye
and
on.
other things, and she knows that they would have required her to be awake. She advised she knows what she heard, especially about hearing who she believes was Kaylee crying and the male voice telling her that he was there for her. Interesting. She stated again she does not know how much of what she has been telling us was not factual because she's still processing the events. When asked why she believes she was spared after the male suspect saw her, she said she does not know why, and she does not believe anyone ever tried to open the door during the time he was in the house. And and they have their dog Murphy in common. And then she brought up some other names. She offered her DNA. She advised it might be difficult to locate the offender's DNA because they had conducted a deep clean of their residence leading up to the parents' weekend. Let's see.
Losing sound again? But you're not losing me. This is crazy. It's cutting in and out that badly? That is so weird. I don't know what could possibly be doing that. Hold on.
Some of this I'm reading for the first time, so bear with me. When asked if she could able to provide a description of to a police artist, like a sketch artist, she said she would not be able to describe enough of the suspect to be helpful. She further advised the only thing she remembered about his face was his eyebrows were bushy, so that's where the bushy eyebrows came from. She advises she was confused about why the offender would have taken the patio door out of the residence because of the drop-off from the patio. She advised she remembers that cars do come up by their residence a lot, and she said there was a black truck driving past the window, and she
Welcome in, Deanna. Hey, Megs. Okay, how is it now? Y'all can't hear him at all? Yeah, there is no reason why he shouldn't have sound. I don't know what to do. Like, there's nothing wrong with my sound. Like, I have nothing going on this end. I turned off my camera to save resources. It doesn't make any sense.
And told her she would send to their house. Sorry, there's a lot redacted here. It's hard to understand.
Yeah, if we can't get this working, I'll just open up the new docs.
As they stayed in the house when the police arrived and the police were putting the tape up, then they realized there had been a crime. And when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, Blank told them they would not leave unless there was no reason to stay. She then advised said that the vandal alert came out, and that's when they realized that their friends were actually gone.
No, I wasn't stopping.
When asked if she checked the house for anyone else when she initially came home that night with Blank, and she was asked if she had to.
Damn, he's reading that fast. Hold on. He's over it. Are we good? Are we bad? Yeah, I'm playing him from YouTube. It stopped again. That is so weird. Just you lose the sound. Okay, let me close that window. I don't know what in the hell's going on.
Was no reason to stay. She then advised.
Should I just refresh? Let's try this again.
Blank was mistaken, told her she would send to their house. Sorry. Were putting the tape up, then they realized there had been a crime. And when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, Blank told them they would not leave unless there was no reason to stay. She then advised.
Can't hear it. I know you guys can hear me, but you cannot hear the video.
The vandal said that the vandal alert came out, and that's when they realized that their friends were actually gone. When asked if she checked the house for anyone else when she initially came home that night with Blank, and she was asked if she had to unlock the front door, and she advised she believed she had to unlock the front door to get into the residence. She advised when she first got home, she remembered the sliding door was closed, but she did not know if it was locked. She advised when she first got home, she went to Kaylee's bedroom to let Murphy out of Kaylee's room, and Kaylee's lights were on, and no one was in Kaylee's room. Murphy came back into the house after going outside.
So that was about when Maddie came downstairs to Bethany's room. Am I breaking up? Put a 1 in chat if my audio is fine, my mic is fine, and the video is fine. I just need to know before we continue. So far, so good. Oh, I'm scared to open my email. This is working good right now. Thank you, Petty. I'll check it on my phone.
So, first of all, my heart goes out to Dylan. I mean, I know I read.
Let's go back and listen to that again.
And when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, Blank told them they would not leave unless there was no reason to stay. She then advised said that the vandal alert came out, and that's when they realized that their friends were actually gone. When asked if she checked the house for anyone else when she initially came home that night with Blank, she was asked if she had to unlock the front door, and she advised she believed she had to unlock the front door to get into the residence. She advised when she first got home, she remembered the sliding door was closed, but she did not know if it was locked. She advised when she first got home, she went to Kaylee's bedroom to let Murphy out of Kaylee's room, and Kaylee's lights were on, and no one was in Kaylee's room. Murphy came back into the house after going outside. So
I've got it though. Thank you.
First of all, my heart goes out to Dylan. I mean, I know I read all of that kind of fast and unemotionally, but you just imagine what she must have been going through during this police interview and what she's still going through. So that's really the most detailed statement of Dylan's that we have heard to yet. That's now been released in this report. So again, lastly, I'm going to get to which was among the craziest to me, all the reports from the other students who were in class with Bryan Kohberger. But I want to read you some of this. This is a detailed police report about what officers saw when they first went into the scene. At noon, NPD was dispatched to an unconscious person inside the residence. When they arrived, 2 household occupants identified as blank and blank, along with 2 other females and 1 male, were outside the residence. The male identified blank stated when he had entered the house, he grabbed the knife from the kitchen and cleared the 1st and 2nd floors, which we knew about this, and then placed the knife on a table inside the living room. When officers entered the house, they found 2 deceased residents, Kernodle and Chapin, inside a bedroom on the 2nd floor. The officers also found 2 more deceased residents, Gonsalves and Mogan, in a bedroom on the 3rd floor. All the victims appeared to have multiple stab wounds. The sliding glass doors located in the kitchen, 2nd floor rear of house, was open, and there was a set of footprints in the melting snow leading into and away from the residence. So footprints. There was 1 shoe print near the western edge of the property leading west into a neighbor's yard. In the front of the residence north were 5 vehicles belonging to the deceased residents. Now,
okay, so this is interesting. Remember this part as we keep listening. Remember the footprints, because there was another report where a girl saw footprints leading in the snow leading to her window. And then the footprints, like someone backtracked on the same footprints away. And it freaked her out so bad that her boyfriend or husband or something, I think it was boyfriend, put cameras in.
Melting snow leading into and away from the residence. So footprints. There was 1 shoe print near the western edge of the property leading west into a neighbor's yard. In the front of the residence north were 5 vehicles belonging to the deceased residents. Now, sometime in the early morning hours, Blank was awoken and opened her room door and heard a male say, "It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you," and crying.
It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you.
Residents. Sometime in the early morning hours, Blank was awoken and opened her room door and heard a male say, "It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you," and crying. She then shut her door. A short while later, she opened her door again and saw someone apparently 5'10" tall, dressed in all black with a ski mask, standing in the kitchen. She made eye contact with the person and could see they were Caucasian through the cutouts of the eyes. She shut her door again and texted Blank, whose bedroom is on the blank, told her to join her in her room, and Blank ran downstairs where
Jeez. It's out again. I literally can't. All right, let's try refreshing. We're at 1905. Here we go. Or 1836.
She then shut her door. A short while later, she opened her door again and saw someone all black with a ski mask standing in the kitchen. She made eye contact with the person and could see they were Caucasian through the cutouts of the eye.
When I refresh, does it come back on? That's so weird. When I pull up the comment, okay, I'm going to have to shut that down then.
She shut her door again and texted Blank, whose bedroom is on the blank, told her to join her in her room, and Blank ran downstairs where they fell asleep. Let me see if there's anything else interesting here. They just go through really describing the whole, I could see a female, from the living room looking into the west bedroom, I could see a female Kernodle lying near the center of the room. Her legs and arms appeared to be covered in blood. As I entered the bedroom, I saw multiple drops of red liquid near the entrance and multiple red colored drips on the door above and below the doorknob. A male, Chapin.
So Xana was in the middle of the room.
I could see a female conodal lying near the center of the room. Her legs and arms appeared to be covered in blood. As I entered the bedroom, I saw multiple drops of red liquid near the entrance and multiple red-colored drips on the door above and below the doorknob. A male, Chapin, was laying in the bed, partially covered with a blanket and comforter. His neck and chest were heavily covered in a red liquid. Multiple walls appeared to have red-colored cast off, and there were multiple areas on the floor with pools of red colored liquid. So all of this is just awful to hear about. They talk about sort of the condition of all the different rooms. As I walked south up the stairs, they switched back and forth on the center wall banister.
See, I thought so too, Clue. And there were people that were debating on whether the bodies were still there when those pictures were taken, but I do think that they were. I don't know, Petty.
Were red-colored liquid smears.
I think it's one of the officers.
They talk about sort of the condition of all the different rooms. As I walked south up the stairs, they switched back and forth on the center wall banister were red-colored liquid smears. They appeared to be blood smears. At the top of the stairs was a small hallway. Directly to the left was a bedroom, Gonzalez's. The bedroom was clean and the bed unmade, and a black-colored coat laying on the ground next to the bed on the left side. On the right side, east of the hallway, it ended with a bathroom. As I entered the bedroom, there was a bed directly to the left. On the bed were Gonzalez's and Mogan. They were covered by a beige-colored comforter with a large pool of red liquid near the center of the comforter. Multiple walls and the ceiling had multiple areas of red-colored cast-off. It's just awful. Mogan had multiple visible cuts on her face. Gonzalez had severe trauma to her face and visible cuts with a large amount of dried red-colored liquid on her face, though there appeared to be aspirated blood coming from her mouth. It's just also awful. Near Mogan's left hip was a tan-colored leather sheath, partially covered by the comforter. So there's the sheath. On the door edge, I saw multiple red-colored transfer smears. The upper mark was at approximately my shoulder height. All the red-colored liquids were in the room were consistent with blood. And then it goes through basically all the different pieces of evidence that
you mean in my Discord, Pickle? Girl, I've been so busy.
Detailed report on when officers first went into the house. So again, there's a lot from.
So that's the first officer went in the house. So it's, I don't know which one, he didn't say.
Episodes, because there's other interesting details, but the last thing I wanted to get to today is, and there's a lot of them, so I'll try to go through not everything, but these are all people who were at Washington State University, whether they were staff or other students with Bryan Kohberger.
This is interesting.
Who complained about Bryan Kohberger. Let me see here. Let me start here. This interview is conducted, and all of this is redacted, so bear with me, but this was someone who had contact with Bryan Kohberger because Kohberger was a student seeking criminal justice doctorate. They had met several times to discuss requirements for Kohberger's doctorate studies, so sounds like a staff member. They'd met twice in social settings, described Kohberger as socially awkward around people. He did not see any other behavior that he thought was odd, but did tell Kohberger was removed. This is someone in Pullman, Washington, also someone associated with Washington State University, said she held this, so she worked there, held a position for blank amount of years during the normal course of her duties.
After we go through this, I'll open up those docs because now you guys have me curious.
Interacted with Kohberger. This occurred during new student course orientation. She described her initial reaction to Kohberger as ordinary, noting he came across as lonely, and that Kohberger's home state of Pennsylvania they would strike up conversations about that. As weeks progressed, Kohberger would hang out in the hallways outside her office, described Kohberger as creepy, and he would simply stand at her desk and stare at her to her coworker, at one stage blocking the coworker in her desk area. He would also follow them out to their cars at the end of the day. He continued behavior that resulted in some kind of meeting happening. Said complaints from faculty members, administrative staff, and other students was referred to blank. These complaints referenced his rude and belittling behavior toward women and his unprofessional rude dealings with his blank. This
Okay, well, he hates women, right? We also heard in Pennsylvania that he was an asshole in the criminal justice class in high school.
resulted in a mandatory training class for all graduate students regarding behavior expectations. She said during Kohberger's attendance at this class, he sat at the back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Blank said in total 9 complaints, so 9 complaints had been filed against Kohberger. And I'm going to get to more here.
Yes, he will eventually be able to buy a TV, buy a tablet, etc., etc.
Occurred, says the location's blacked out. Exchange numbers.
Okay, this one.
This doesn't really look that interesting. She, a student who also worked at the program at Washington State, said that she was a fellow colleague of Kohberger. They were on a project together. She had limited interactions. She first met Kohberger in her office. They discussed the use of alcohol and the effects of marijuana on society. He told her his intense stare. He would intensely stare at people even when he wasn't having a conversation with that person.
Yeah, that's not creepy. It went out again. We're almost done. Let me refresh.
Interactions. She first met Kohberger in her office. They discussed the use of alcohol and the effects of marijuana on society. He told her he was not a drinker and did not understand why people drank. She said Kohberger really liked to discuss research and he liked to dominate the conversations. She described him standing in the doorway and hovering. She never felt uncomfortable around him. He had a macho demeanor about him and would appear to be puffed up. The only thing she felt was off about Kohberger was his intense stare. He would intensely stare at people even when he wasn't having a conversation with that person. Let's see what else here.
Yeah, no beer,
this
just
is another
heroin.
person who went to school with him at Washington State.
There's one that he invited over.
Recalled Kohberger talking constantly during their class. He would pick fights with other classmates. She described an argument where Blank
Fights with other classmates.
left the class upset. She had heard he had an incident with a female professor where Kohberger disagreed with the grade he was given. Kohberger went to a male professor to complain about the grade.
Oh, wow. So he went above the female's head to a male to see if he could get, him to agree with him.
The female professor described Kohberger as weird, but he had never threatened her. In one instance, after class, Kohberger and her were alone. When she was trying to leave the classroom, he blocked her exit. This is another student. She described him blocking her with his physical stance. Kohberger said they would meet up sometime and talk about her professional career. She felt he just wanted to keep the discussion going.
That's creepy as hell. Physically blocked her from leaving the room of his office.
Even though class was over. After the homicides, Kohberger stopped bringing a cell phone to class and started bringing his laptop. She never saw Kohberger using the laptop prior to the homicides.
I wonder why that would be. He stopped using his phone and used the laptop instead after the murders?
She noticed him always using his phone because he was very studious. She believed he would take notes on his phone. She described the change in his appearance after the homicides. He would normally be clean-shaven and neatly dressed. After the homicides, he would come to class with facial hair and his dress would be disheveled.
Huh. He doesn't look disheveled in the selfie.
He also started wearing a thick black coat.
Ooh, this was important, guys, because remember, we looked at that one vigil to see if he was there, the big vigil they had, or the memorial or whatever. He was wearing a black puffy jacket when it wasn't really that cold. Why would he wear a black puffy jacket? Like Bryan says, oh, maybe to cover injuries, but why wouldn't you just wear a long sleeve shirt? Why would you wear a puffy coat? Ugh, she met him at a meet and greet. I wonder where the meet and greet was.
Apartment during the second or third week of school, and believes that he never took off during a 3-hour class. The weather did not really call for a heavy coat. Why was he wearing the heavy coat? That's interesting. Maybe to cover up injuries. All right, this is another person from...
What do you guys think about the puffy coat? Oh, the caption, sorry. When I refresh, they turn off.
Washington State, another interview, stated she first met Kohberger on campus in a meet and greet, said she invited the whole cohort to her apartment during the second or third week of school, and believes that Kohberger may have looked in her bathroom cabinet and observed her prescriptions because...
That's weird. So she met him at a meet and greet. She invited all the people to a party. And she suspects he went in her bathroom and looked at her prescriptions.
And believes that Kohberger may have looked in her bathroom cabinet and observed her prescriptions because she does not openly share with others about her. Apparently he knew something about her. Said after her interaction with Kohberger, she began to distance herself from him and heard complaints from other female graduate students about how Kohberger would make them uncomfortable. Blank said as the semester progressed, there were numerous interactions with Kohberger, staring at students weirdly during class and spatially trapping fellow students in the student offices.
So more than just one. I think that the puffy coat was to make him look bigger than he is. I really do. Thank you, Otto. You're the best.
Creepy. Stated when she was not around, Kohberger would spatially trap, that's the way to describe it, other students in their offices. Stated
he did. He stalked people like a pedophile, just like Olivia said.
There was a spiff during class between Blank and Kohberger in which Kohberger was mansplaining to Blank, said as the disagreement progressed. During questioning about Kohberger's overall performance in school, Blank stated she did not think Kohberger was doing very well, as they could get a general idea of everyone's grades through a process of elimination. She'd heard Kohberger's was inadequate to grade his papers because he was... this part's all blocked out and hard to understand.
See, WSU is gonna blank out all of the, school stuff that would, lead to his performance or anything like that, which is wild to me that now that he's been convicted, he still has that privacy right from WSU for his records to remain confidential.
But maybe he wasn't doing well in school. When asked about Kohberger's demeanor after November 13th, 2022, she said Kohberger's demeanor did change. However, she attributed it to being called out about not being a good TA. Recalled Kohberger smiling at her more and being more respectful towards her.
Weird.
During additional follow-up, she stated Kohberger always wore a puffy coat to class, both prior to and after the homicides. Let's see. She provided...
So he wore the puffy coat inside, too.
Additional examples regarding Kohberger blocking fellow students in their offices. Just creepy. Said that he didn't have a girlfriend. Sorry, like I said, I'm going through all this in real time with you guys.
We appreciate
Said during
it.
2 extensive student presentations on sexual victimization on college campuses and stalking, Kohberger sat through them and did not interject himself into the conversation. Regarding the death penalty, Blank reported Kohberger previously appeared to be in support of the death penalty and made statements that the victim's family should have a say as to whether or not the death penalty really be imposed.
He was pro-death penalty, he said.
They attended a barbecue together. It sounds like they had like grad student social events that they would all go to. To describe Kohberger as becoming quieter and quieter, not speaking up in class, that he arrived late on November 9th.
I mean, how many events did he actually
described
attend?
An interaction with Kohberger after leaving one evening when she was Blank and Kohberger trapped her into conversation with him, stated she was not aware of Kohberger having any social media. Blank said Kohberger showed her pictures of him in a hiking area.
Yeah, it did come out that he has a bunch of pictures flexing.
Said she found snow footprints leading to a back window of her apartment. Whoever had left the footprints had backtracked within the tracks, and her fiance installed security cameras in response to the footprints.
That is scary.
No footprints leading to a back window of her apartment. Whoever had left the footprints had backtracked within the tracks, and her fiance installed security cameras in response to the footprints. They all seemed really creeped out by him. And it's a lot of these same stories. Again, 13 reports pertaining to Kohberger.
How about his contacts? He only had 18 personal contacts, and 3 of them said, girl I went running with, another girl I went running with, or whatever, second girl I went running with, and then another one had her name, and then in parentheses, hair next to it.
Highlighting concerns regarding his behavior. This is about that again. Let's see. Behavior was of concern, inappropriate behavior that was reported to professors.
See, I'm thinking WSU also doesn't want a whole lot to get out. Oh, maybe his hairstylist that he called. Hi, this is Brian. I'd like to get a haircut. But don't you think that if this was going on for months, like, I mean, did they do everything appropriately?
A lot of similar stuff here. Was focusing his attention on one woman in her office and engaged in unsolicited debates and arguments regarding topics she felt were not up for debate, and explained an incident in class where the topic of eyewitness misidentification was being discussed. Blank was explaining her viewpoints due to her background in the topic. Kohberger was agitated and argumentative because he did not agree with the explanation.
He got agitated and argumentative. I would love to see a video of him argumentative. I would love to see him arguing and debating with someone. I can't believe no one ever got, like, none of these students ever got their phone out and recorded it if he was acting like such a dick. Yeah, they couldn't find anything on him, I think. Hey, Callie, good to see you, girl.
Seems like a lot of the detectives, because they were asking
When was this? Right after Thanksgiving break?
sat to Kohberger's left 3 feet away from him, and during a class
I'm not muted.
being accounted for, and this was causing a lack of engagement. Oh, this is interesting. Blank said she saw Kohberger with injuries to his left hand while in class. Sat to Kohberger's left 3 feet away from him, and during a class following Thanksgiving break, she had clear vision of his left hand, described the injury as bruised knuckles. The redness was halfway up the back of the left hand from his knuckles, and he had a cut in his ring finger knuckle. Kohberger had told Blank.
Listen, I got to turn off my camera to save resources, so excuse me. Let me unplug it. I got to figure out what the hell's going on with my computer. It's to the point now I can't even open up anything. I don't know what the freak. All right, so I've completely unplugged my camera. I'll just put my little picture there. Let's see if it's better now. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to close that. Mother of Cycle Breakers, have a great day. Birthdays are awesome. All right, here we go.
with injuries to his left hand while in class. Sat to Kohberger's left, 3 feet away from him, and during a class following Thanksgiving break, she had clear vision of his left hand, described the injury as bruised knuckles. The redness was halfway up the back of the left hand from his knuckles, and he had a cut in his ring finger knuckle. Kohberger had told blank he was a boxer, said Kohberger did not try to hide the injured hand. Interesting. So they spotted.
Oh, so his left hand, yeah, that's what I'm wondering, beautifully broken, or did he use both?
Hand from his knuckles, and he had a cut in his ring finger knuckle. Kohberger had told blank he was a boxer, said Kohberger did not try to hide the injured hand. Interesting. So they spotted the injuries. I'm just making sure nothing else is coming through here.
Left-handed?
These are all just more accounts from other students and professors. So this is someone who says there were complaints about Kohberger and that he spoke to other staff and students. His stating about outspoken discriminatory comments, which were homophobic, xenophobic, and misogynistic in nature. He would also stare at people and stand uncomfortably close or lean over women, making them feel uncomfortable.
Who is this coming from, though? Like, I'm confused.
Another person says staff had talked to Kohberger as many as 5 times about his behavior. Sorry, there's just so much here.
I bet he
Blank
uses
recounted
both.
an incident in which her neighbor saw someone very close outside her window and Blank to make sure the door was locked. Blank did not know who that person was, but learned she lived fairly close to Kohberger. Blank learned from professors that Kohberger was fired as a teacher's assistant
Yikes, another one.
after fall 2022. So some of these women were even concerned he was like outside their house.
That's terrifying.
This is another student. I asked Blank if Kohberger acted any differently after the homicides in Moscow. After thinking about it, Blank said it was right around the same time that Kohberger stopped coming into the office as much. Prior to that time, Blank had described Kohberger as somewhat arrogant and held her head up high when describing him. After that time, Blank said Kohberger kept to himself more and seemed to be less interactive. When she described Kohberger after the homicides, Blank kept her head down.
What? Yeah, these are all
Following
statements
her
from
complaints,
students and staff at WSU.
That they received about Kohberger. He was disrespectful toward his professors. He instigated contentious arguments in class. He expressed concern over
I agree.
over
ABC.
other classmates, one that had a hearing disability. He only talked back to or criticized female professors and students, so he is sexist. He thinks highly of himself and doesn't interact well with others. A lot of this stuff, again,
Doesn't interact well with others. Doesn't play well with others.
I mean, it's like crazy. They're all saying the same thing. More women feeling weird, like he was cornering them in their offices. Let's see. Oh, this is the whole search warrant, which we've seen before. When they went into Kohberger's apartment, this lists everything that they took, which I knew.
Yeah, we've
Okay, so
seen that.
this is interesting. I saw this earlier. So I guess Kohberger was staying in a hotel at one point. I don't know if it was right when he moved to Pullman,
Okay, we've never heard this. He was staying in a hotel.
Washington, but the clerk there says she went upstairs. I guess there was some issue with the cards to the room, and he wanted a refund or something, or he might have overpaid. This was the clerk who went upstairs to see if Kohberger was going to check out at the appointed noon checkout time. As she approached his room to contact him, he was standing in the doorway, leaving. As they walked down to the front desk, they talked about sheaths and collecting knives.
Oh my God. What's the date? Like, what the heck?
As they walked down to the front desk, they talked about sheaths and collecting knives. That's interesting. Once at the front desk, they talked about self-defense weapons and their knife collections. That's interesting. He was talking about knife sheaths.
Yeah, how would that come up?
I mean, now this is just more of the same. Kohberger trying to dominate conversations in class.
See, I think that also WSU doesn't want word to get out on how far this went and how many students. Yeah, how would they get on the subject of the sheath? Walking down to the hotel office. Weird.
More of the same. Kohberger trying to dominate conversations in class. She noticed a bandage. This is after the homicide. Someone in class noticed a bandage on Kohberger's middle and ring fingers on his right hand. Kohberger told her it was from a silly accident that happened indoors. She didn't think it happened indoors because it looked like it had been scraped on asphalt.
Damn, when was this?
Noticed a bandage. This is She noticed a bandage. This is after the homicide. Someone
After the homicides, but we don't know when.
in class noticed a bandage on Kohberger's middle and ring fingers on his right hand. Kohberger told her it was from a silly accident that happened indoors. She didn't think it happened indoors because it looked like it had been scraped on asphalt. She believed she observed the injury prior to the homicides but was not certain. So they were really asking everybody.
Wait, he said after the homicides, but she thought she saw it before but wasn't certain.
This is another one talking about Kohberger would go into his office where several female grad students worked and physically block the door. Once in a while, she would hear one of the female grad students say, "I really need to get out of here," and she would intercede by going into the office, allowing the female students to leave.
Damn. That would be me. I really need to get out of here. Could you move, weirdo?
Kohberger really wanted to study burglars. Kohberger had several feelings
Ooh, he wanted to study burglars? What?
that regular burglars had nothing to do with sexually motivated burglars. Kohberger would show up anywhere from 10 minutes late to an hour late on occasion. Kohberger was obsessed with serial killers and would talk about it a lot in class.
Well, it is criminology.
The week Kohberger was not in class, three female grad students approached her and said, "Oh my God, class was so much better today, like just easier to navigate." So no one liked him, it doesn't seem like. She felt like he was stalking people. She would not share his dissertation as a backup solution for kicking him out. I guess there was division over whether Kohberger's funding should be cut. So this went all the way up to the leadership, all of these.
I wonder when all of this started. Yeah, we would have fought with his ass.
Complaints.
I know. I wish these were organized, Tammy. I would love to read them.
Okay, this is interesting.
It was nuts.
So this is an interview with one of the inmates who was in the Latah County Jail with Bryan Kohberger. Now this is
Okay, an inmate in the Latah County Jail in the very beginning.
after the arrest. Okay, so fast forward. And I guess this inmate says they were in the same pod. After arriving in their pod, Kohberger immediately sat down and watched the news about his arrest. Watching multiple channels that were covering the story, Kohberger said, "Wow, I'm on every channel."
Oh my God.
Watching multiple channels that were covering the story, Kohberger said, "Wow, I'm on every channel." Kohberger was very quiet and awkward. It was awkward having him in the pod. He was highly intelligent. His eyes were creepy. This is from the other inmate. Told him Kohberger said his favorite movie was American Psycho with Christian Bale. He enjoyed watching the news about his case unless it began talking about his family or friends, at which point he changed the channel immediately. As time
Oh, interesting. He didn't want to see people talking about him, but he wanted to see the news coverage. What a sicko.
continued, Kohberger stopped watching the news related to his case almost completely. He analyzed everything. He wanted to know why people had preferences on anything in the jail. He spent most of the time on his communication tablet talking with people, typically his blank, who he had told
His mom.
to retain an attorney, wash his hands excessively using 3 bars of soap per week, showered every day.
Callie Dime, I agree. She said it's interesting how Dr. Ramslin and the professor from WSU's perspective of BK are so opposite. It's actually quite concerning, to be honest.
And wanted new bedding and clothes every day. A lot of people saying was very smart. Also liked to watch court TV and was very interested in the Murdaugh trial. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, I'm sure he was. You know why he was probably interested in Murdaugh? The digital evidence in that case. And I didn't watch that trial, but I know that wasn't there like a smoking gun digitally that nailed Alex Murdaugh?
Okay, sorry, these are a little out of order. Now going back to another person from his classes at Washington State that he would try to talk to her
3 bars of soap a week.
about another student about the Ted Bundy murders. This goes on and on. Another person who found Kohberger in her office and felt
God, all these reports are crazy.
uncomfortable at the school.
But it came out, though, that she didn't just meet with him online. It was, they did the crime scene house together. He took like 4 classes with her. At least 4 to 5 classes, it came out. That it wasn't just the one during COVID. It's crazy.
And had complained about it. That story just seems to keep repeating itself. So this is another person who went to school with Kohberger. Let me just make sure. Who said, I guess volunteered this, that Kohberger committed these homicides because he wanted to know what it felt like to commit these crimes in relation to his studies, and ultimately if he could get away with the crimes, further supporting his belief that he was smarter than others.
Oh, smartest guy in the room. We've heard that before. And I love how Olivia actually put things that he did and said and thought in her statement, like the visual snow, like the survey. I think that was powerful as hell.
Said committing these crimes and his need to control others is consistent with his personality. So that was sort of her take on what happened. One of the other.
No, she didn't, Cheryl. She came out and it was 4 classes. Brian Entin actually interviewed her and reported it. And that was when her attorney spoke out and said she's not doing any more interviews because her words were twisted.
Other people from the school. A lot of the same stuff here. After the homicides that occurred, he said he had a few grapes right now. He said this at a Christmas party. She noticed after the homicides, he was in his office more, observed him often in his office. She assumed he was coming back from spring semester because he had asked about a theory class that they would be taking in the spring. So she thought he would be coming back.
So I think that's a huge reason. These universities are trying to save face.
Said that Kohberger did not like the fact that she discounted the offender in studying sexual assault cases. He said she was being dismissive of the offender. He thought she should be focusing on the offender and what they left behind. He thought the offender had a strong impact on the crime rather than the victim. She said he thought he was dismissing what she was doing just to argue.
I think they kept him on a lot longer than they should have, to be honest with you. I do want to play. Which one is it? This one.
Expert duo who led the team tasked with
Hold on. We're going to listen to some Ashley Banfield because she is on fire in this one, you guys. Let me put on the captions.
For one thing, he saved them in his contacts as mother and led the team tasked with examining Bryan.
Okay, so we're talking about the cellebrite dump on Brian's phone, okay? The cellebrite dump is when the cellebrite team takes everything, extracts everything, and analyzes it. And there were a husband and wife, 2 analysts that analyzed Kohberger's phone. And we're getting more details about that.
Kohberger's phone and his hard drive. And they discovered...
and his hard drive. I missed that the first time. Can you imagine if Jenkins did hire him? I think if he wasn't so awkward, he could have probably gotten hired.
Less than 2 hours after the murders, at 6:13 a.m., Kohberger
Petty, you're not doing nothing wrong.
picked up his phone and he called his mommy. But there's a twist here. There's a really weird Like I said, Norman Bates-like twist here, and I'll have more on that in a minute. But remember, Kohberger's white Elantra was seen on surveillance video tearing out of that neighborhood where 1122 King Road sits, like a bat out of hell. That was at 4:20 a.m. So again, less than 2 hours after.
Patty, you're allowed to have your opinions here, even if we don't agree. That's what makes the world go round. As long as you're not a pro-burger, we're fine. But absolutely, you can have your questions and your thoughts.
He slaughters 4 innocent college kids. He's calling his mom. Now, we have seen some of the details in motions that were filed by the state and the defense leading up to Bryan Kohberger's trial, a trial that, of course, never happened because he just went ahead and pled guilty. But here's what's new. The Barnards, the digital forensics team, said that Kohberger's digital breadcrumbs show that he had a strange way of referring to his parents. For one thing, he saved them in his contacts as mother and father, not mom and dad.
So I know a lot of people argue and say, oh, so what? So what? Who cares if he put mother and father? Hi, Blockbuster. I'm glad too, Kaylee Dime. I've been waiting to do this. I finally had things settle down in my life where I can sit down and actually go through this like I want to. Thank you for being here.
The way most of us do. And okay, maybe that's not so weird. But what is bizarro?
She says bizarro.
Is that those are the same names he used to talk to them and text with them. For example, here's a text that Bryan sent his dad.
Okay, so she's seen texts. Listen to this. I forgot about this. I was half asleep. Listen, she's got texts he sent to his dad, to father. Here we go.
Father, why didn't mother pick up when I called her?
That's fucking weird. It's kind of like when he messaged that girl and said, I think I talked to you about hiking. I really enjoyed that activity, so let me know. Father, why is mother not answering me?
Father, why didn't mother pick up when I called her? Think about that. You're texting your dad and you're calling him father and you're referring to mother. Why didn't mother pick up the phone when I called?
She hates him. You can hear the absolute disdain in her voice.
Again, it just strikes me as Norman Bates from the movie Psycho. And I don't think I'm the only one. In any case, those digital breadcrumbs also revealed that when Bryan Kohberger called mother at 6:13 a.m., he didn't get an answer.
She hates him.
So 1 minute later, he called father. And the Barnhards say that this was actually a habit of Kohberger's. He would call mother first, and if she didn't answer, he'd call father right away.
So hear this? If mother didn't answer, he'd call father right away. Dude, she goes off on him. She literally, I'm not gonna ruin it if you haven't seen it. She goes off on him.
And he would go back and forth like this. And here's another actual text. Father, why did mother not respond? Why is she not answering the phone?
Listen to this. I know, Amy, my computer, it's like resources. Oh, that's normal speed. Okay. Listen to this.
Actual text. Father, why did mother not respond? Why is she not answering the phone? It's just bizarre. Well, eventually that morning, mother did answer the 6 a.m. calls, and their conversation lasted 36 minutes. And not long after that call, he called mother again. And this time they talked for 54 minutes. But here's where it gets so dark and so upsetting and just frankly so incredibly weird. Those 54 minutes that he was on the phone with his mother the second time, again, first time it's just 2 hours after the murders. The second time, those 54 minutes overlap with the time that Kohberger was driving back to Moscow. Back to the King Road murder scene. Do you remember when we were in the change of plea hearing for Kohberger and the Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson said that the killer spent about 10 minutes back at the crime scene right around 9 a.m., right? At 9 a.m., it's still real quiet. The roommates are still downstairs in the basement. They do not know what's on the second and third floor of the house. They do not know the bloodbath
So he's on the phone with his mom?
that has happened. They think some weird stuff happened that night, but they have no idea that a quadruple murder happened. At 9 a.m., it's quiet in the neighborhood, at the house, but Kohberger is back there. He's back there. And I think we all know why, right? Really good bet. He's back there looking for the knife sheath that he now knows he left behind. And oh shit, that thing is going to lead right back to me. That is a colossal mistake. That is worth me risking going back to the scene of the crime in the bright and early morning hours.
Oh, sorry, mother. He was on the phone with mother.
Wow. Talk about unbelievable balls or unbelievable fear. But he's on the phone with his mother. At the time, he's going back to the place he killed the kids. All I keep thinking about is, what did mother hear in the background? Right? She's on the phone and he's skulking around that property. And we all know.
And you know what's crazy is that if mother had to testify, she would have to testify to that conversation.
Now what he did, right? He went up the side road, parked in that back parking lot area, scrambled down the embankment, and
How do we know that?
went in the back sliding glass door
When he came back at 9 a.m., how do we know that?
at the back of the house
Or is she talking about when he did the murders?
and went out the same way he came in. So he's thinking, maybe, God, I hope, did I drop that sheath outside?
Oh. She's saying he got out and looked in the outside. This is on her YouTube, yes.
Will I find it outside? God,
No, he did ping in the area. It wasn't
please
just-
let it be that I dropped it outside, not inside. Because there's no way in hell I can go back into that house. I left some of those girls alive. So he's skulking around. Mom's on the phone. And the leaves are crunching under his feet. And the twigs are breaking. It's November. It's
I think she's insinuating because we don't know for a fact.
fall in Idaho.
Yeah, oh, she gets worse, Lizzie. Yeah, he definitely was back there. We just don't know what he did. I don't know how she's saying this as a fact, but he was on the phone with his mom in the area. We know that much.
Snow is falling, actually, periodically in those days. So is mom hearing all the crunching, all the walking around?
What about the neighbor's camera? Wouldn't they have had him pulling in there? Yeah, I don't know if she's just insinuating or what.
What's he
but
telling her? What's he telling her? Why are you?
maybe he was just driving in the car. Maybe he never got out and she didn't hear crunching. I mean, he could have just been driving and been on the phone.
You outside? Where are you, Bryan? What are you doing? Oh, I'm just out for a walk, Mom.
Maybe he just drove down Walenta and peeked to see if the cops were there. Yeah, she started with imagine. Yeah.
In the place where I slaughtered 4 people. Anyway, what are you up to? What are you and Father up to? Here's what I really believe. I'm a mother. I don't think that he told her anything about what he'd done. Because as a mother and as a father, out anything of these
Okay, I'm
Kohberger's being,
skipping.
or he's agitated or something.
I don't really care about her opinion. I just want to hear what she's found in these docs.
You know that the news is all over it. You know that Pullman, Washington, and Moscow, Idaho are just alive with the reporting of the Truman Capote big news. And Bryan knows it. He's seeing it. And he's calling his mommy right before 6 o'clock. By the end of the day, the same day that those 4 young lives were cut short in the most brutal and sadistic ways, Kohberger and mother had
Hold on, she froze up. Poor Ashley froze up. Hold on. Let me fix it. There we go.
spoken for over 3 hours. And in case you're curious, the digital
Oh, you know what he could have done? If it was him that was in the woods when Murphy was being let out, what if he went through that away to go to the backyard to see if he dropped it?
experts said they could find no text messages with friends. They found no social plans on his phone, no chatter with anyone outside his family, just a benign group chat. That was it. Here's the really big piece. According to the digital experts, Bryan Kohberger had only 18 contacts saved in his phone. 18. You just imagine that 18 is your whole social circle. And some of those contacts were people that he hardly even knew, if at all.
Hey,
Didn't even list them as a name, just kind of like a description, like somebody I ran with, someone with the hair.
I want to know who the two girls are that he ran with and what they think and what they say. Right?
The Barnhart said that Kohberger's digital data showed that he had sometimes called his mother as early as 4 o'clock in the morning. I talked with this forensics team on my News Nation show, Banfield. Big shout out to News Nation, and please check our show out. Work on Bryan Kohberger. Absolutely fascinating. I have wanted to talk to you guys for a couple of years now. So, Heather, let me start.
Okay, so this is the team that went through his phone.
With you. He called his mother within 2 hours of the murders. He called his mother as he returned to the scene of the crime, not even 2 hours later. He called her 2 more times and all told spent 3 hours on the phone with her. Was this out of character? Was this a binge of calls to mom that you were able to identify on his telephone?
This was his normal behavior, reaching out to mother and father repeatedly. If one didn't respond, he would reach out to the other. He would constantly text them and call them starting as early as 5 or 6 in the morning, his time. And his parents were Eastern. And then also at night to almost talk him into going to sleep and being able to rest.
Wow. So he was heavily reliant on speaking with his parents.
So, Jared, as I was looking at some of the text messages, I was so, I don't know, parents. The wording is pretty close. Why is she not picking up, Father? Is that consistent throughout his text messages to his parents?
Yes, I did. It's eerie. It stands out from any other case that I've worked in.
So he always said mother and father and never just said, hey, Dad, why, I'm trying to reach mom or I'm trying to get a hold of mom. Hey, Dad, have mom call me. Mother, why is mother not answering?
In that, just the terminology, the phrasing that he used there, I said exactly what you said in the intro. It's Bates Motel. It is this feeling of that movie and mother, and it's just super eerie.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe I'm the only one, but I'm starting to get that vibe from you, from my colleagues, from people like.
Well, it was written in the documents that these investigators referred to it as like a Norman Bates thing.
I've been talking throughout the day about this. Some people do use a formal name, but knowing what he's capable of now, knowing who he is, it just raises the hair on my arms. About the contacts in his phone, he called his father and mother as contacts in his phone. But what about other contacts, Heather? What about other text chains, other communications? Did this guy have any community of his own?
He had 18 personal contacts. 18. So think about all the people you meet and the hundreds of random numbers. And they were even identified as girl I ran with, second girl I ran with, a contact and in parentheses, hair. But then there was mother and father and his sister and just a few others.
What about both sisters?
18.
JB, maybe that's because the neighbor is the one that had the text. Those didn't come from Brian's phone. I think the neighbor gave them his messages with Bryan.
And he's in his 30s. Like this, that's unbelievable in this day and age. It is not unusual for people to have well over 1,000 contacts, many thousands of contacts at this stage in our lives. Everything is on our phones. Everything's digital. What about text chains? Did you see any communications with other people other than mother and father?
Not really. No, it was
Not really?
I couldn't
Not really or no? Not really or no?
name a single person that he communicated with other than just his parents. There was some one-off communications here and there, and there was some emailing and other things. But for texting, if you think of the friend that you sent a message to on a whim, there wasn't one single person like that.
Typically, someone who's in college and is a TA would probably have a lot of contacts.
And I know that we learned during the final hearings before he was sent packing to the Idaho Maximum Security Institution that he had done quite a job at scrubbing a lot of his devices. How good a job, and how were you able to get past some of what he thought he'd put over on you?
This was one of the hardest investigations I've ever worked in 23 years of looking at digital data. He cleaned up well. He knew how to use VPNs. He knew how to use incognito browsing. Where he messed
Incognito potato.
up, downloads on his Android device. He also didn't consider the fact that even on a PC, if you delete, every contact leaves a trace. So we can see the files when you turn something off. We can see when you clear something. All of that was left behind for us.
Let me ask you this.
Well, they could see that he cleared things, but they couldn't see what he cleared, right?
The handshakes that we now find are so helpful in digital forensics when killers don't realize they're connecting to a Wi-Fi where they're not supposed to be. Did he have a lot of questionable digital handshakes, like say at the Mad Greek restaurant where two of the victims worked? Did you see anything that was of interest or evidentially helpful with his digital handshake?
Mad Greek.
Yeah, I'll break that down sort of with two parts. So his Wi-Fi connections, there were just a few. And the interesting part about this is 2 days prior to the murders, he turned off Wi-Fi for his phone. So he just didn't want his device to be able to connect to Wi-Fi. It turned back on soon after the murders. But there was one reference to Mad Greek, and it came from a passive assist file associated with Google Maps. So if you open Google Maps and you search for restaurants near me, if you're near Mad Greek, it would populate, and that reference was then logged on his phone.
Does that make sense? So it was attached to a Google Maps. So perhaps he put in vegan restaurants near me and the Mad Greek popped up. That's all they have. And two of the victims working at the Mad Greek. That's it. They don't have anything else. They can't call that a connection.
For restaurants near me, if you're near Mad Greek, it would populate, and that reference was then logged on his phone.
And then the other question I have for you is, we just looked at that selfie. We had it up on the screen that he took within hours of the murders. He's freshly washed and he's got...
Oh, you're going to hear about more selfies.
The thumbs up. He looks like he's in a bathroom and he looks extremely proud. Were you able to ascertain anything about that photo? Did he manipulate the photo? Did he screen grab it bigger? Did he rest on it for, hours or minutes? Did he send it to anyone? Did you see anything of interest about that picture?
So this photo jumped out to us right away. And I remember us asking the FBI at the time, have you seen this? And they said, yes, we found that already. We're like, okay, but look at his knuckles and how white they are.
Oh, they asked the FBI if they had seen it.
Ready? We're like, okay, but look at his knuckles. So this photo jumped out to us right away. And I remember us asking the FBI at the time, have you seen this? And they said, yes, we found that already. We're like, okay, but look at his knuckles and how white they are. To us, it looks like someone that scrubbed them and had to get something off, maybe blood or some kind of residue off his knuckles. Also, the Band-Aid on his finger was there in
Where's the Band-Aid on his finger?
that image, you can see a shower curtain in.
Where the hell's the bandage?
So the Band-Aid on his finger was there. In that image, you can see a shower curtain. In later images that he had taken, the shower curtain.
Why can't we see all of these images? What's going on? I want to see the other ones. Why'd we only get one? She's saying there's other photos, y'all.
There in that image, you can see a shower curtain. In later images that he had taken, the shower curtain from his apartment was gone. So just small details like that. But he didn't have friends to send this to. And I don't think it's a photo that he would have shared with mother or father. We didn't see any manipulations or access to printing. So it's almost as if he did this and several other selfies of similar nature, but with fewer clothing for himself.
Ew. Several. Well, she said there's other photos. We can't see the Band-Aid in this photo. There's other photos of him in less clothes, but selfies of a similar nature.
Other selfies of similar nature, but with fewer clothing for himself.
Yeah, it was normal for him to take selfies and do nothing with them.
It was normal for him to take selfies and do nothing with them.
They weren't sent to a person.
So
After the murders, there was no shower curtain. See, I don't see a Band-Aid there. I just don't. Let me blow it up. Oh, is that the white right there? That's the shower. God, I can't even handle zooming in on him. I don't see a Band-Aid in this photo. I just don't. On pointer finger? Yeah, I don't see it. I see the shower curtain now, though. But I don't see a Band-Aid. Oh, they have it cropped. Okay, we'll pull up the full one in a minute.
Sorry to interrupt, but let me be clear.
Well, his dad makes that pose too. In his before his dad shut down his Facebook, he had a thumbs up picture as well. Thank you, Canvas and Crime. 1 whole year. And he said the other selfies were with less clothes. Yes. He was flexing his bod.
We've only seen this selfie on the morning of the murders. Did you find other selfies that he took of himself, either in the bathroom or elsewhere, the morning of the murders or that day?
No, not the morning of the murders. Just in general, his selfies that he would take, he would often take like flexing his muscles and.
Ooh, if you think I'm sexy and you want my body.
Shirtless. But again, he would often take like flexing his muscles and shirtless. But again, we have no idea what he did with them. It was just a photo that was taken and there's no evidence that he was sending them to anyone. It's just kind of for himself.
Well, the bandages that you noticed on his left, I think that's his left hand, unless the photo's reversed. But someone in the class.
We should get all those. We should be able to see all those.
Also said in police documents today that they noticed he came to class shortly after the murders. And of course, they don't know about the murders. They're just looking back in hindsight to October, late October. And they said he came in with his 2 middle fingers bandaged and said, oh, he had just had some accident inside his home. One last aha moment that the two of you had, Heather and Jared. He said that his alibi was that he was going to be out stargazing that night, out in the middle of the night, stargazing.
At Wah State Park, where Ted Bundy also was. And allegedly, they think, disposed of a victim.
But you found something about the phone that would have absolutely obliterated the alibi. Can you explain that?
Sure. Yeah, it seems silly to even write it. But on the night of the murders, he physically pressed the side button and turned his phone off. And that might not seem too significant, but it really is. because it proves that this human was awake at 2 whatever in the morning and turning his phone off and then later powering it back on.
Wait.
But it really is, because it proves that this human was awake at 2 whatever in the morning and turning his phone off and then later powering it back on. And the crazy part was writing in a report that a phone can't take photos while it's powered off, but just to prove that his alibi was ridiculous. But he turned his phone off, and then these people were murdered, and then he turned it back on.
So they say they were going to obliterate his alibi with that information.
That's what happened.
Well, and also, he turned the phone off at 100%, so he could never say the phone just died. Phone was fully batteried up. Heather and Jared Barnhart, I cannot thank you enough for this interview.
Canvas and Crime. I wonder if the dates, the older pictures he took in that same fashion, if there were other deaths in those dates. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for your super chat. Yeah, we're not getting any dates. That's why I think we have to wait for discovery, because their reports will be in the court documents.
Interview, I could talk, appreciate it. On December 30th, that was the day that Kohberger was arrested. And something else that these digital experts have not shared before. On December 30th, that was the day that Kohberger was arrested. On that same day, his phone pinged with an email notification, and that notification read, "New message from Reddit. Your account has been permanently suspended for posting violent content." The account name? Criminology_student. Heather Barnhart said that Bryan had been posting in forums for ex-cons and prison inmates looking for volunteers to interview about their crimes. One user even messaged him directly, quote, "Saw your post on Reddit. Still looking for volunteers?" It's not that we hadn't heard this before, right? We knew that as a criminology student, he was out soliciting all sorts of creepy questions about, tell me what it felt.
Oh, she hates him. Let's look at
like when you're committing your crimes. What was very odd about it was that he was no longer a student when he was putting out that questionnaire. So was he just a student of life at that point?
3 sides. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. If you're in chat and received one, enjoy your membership. Thank you so much.
A student of taking lives at that point. But what a coincidence, right? That Reddit booted him off the platform the very day that his family home in Pennsylvania was raided and Bryan Kohberger was led away in cuffs. It makes me wonder if the news...
That can't be a coincidence.
...was so big, because I remember those headlines. I remember...
Reddit got wind of it.
I remember being on vacation and being ripped into a studio in Florida somewhere to do this news endlessly all day long, that there's been an arrest in the Idaho murders.
Okay, so that wasn't the one where she actually went off. I don't think. Hold on.
Professor would then step in the room, walk right into that office, know what Kohberger underlined, or
oh, here we go.
Called, or what
book.
Kind of book it. What was it? Why did he do this? Why did he pick them? Why did he go to that house?
The book,
those
118.
kids. But they said they could find nothing. He was just too good at scrubbing. Something else we found out today. There's a piece of evidence.
If he can be that good at scrubbing, who else could be that good at scrubbing? That's a scary thought.
That's been quietly stashed in the police evidence lockup.
They said they did, Kelly Diamond. They said that no, there was no connection.
A book. The Idaho State Police, the lead investigator, Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson, says that the book that they seized after raiding Bryan Kohberger's properties was heavily highlighted on page 118. Up until now, we never knew what the book was. We knew a book had been seized, but we didn't know what the book was called or what kind of book it was. And some of us had theorized, I certainly did, that it was the manifesto of Elliot Rodger, an incel spree killer who espoused misogyny in his writings.
See, that's what I thought it was too. But it's a self-help book.
Maybe it was the inspiration for Papa Roger, although the police say Nope. No connection. Just awfully coincidental. But the book they seized was actually a book called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. It's a book authored by Susan Jeffers, an author who's now deceased. It's a self-help book about turning anger and indecision into action. Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson told.
But we didn't know what the book was until just a couple days ago. I thought it was the manifesto, or I thought it was one of his to sales books. But I was wrong.
The Idaho Statesman that he doesn't.
And it's funny because somebody actually commented on my video and said, what'd they say? Oh, he didn't commit these murders. What murderer is going to get a self-help book? Well, I don't know. What murderer, Bundy, is going to work at a suicide helpline?
Know what Kohberger underlined or what he marked in that book on page 118, but that the book is still in evidence. So we looked at the book and we turned to page 118 and we found an interesting summary at the top of that page. And here's what it reads. The knowledge that you can handle anything that comes your way is the key to allowing yourself to take risks.
That's what she thinks was underlined.
This is from a self-help book about turning anger and indecision into action. So was this Kohberger trying to improve his life in a positive way? Or was this Bryan Kohberger working up the nerve to slaughter unsuspecting victims while they...
Okay, so I'm done with her, I think. Well, wait, I wanted to show you guys this.
Hey, everybody, I'm
Hold
Can. Tired homicide. Or can they?
She talks to McDonough.
Bryan Kohberger certainly is. Chris McDonough, it's really great, but not even half of it. That he hasn't found any. Chris McDonough, it's
what they want to do is keep
Kohberger's complaints about what he considers taunting. Incarcerated individuals commonly communicate with each other in prison. Bryan Kohberger is housed alone in a cell, and IDOC security staff, that's Idaho Department of Corrections security staff, maintain a safe and orderly environment for all individuals in our custody, end quote. So in other words, shut the fuck up, Bryan Kohberger. People are yelling at you because they hate you. At least you're safe. So again, shut the fuck up. Now hearing...
Did you guys hear this? Have you guys seen this? She's talking about him complaining about the prisoners yelling. Put a 1 if you've seen this. Put a 2 if you have not seen this.
Maintain a safe and orderly environment for all individuals in our custody, end quote. So in other words, shut the fuck up, Bryan Kohberger. People are yelling at you because they hate you. At least you're safe. So again, shut the fuck up. Now hearing Bryan...
I'm totally clipping that. She's not my favorite reporter either, but it's funny as fuck.
And Kohberger complaining that he's being taunted. That's a conversation that I would have paid good money to overhear and even more to witness. But you know who else can't sleep, Bryan? The families of the 4 young kids that you butchered. Maybe even your own family too, struggling to sleep, knowing what you did to them. Knowing what you did to the kids, knowing what you did to your mother, your father, your sisters, knowing what you did to the name. Imagine them signing up for something and saying, my name is Kohberger. That's what you did.
She hates him.
Let's be honest. All of these petty annoyances, you could have avoided.
She excellent. Well, maybe she thinks he's listening. He's going to listen one day. I don't know. We've got one more with some new info.
This wasn't just someone who was like
assault, but did a sexual assault not happen in Idaho because Kohberger was interrupted?
Okay, so we've got these 2 from Cellebrite again, but this is on Anjanette
His
Levy.
parents, both his mom and dad, and he was quite obsessed with his appearance. We'll have more on that later, too. So to discuss all of this, I would like to bring in Heather Barnhart and Jared Barnhart. They are both digital forensics experts.
Oh, Justin, I'm sorry. Thank you for your super chat. I hate Ellie says there is no connection. That's false. 9 out of 10, he was Papa Rogers. They just didn't find it through the email they had. He scrubbed it. I agree with that. I still think he was Papa Roger.
At Cellebrite, and Heather is also a fellow at the SANS Institute. So thank you guys both for coming on to talk with us about your work on the Idaho case.
Thank you for having us.
Heather, I'll start with you. When were you first approached about working on this case?
It was late spring of 2023 when the FBI reached out, seeing if I was interested in assisting.
Mm-hmm. And then Heather, do you reach out to Jared and say, or do you go back to the FBI and say, I think Jared, he should be, working on the case too, or how does that work?
Well, I casually asked them, would you prefer 4 sets of eyes versus 2? And it was a laptop and a phone. So having us divide and conquer, I thought could be really helpful. And they said, absolutely, come in. And that's how it all started.
So Jared, where do you guys go from there?
So we went into the FBI office and just sort of got a little bit of a pulse of where the investigation was, some of the digital evidence that they had. And I mean, from there, you really have to take a slow look at which devices had they extracted data from.
Did you guys see that, not to change the subject here, but did you see that the Chapins posed with Othram Labs in a photo op on social media? Did y'all see that?
We had one Android phone and then a computer.
Chroma Chronicles, welcome on in. Come on in, girl.
And then understanding, what they had already done. Like they had already spent time and effort in looking at this evidence and then seeing where our expertise sort of fit and what we might be able to dig for.
Mm-hmm. The world can be a really scary and unlawyer. The crime fix.
How this crime occurred. And there was so much information that just wasn't there that was shocking. And that's when I started to panic a bit and saying, you know what? I'm going to use Cellebrite Inspector. The FBI granted me a license to use Magnet Axiom, which is a competitor of Cellebrite. I used open source tools. It was almost a desperate chase to find data that was erased.
Wow. He really digitally covered his tracks.
Mm. And how hard is that to find data that is erased?
I guess, Diana, yeah, they could be grateful to Othram. Yes.
Because it can be done.
Thank you for giving me another viewpoint, Miss Diana.
Well, it depends on how it was deleted. So on a computer, if you drag something to the recycle bin, or if you do shift delete, that information can be recovered for a set period of time. If it's in a database on a computer, it can be recovered for a set period of time until it's purged. But when it's purged, depending on how it's overwritten, it can really be gone. And there are tools out there that will overwrite the data, so it is unrecoverable.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So we hear, in the news, we've heard in the past about programs, software, bleach bit, if you will. And I'm not saying that was used in this case, but we did hear that there was some high-end software, if you will, that Bryan Kohberger was using to, quote unquote, wipe his devices. Is that true, Jared? Is that what was going on?
No. And again, just speaking to the 2 devices that we participated in, if there was something on something else, maybe that's true, but that's not true for what we did.
Really?
So they only had 2 devices, a phone and a hard drive.
Yeah. So for the Android phone, if you think of it more of not some fancy wiping software, but the user making decisions to dumb down connectivity and make his device less fruitful. Ultimately, he used incognito mode in Google Chrome to try to sort of obscure the records that could be recorded about his web history.
Okay, Patty.
You can manually go in and just clean things up, clear my history, like things like that. With some time, they do actually delete. But he turned off his Wi-Fi. And so making his device not able to look out there and beacon and talk to networks that he might have been near. He used NordVPN, which in and of itself, it's benign. It's not something that is necessarily a nefarious thing. Security conscious people use VPNs all the time. Sometimes people use VPNs to stream stuff from somewhere else in the world just for fun. But as you start to build this profile of all of the behaviors that he did, especially around the time of the crime, he set up his device to be dumb, minimally collecting data. And so as we started to tackle the evidence from the Android, it wasn't what's here, but very obviously what's not here, and then hyper-focusing on the minutes and hours before and after this void of time where his phone was powered off in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm. And Heather, he physically, the prosecutor has said this, it didn't go into airplane mode. It didn't, the battery didn't die. He physically pushed this button, the power button, and turned off his phone. the night of the murders.
Correct. I got lucky that I had the exact same test phone, make, model, Android version, AT&T network, like everything aligned perfectly. That I said to Jared, we have his exact phone. So we would replicate exactly what we found. So we would find these log files. We work with a really smart person, Josh Hickman, who is an Android expert. And we would reach out to Josh and say, do you know what this log is? What does this mean? So we recreated, not only did he physically power it off, he turned off Wi-Fi 2 days prior to the murder. He powered off his phone. It was at 100% battery. We're going to testify with 100% certainty that's what he did.
Why would he turn off Wi-Fi 2 days before the homicides? What does that mean? What does that say to you as a digital forensics investigator?
I would guess he didn't want to be detected. He knows Wi-Fi scanning happens, and we don't know. We didn't have fruitful location artifacts on his device because time to evidence matters, and Jared can dive more into that. But if he did...
Why did he run downstairs from LENPA? Thoughts, says Justin. I don't know, maybe to get rid of something?
Dry runs or showed that he wasn't connected to his home anymore. Because sometimes these phones not only show what you're connected to, but if his alibi was that he was at home, it wasn't. It was he was stargazing. But Wi-Fi is huge in putting you at a location. So he knew that, and he wanted to prevent that.
Yeah, a lot of times choosing to press the button to turn off Wi-Fi, to me, that was preparation. That was him doing an action that he thought would help him get away with it. But what it ultimately does is it creates logging of the fact that he did that thing, and then now we're talking about it because he did that. Had he just left it on, it may have done something, but it may not have also.
And that behavior, you can go back and look at his phone months prior to that and see whether or not that is something he routinely did, because people are creatures of habit.
Exactly. And that's what we do. We try to pattern of life. What is your norm? And then we let the abnormal speak volumes to us.
And he didn't do that normally. Like Bryan Kohberger did not normally go on his phone and turn off the Wi-Fi, I would assume.
Yeah, there were just a few instances in the log where he did that. But I think when we talk about this, we tend to focus on like one individual action. Did he always do that? It's really a whole picture. Did his phone ever power off, manually by pressing the button with 100%? Like maybe he did that once before, but to do all of the things at the same time and in that time frame is when people were murdered. That's the point. It's not a one-off thing. This is a culmination of numerous things coming together at the exact point in time where these crimes occurred.
So at the time of the murders, within the 2 days of the murders, he's powering off his Wi-Fi. But right before the murders, he's powering off his phone. Was there anything else around that time period that you found that was out of the norm or unusual?
On his computer, so this is supposed to be his school computer. And according to reports that I have read, Jared and I did a really good job of staying out of the media, not reading things, not listening to things. But in our investigative calls, he was apparently a good student. He didn't miss, shouldn't say good student. He was an attentive student who didn't really miss anything. He showed up. He had huge gaps in usage from October 12th through November 16th on his computer. However,
October 12th through November 16th.
The computer, just like Jared said, everything you do or don't do, the computer is constantly tracking it. So the computer would show that browser was in use, but then there's no history, that the system was in use, but then there's no activity. So we know that he was cleaning up his tracks, and what that may be, who knows? And that's something that I think a lot of people want to know. What do we think would be there if he hadn't cleaned up his digital tracks?
Yeah, so before the crime, we could see some browser history. After the crime, we can see browser history. In the period around the time, there's almost nothing. Like he was manually going in and clearing things around that time frame. And that's just leads you to wonder, what was he searching? Where did he spend his minutes on his phone in that couple days? Because we don't have everything. Instead, we have a void, and we have this period.
It's literally a mystery. It's literally a mystery. It's pretty scary when someone like Bryan Kohberger can manage to cover all his tracks like this. If it wasn't for that sheath, I don't think he would have been prosecuted. How else could they have connected him? Unbelievable.
Where he didn't leave the normal footprints that he did the rest of the time.
So on the phone, he did Chrome incognito browsing a lot from what we have seen. On his computer, he bounced back and forth. So it seemed like he got a little bit lax in December after the murder. and had normal browsing activity. But where he really made mistakes, he did a good job of clearing his browser on the PC. He cleared his downloads. He cleared cache and cookies. So anything, if you go into the settings and it prompts you on which buttons you want to clear, great. He forgot to clear his downloads on his phone, which was very helpful to us.
So what did you find on the phone that you thought was telling or indicative of guilt?
As we started to dig in, we very clearly saw this couple hours of the device powered off. And so obviously we knew when the murders happened, and that literally bookended that time. So the phone is powered off. Right away, we know, like in that couple hours, we're not going to have the location ping that puts him right at the crime scene. We're not going to have health. We're not going to have some of the stuff that we would have had if it were just powered on. But then taking sort of like a step back, so sort of timelining in both directions, we didn't have a smoking gun, and that's okay, because when an alibi is I was out taking pictures of the stars, I really silly put in a report, you cannot use a phone that is powered off to take photos of the stars. Like, and you might say that's so dumb. Yeah, I know, but that's what he said he was doing. There was a period of time.
I know. I'm just,
where
I think we all kind of, I think that.
Were there any pictures of the stars? Justin, thank you again for your super chat. Plus, BK never thought they would run DNA third party. Yeah, I remember roaming. Hey, Carl.
One of these when we read it, so.
Mother Burger.
Right. And so just to say, like, there were 0 pictures in this night of stars. Like, not before, not after. Like, it wasn't photographed.
No pictures of any stars.
As you take a step back, then you start to see, like, there's nothing here. And then you start to explore, why does Google Chrome have nothing right now? But then later we see every inch of everything he was doing. And it just starts to build this profile of specific actions taken to get rid of evidence around the time of the crime, which that in and of itself is the conversation. It's the, if you ask me what I was doing on that night, even if I happened to turn my phone off, I wasn't doing all of these things. And if I, looking at every normal person, because I see a lot of people say, well, I talk to my parents every day and I do this and I do that. I'm like, great. But with all of these things combined in one single moment in time, it's different than just doing one of these things as a behavior.
And I think it shows premeditated intentions.
Definitely.
Did he call his parents every day? It sounds like, from what we're hearing, after he was incarcerated, I mean, he's on video calls on his tablet in jail with his mom for hours every day. So did you guys find that he was somebody who called his mom and dad like every morning?
Oh my God. I thought they had 2 Lainey, that she looks like a blonde Shanann. I had that same thought.
Mother and father. That's what he called them in his phone. Mother and father. And yes.
It was very consistent. Like
starting at like 5 a.m. his time, and then every single night to also put him to bed.
Texting, calling. There were numerous times where it seemed like his mother was basically saying, East Coast time, saying, I'm going to bed. And then he was West Coast time, still staying up and doing whatever. But it was normal that it was the most, consistent conversations between them.
Yeah, I think there was a good night text once where she said, go to bed, Bryan, calm down.
Oh, boy. So they have his actual messages. I'm sorry, Kimmy, I didn't see it. So it sounds like he was very reliant on mom to get going in the day and get to bed at night. But she said, go to bed, Bryan. Calm down. Hey, Paul Meadowbug. This is between Bryan and his mother.
Whatever, but it was normal that it was the most, consistent conversations between them.
Yeah, I think there was a good night text once where she said, go to bed, Bryan, calm down. And there were a lot of exclamation points too from his mom to him, because he would confirm, like, call now. And she would say, Bryan, I said I will call at 5:30. Exclamation point. And he's like, now? Question mark. And she would write 5:30 exclamation point.
So he's a 28-year-old guy. I mean, this sounds like he's got some attachment issues.
That's weird.
Would confirm, like, call now. And she would say, Bryan, I said I will call at 5:30. Exclamation point. And he's like, now? Question mark. And she would write 5:30 exclamation point.
So he's a 28-year-old guy.
He's not autistic, though, Gloria. That was a defense tactic.
I mean, this sounds like he's got some attachment issues. Did you see that? Or does he come off as very needy?
This is while he was at WSU. So he was 27, 28.
when it comes to his parents?
I mean, just based on the communication, yes. And there didn't seem to be another person in his life based on what the evidence we looked at that filled any of his time. And there's not a friend that got consistent messages. There was pretty much nothing except for his communication with his parents.
The investigators have said there was no connection. They found no connection between Bryan Kohberger and Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I've been to the house many times on King Road, and you can see straight into Maddie's bedroom from that upper parking lot of the apartment building next door. Is that what you found? Zero connection? Not one search of Maddie, not one search of Kaylee or Xana?
Not before, but again, he cleared a lot of his history. So if he was searching for it, we weren't able to find that on the
Wow. He probably was searching a lot. He just deleted it.
devices. And that's one of the things we initially looked for right away. Any ties to the victims. After the fact, he was searching everything associated to the murders. And so he did have that information then.
So he was searching everything. I wonder when, like the dates. I'd love to see the dates, and hopefully hopefully we will. Oh, look at who's coming in. The Bumbles. The Bumbles are joining the chat here. Welcome in the Bumbles.
I want to talk about the searches he did. It's my understanding he was watching a lot of news stories on YouTube about this. I mean, he watched our stuff. He watched a lot of people's stuff on YouTube about this.
Yeah, he did. Remember, we watched some of the videos that he watched. Ken Maines, Dr. Grande. Welcome in, Bumbles. Bzz, bzz.
He's searching for his own name related to this.
Thank you, Queen Bee.
Searching for psychopath. What do you guys say about all of that? All of these searches that you see?
Initially, and this is where it's hard because he was a criminology major. Now, something I would challenge, I have a forensic science undergrad too. And just because I did bloodstain pattern analysis doesn't mean that I looked up people who were hitting heads with baseball bats.
Welcome in. Welcome in.
Excessively. So to each their own, we know that's what the defense was going to be. He looked up a lot of home invasions, burglaries, co-ed killings, serial killers. There was one search. I remember the first time we found it. I was sitting at the FBI and Jared was not, and I was on the phone with him. I'm like, I saw something weird, Danny Rawling. And he was like, wait a second, what's that name? And Jared looked it up and he's like, the Gainesville Ripper.
Yeah, we went over Danny Rawling just last week.
Co-ed killer, same knife. Like there were a lot of details there that were just too eerie. And then as Jared dove into the phone, there's even more. Do you want to share that?
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Again,
and I think that was November, right? The first hit for Danny Rawling.
The first hit for Danny Rawling, she thinks, was in November.
Yeah, I think so.
November of 2022.
Yeah.
Yes.
On Christmas 2022, so after the crime, late at night and into the early morning of the 26th, he was just like working through serial killers. And the site was specifically serial killer timelines. And
wow. On Christmas. Remember the Fox News reporter that was being threatened on Christmas?
So it just basically has this list of a bunch of serial killers. And it seemed, based on the timing of it, that he was just clicking one, scanning, reading, and then going back and clicking the next one. And literally for a period of time, just reading about serial killer timelines. And it's literally a breakdown of like how they were raised, what their childhood was like with their parents.
Wow.
That somebody killed a dog when they were young, or that they were beaten by the, like, it is a time.
Wow. That is crazy.
Timeline of these people's whole lives leading up to what ultimately is them getting caught for being serial killers. But he did that into the wee hours.
Hey, Aries. A whole timeline of these killers.
Hours in the morning after Christmas Day.
Wow. And it's that he did search for Danny Rawling, and that one's a really chilling search because Danny Rawling used a K-bar. He sexually assaulted his victims, and he was wearing all black, and he entered a couple of their apartments through sliding glass doors. I did some research on that. He also searched for Harvey Glattman, Robert Hansen, Tommy Lynn Sells.
Wait, we need to write these down. Hold on.
I did some research on that. He also searched for Harvey Glattman,
Harvey Glattman,
Hansen,
Robert Hansen,
Lynn Sells,
Tommy Lynn Sells. I've never heard of these killers. Yes, Puffin Muffin, that is Gainesville. Yep, and Danny Rawlings was the inspiration for the movies Scream.
Did you find any searches for Ted Bundy?
Yes.
We found the PDF, right?
Yeah, Ted Bundy was in this same search time.
What was Bryan Kohberger searching related to pornography?
Yeah, so to not be too graphic with it, the consistent nature of the searches were non-consensual sex acts, which
Oof. Non-consensual sex acts.
I don't know what normal would be, but it stood out to me from I've done investigations for years and tons of mobile device extraction analysis. And seeing pornography is not weird. Seeing what someone is interested in is not weird. But the fact that this person had non-consensual, specifically only that, not one other thing that was a consensual sex act. They were
Not any that was normal. Tommy Lee Sells. I might know if I heard the story, but yeah, I'd like to look into those on another stream. Just look them up and read about them.
all like aggressive or drugged.
Or sleeping.
Voyeurism. It was all consistently non-consensual things.
And was this before, after the homicides, or both?
It was, I'm not sure.
It's autofill, so I don't know that we actually even have a date with it.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. When you're clearing your history, there's so many things that when you clear your history, you may not think about. Autofill is typically something you enter and the browser wants to please you. So if it knows that you go to a specific site every day, it's like, oh, you're going to this news channel. As you start typing A, if you're going to ABC, it knows I'm going to save this for you. And those words were saved in the autofill for Chrome.
Now there has been.
Oh, shit. It was saved, so they don't know how many times.
Some vegan dishes. Law enforcement has said they found no connection to Kohberger and the victims. I asked Heather
Aries, do I think that he was a budding serial killer? Yes.
And Jared about the possibility that Kohberger ever visited the Mad Greek.
Yes, and I would love to specify this a little bit more. And this was
the pornography searches were in the autofill.
The one finding that was that was released to the prosecution that they came back and said the defense didn't like it, which made me think we were onto something. Like, this is great.
About the possibility that Kohberger ever visited the Mad Greek.
Yes, and I would love to specify this a little bit more. And this was the one finding that was that was released to the prosecution that they came back and said the defense didn't like it, which made me think we were onto something. Like, this is great. So there is a Google Map cache file that was recovered from the Android that showed Mad Greek. And it looked like, I actually have it in front of me. It looked almost like a review, or if you think about it, if you Google in Google Maps and you look up restaurants nearby, you could call it, you could look at, get directions, you could look at a menu. So it looks like all of those things were available. Now the issue, could it have Wi-Fi in that file? Absolutely, but I don't know. The issue is Mad Greek, their Wi-Fi name was Mad Greek. So it's not helpful to see what was in that listing. But what Jared and I had looked at a few times, and I plan to keep testing this to figure it out exactly. If the prosecution said, Heather, is it likely that the user was in Moscow and on Google Maps said nearby restaurants or bars and Mad Greek appeared? I would say yes. But if the defense came up and said, Heather, is it possible that from Pullman, Washington, the suspect searched for restaurants in Moscow and this came up, could that happen? I would say yes.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
So it's not like we can tie him to the location of Mad Greek, but Mad Greek, he physically saw Mad Greek on his phone.
They can't put him there. Yeah, I really like her too. They can't put him there, but they can put him seeing the Mad Greek on the Google Maps on his phone. That's pretty crazy. I think he went there too. I mean, there's a reason it's not open anymore, right?
So you can't say specifically that he was there, but you found something in his phone that indicated that he had at least viewed it on his phone.
Yes.
So you don't have any evidence showing that his Wi-Fi on his phone bumped up against or tried to connect to the Wi-Fi at the Mad Greek?
No, I wish. And as Jared said, he was really cautious about his Wi-Fi and the cleanup. And there's so many things. Logs are only kept for so long. And the fact that the investigators didn't know who the suspect was right away. So it took time to get to his device. And on Android, logs can be cleared after 24 hours, a week, 30 days.
Wow.
So time to evidence is huge in cases like this. And there just wasn't a suspect fast enough.
Now, Heather and Jared.
And there wasn't a suspect fast enough, but they caught him pretty fast. Because if you think about it, if they hadn't had that DNA, they would have been probably looking, they could have been looking for a year. I know, Teresa. I'm on Turtle Island. You guys got to keep me there.
Jared also have some thoughts on that disturbing thumbs up selfie that Bryan Kohberger took 6 hours after the murders, where he is in his bathroom. Jared noticed something specifically about Kohberger's hands.
Yeah, that this thumbs up with sort of the Band-Aid.
Okay.
As soon as I saw it,
Let's go back.
catches your, yeah, that this thumbs up.
In thoughts on that
Okay, so let's see if we can see this Band-Aid. They said it's flesh colored. Is potato still here? Let me see if I can make this any bigger. So I'm thinking on the ring finger. Terry, 18 months of membership. Thank you so much for your support. Watching you on my lunch break. Do you guys see the Band-Aid? I think it's on his ring finger. Like where, yeah, by his knuckle. Thank you so much, Tara Jones. Do you know if Mad Greek is owned by a Scientologist? No, I don't think so. It wasn't in Clearwater. No, I don't think it was. I think it hails from Alaska. The Mad Greek. That wasn't their only location, I don't think. Yeah, that's right, Hot Pink. Someone jiggled her doorknob. Then we had another girl who we just heard about a few minutes ago, if you guys are just joining, had snow in the footprints leading up to her window. And then the footprints walked backwards on the footprints back to where they came. I don't really see one on the thumb. The thumb looks more injured to me. I don't know. All right, let's keep going because I want to get into these new documents too.
Disturbing thumbs up selfie that Bryan Kohberger took 6 hours after the murders, where he is in his bathroom. Jared noticed something specifically about Kohberger's hands.
Yeah, that this thumbs up with sort of the Band-Aid. As soon as I saw it, it catches your eye, you know, because his knuckles look just so white, and like it reminded me of like scrubbing your hands for days to try to get something off. And then there's this like Band-Aid that's visible, that's, you know, like just barely visible in the picture.
Is that what I said, Emmy? Did I really? Footprints in the snow. Please tell me I didn't say that. Thank you for voting for me last night. I appreciate it, guys. We're going to have fun with Turtle Island this season.
The hoodie picture as well. It's been like sort of a popular one in the case as well. The general behavior.
So they also said that there were more selfies in less clothes. But we get the hoodie and we get the one selfie. Oh my God, did I really? That's sad.
As I looked at it, I would have said that criminology major and studies of criminology does not excuse you for the amount of searching, the times of day. This wasn't a healthy, you know, like I'm doing this for my college class type of activity. It seemed very different. I think the smoking gun, there really wasn't one, but for his device was his bookend that he put around these killings. To be awake at that time in the morning, turning your phone off and then turning it back on. And there's plenty of other records that we didn't access. You know, like the FBI did some sort of cell record mapping for where his phone was based on the cell towers.
Okay, so they didn't do the mapping. You hear that? That was the FBI.
Right, that wasn't anything that we were doing. But the moment that he turned his phone back on, you know, they can start to take over and say, and this is where he was, right? And so for that period of time where these people were killed, he was awake and had turned his phone off, and in my opinion, had prepared by killing his Wi-Fi, using VPN, clearing all his search history to do this.
So he was obsessed, in your mind, with serial killers, and had basically been planning this for some time. I mean, he bought the knife, we know, in March.
But they have no dates.
March of 2022. But then maybe actually plotting this, Heather, you're talking October, so a month prior. So, you know, he might have.
I think he was plotting this way before a month.
Had the thought in his mind in March, but the actual maybe planning and selection could have started possibly in October.
Yeah, the gap of.
Oh, Aries, you're talking about the Church of Christ. Yeah, no, it's not owned by them.
Why that far back only on browser was weird to me. It It didn't make much sense. And I'm not sure if that's possibly when he decided he was going to be more of an incognito browser. Who knows? It was just really bizarre behavior. And then there were also, Jared, do you remember all of I saw the show or movie American Psycho just a few times, and how much the guy loved himself and would take selfies in the mirror and how clean he would want to be and just examining his body. He seemed to do those same types of things.
Yeah, lots of.
I've never seen American Psycho. I need to watch that now. Have you guys seen it?
Flexing muscles, selfies, half clothed, like that. There's numerous.
Yeah, but these urges had to have been going on in Pennsylvania.
Instances of that on his phone. There was also he spent a lot of time on Reddit, and especially post-crime. There's tons of history of him looking into like the Idaho murders on Reddit. And that's actually another thing that stood out, is this wasn't just someone who was like, hey, I'm interested in the case. He was going and downloading the Moscow press releases to his device.
Ooh, you hear that? He downloaded all the Moscow press releases. Now, I didn't even download them. I'm a streamer. I showed them all, but he downloaded them. Okay, wait.
Especially post-crime.
He spent a lot of time on Reddit post-crime. Tell me he was not Papa Rogers. I'm sure he spent a lot of time on Facebook as well. I think we should watch that movie on Kick so we can watch it together and so we can talk or chat. You know what I mean?
There's tons of history of him looking into like the Idaho murders on Reddit. And that's actually another thing that stood out, is this wasn't just someone who was like, hey, I'm interested in the case. He was going and
Josco 72
downloading the Moscow press releases to his device. Like not just taking a look at what the news said, but like almost like saving everything that they populated.
It's like saving the newspapers back in the day, you know, when the killers would save their clippings. Brihanna, thank you for your super chat. I believe he could have stalked them. Hold on. Where'd that go? I believe he could have stalked them without leaving evidence of it. He almost murdered them without it. I don't believe he said Kaylee's name, though. Yeah, I don't know. Laney, I think he was responsible for Buddy the dog, too.
There was a Reddit post that it appears that he made based on his emails, where he was looking for ex-cons to participate in.
Yeah, but that was before the crimes. He posted the survey, right? He didn't post the survey after. Thank you, Brianna, for your super chat. If I didn't thank you, I don't know if I just read it or said thank you.
In some study, and people were like emailing him, and ultimately you see Reddit suspends him, which I think was, at time of arrest and notification to the world.
It sounds like he was doing it after, because they suspended him on December 30th. Look.
But like almost like saving everything that they populated. There was a Reddit post that it appears that he made based on his emails, where he was looking for ex-cons to participate in some study, and people were like emailing him, and ultimately you see Reddit suspends him, which I think was, at time of arrest and notification to the world. But there was also a really interesting sort of pattern of things where he read something on the news that said, police still looking for Hyundai Elantra, white in color, this year to this year, make and model. Within minutes, he searches for a car detailing place and then starts to shop for used cars. So it was almost like, I realized that they know
when was
this year to this year on the news that said, police still looking for Hyundai Elantra, white in color, this year to this year, make and model. Within minutes, he searches for a car detailing place and then starts to shop for used cars.
La 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 la. Thank you for subscribing today, Buffy.
So it was almost like,
they didn't really specify. I thought it was definitely before. Remember that Steve Gonsalves said that a prisoner who had gotten out said that he contacted Bryan?
I realized that they know my car.
And then he got a hold of Steve. The Reddit survey was during DeSales. Well, they're saying that he did it again, from what it sounds like. How would they have his history from DeSales?
I have to get rid of it and get something different. So like, again, does a normal person look to clean their car before they sell it? Sure. Right. But all of these things adding up, it really paints a picture.
Wow. Well, is there anything that I haven't touched on that you think is really glaring and a red flag that you think the viewers really should know about? This has been fascinating.
He just had extreme obsessive behaviors, like with his mother and father, with the abnormal porn searches, with his serial killers, wiretapping, like even some of the terms, psychopath, paranoia. One thing I would say to any family, I believe by looking at his computer that he was paranoid in the end. And I think Jared can say the same thing from looking at his phone.
That's probably why he ran downstairs. Just out of sheer fear.
It's not, I don't think he was just resting easy thinking he got away with these murders. I think he knew that people were coming for him.
Jared, you think he knew?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the VVV. That was creepy.
And he was just waiting.
I definitely think, I mean, again, the late hours, the searches that he was doing, to say like psychopathic paranoia and studying serial killers into the, like it looking to get rid of his car. He was nervous. I can't imagine when he got pulled over coming across the country, what he thought in that moment. And then he probably thought I got away with it, but you could tell that he was still very nervously like thinking that someone was coming for him, and they were. You just need a little time to figure him out.
Well, it's been really fascinating.
That was very, very interesting. Okay. Thank you, Mama Michelle, for 12 months. Love these deep dives. Thanks for being you. Thank you for being here. So we're going to do choose your own ending, and you guys get to decide what we do next. Okay? Because I have 2 ideas, and I will roll with whatever you guys want to do. It's interesting because each interview brought out different stuff. You know what I mean? But I'm not done with you yet. I'm going to put up a poll. You know what I mean? I want to do something, but I've never done this before, but I'm going to do it. I want you guys to choose which direction we go next. So do you want to hold on, how am I going to word this? Cover other, okay. Or okay, get your votes in. You've got other possible crimes that I think or that I've come across in my investigations that I think he could be capable of being responsible for, or we could just dive right in to the new documents. And I see where you guys are swinging. And I'm glad because I'm nosy as heck. And I want to just start flipping through these with y'all. So you guys 70-30. I love it. All right, let me get these docs up. Yay, we're all on the same page. All right. Thank you to Petty AF for shooting these my way. I didn't even know they were out there. Check this out. We've got Idaho. Let me move this. We've got Idaho State Police records. And if you are on an iPhone and you'd like to become a member, you just have to scan that little QR code right down there. It makes it a lot easier. And then open up with your browser. So, let's see. How do I want to do this? Let me crop it. Okay. Yeah, that's good, right? Hold on. Okay. Perfect. Here we go. We are digging into the Idaho State Police documents that have been released as of yesterday, I believe. Sounds like everybody had their little hands on them yesterday. So this is the initial call out to the ISP. When I say ISP, I'm going to be referring to the Idaho State Police. This is the first call out to 1122 King Road on 11/13 of 2022 at 12:22 p.m. to investigate. On November 13th, 2022, the Moscow Police Department requested the ISP District 2 investigations assist with a multiple person homicide at 1122 King Road. Detective Jeffrey Talbot was assigned as the lead. On November 16th, Idaho State Police detectives interviewed blank regarding multiple homicides which took place in Moscow. The interview took place at blank in Boise. And then we have, where's victim 1? Like, why does it start with victim 2? That's weird. Victim 2, it says Kaylee. Basically just they're identifying 5'4", 150 pounds, sandy hair, brown eyes. Madison, 5'4", 115 pounds, blonde or strawberry hair. Xana, brown hair, brown eyes. 5'4". They were all 5'4", 116 pounds. They were so tiny. And then you have Ethan, 6'4" and 210 pounds. At least according to their license. Witness 1 is a male, which is probably Hunter. I'm not really sure. I guess I shouldn't say that because it's all blacked out. Okay, here is a narrative. Here we go. On November 16, 2022, at approximately 3:16 p.m., ISP Lieutenant Caitlin and I interviewed blank. The interview took place at his parents' house located at blank in Boise. During the interview, blank stated the following. His residence at school was blank, Moscow, Idaho. His residence is approximately 200 to 300 feet from the location of the homicide. It's been a little nerve-wracking going outside of his apartment. He knew some of the homicide victims. He knew Maddie and Xana. He had met Kaylee the night before the homicide, but didn't realize she was one of the victims till later. He did not know the male victim. Welcome in, Nanny Nut. At this point in the interview, blank's mother, blank, arrived home and was present for the remainder of the interview. He knew Mogan since their freshman year, and they were in the same pledge class for the fraternities and sororities on campus. Mogan had dated some of Blank's friends, had positive interactions with blank girlfriend in the past. Blank had classes with Mogan and had done homework together periodically. He and Mogan had a lot of friends in common as well. He's supposed to have met Gonsalves prior to that night, but did not recall. He had never met Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan. Blank heard Ethan belonged to the blank fraternity. Chapin was also a year younger than him. Mogan was dating one of the blank fraternity brothers, blank, whom blank lived in Boise, which is Maddie's boyfriend, Jake. He's a stand-up guy. Mogan's previous boyfriend was also one of his friends and is also a nice guy. He and Mogan were mostly just on and off blank friends. Saturday night, November 12th, and into Sunday morning, November 13th, at the end of the game day, people went out to bars. Blank ran into Mogan at the corner club. Mogan and Gonsalves were going to leave the bar to go to John's Alley and asked Blank if he wanted to go with them. On the way to John's Alley, Mogan and Gonsalves decided to get food at the grub truck. Blank was at the grub truck with them, but was hanging out in the back because he was not getting any food. Someone in a silver sedan picked up Mogan and Gonsalves. This is Jack Showalter. He assumed it was one of their friends. He told Mogan to have a good night. Blank's designated driver shift had ended at 2 a.m. Blank had a good coat on, so he walked home. He thought it took him 20 to 30 minutes to walk home from the grub truck. He got home around 3 a.m. and went to bed. Blank showed on a map the way he walked home, and the way he described did not pass the residents of the homicide scene. Sunday, November 13th, he woke up at around 10 a.m. to watch football. He left his house and went to Floyd's, a dispensary across the border in Washington. He couldn't remember if he went to Floyd's before he started watching football or if he started watching football, then went to Floyd's. He thought it was weird because he drove past the scene on his way to Floyd's and didn't see any police or anything out of the ordinary. He drove a blank. During the morning, people called him to see if he knew what was going on down the street at the homicide scene. He didn't believe them and walked outside to see. He walked down the street to see the residents' homicide scene. There was a rumor of an unconscious person, which seemed believable. During the group chat between the pledge classes and the fraternities and sororities, kids realized people were missing, and something more than a person passed out might have happened. Most of his chats are via Snapchat. Some of the family members of the victims started letting people know about the homicide before the news did. Blank heard a lot of people were packing up and leaving. He felt jumpy even leaving his apartment and walking out to his car. He would be able to do his classes online, so he packed up the next morning, Monday, November 14th, and left. He had only been to the residence where the homicides took place maybe once. When he did go there, he was pretty sure it was all different people living there. He heard there was a party there earlier that day that some of his friends went to. He went to the corner club by himself because he had friends who went there and worked there. Maddie and Kaylee were the only ones in their group who left the corner club and went to the grub truck. Of the victims, only Maddie and Kaylee were out at the bar. He believed Kernodle and Chapin were still underage. If he didn't know them, how would he know how old they are? He thought the car in front of the house looked similar to the one who picked them up that night. It seemed like a friend that picked them up, not a random person. People usually use DDs from their fraternities or sororities. He thought maybe Kernodle or Chapin might have picked Mogan and Gonsalves up. He said he doesn't usually go to parties. He usually goes to the bar. He heard a rumor there was a party at the victim's residence earlier. Xana would sometimes get a little crazy with partying and blank. Mogan just uses alcohol. Kaylee, he thought, just drank alcohol. He doesn't remember meeting Kaylee prior to that night. After the incident, he heard rumors of Kaylee having a stalker. Any girl that belonged to the blank sorority should know about the stalker information. Kaylee and Maddie, he believed, both belonged to that sorority. He had an ex-girlfriend he was trying to get back together with for the past few years. He had a girlfriend who went to a different school, so he hadn't been hanging out with a lot of people regularly. He had no idea who could have committed these homicides. Usually the craziest thing that happens are people getting MIPs and DUIs. I can imagine. He hadn't heard any rumors about how this could happen. He heard there was the grub truck video on Twitch. And he told them how he went home, and then he gave them buckle swabs. He had no apparent injuries to his hands, forearms, head, or neck areas. Now, this is another interview. On November 17th, 2022, at approximately 1:02 p.m., ISP Detective Caitlin and I conducted an interview with Blank. The interview took place in front of Blank's residence located in Boise. On November 12th, 2022, he stated he woke up watching college football, then went to the gym. His roommate, Blank, had a dart tournament at the Moose Lodge, which is next door to the Corner Club. I wonder who this is. Isn't the Moose Lodge, isn't that where the that one body cam came from? Or was that the vet's hall? Do you guys remember? So he says on November 12th, he went to the Moose Lodge at 5 or 6 and started drinking. They had a veteran special. Okay, yes. I remember the body cam. Someone got in trouble that night. Something happened there. They were at the Moose Lodge until 9, and then they went to Mingle's Bar and Grill for about an hour. After Mingle's, they went to the Corner Club, but at this point in the evening, he was intoxicated. He did not remember getting kicked out of the Corner Club and did not know why he was kicked out. So this is the person that was creepy at the Corner Club that got kicked out. At approximately 11:21 p.m., he and Maddie took a picture together while they were at the Corner Club. Maddie sent it in a group text to Blank. Also sent with the photo was a text saying, "Get to the club, blank." He didn't remember taking the photo with Maddie and didn't remember who Maddie was. This was the first time he'd seen Maddie outside of class and school projects. He didn't remember much from the evening, but said he walked home from the Corner Club. His address was blank in Moscow. His roommate got home around 1:30 to 1:40. His other roommate told him he got home about 30 minutes before and that it was the end of the night for him, about 1 a.m. His roommates are blank, and they're a couple. On November 13th, he woke up at about noon. He learned of the incident through a vandal alert, which explained the situation. An hour after receiving the first vandal alert, he received another, which told him there was no suspect and to remain vigilant. A third vandal alert was sent out that evening while he was at work, which had details of how many victims there were. He didn't know Maddie was one of the victims until Monday afternoon when he received an email from his professor of marketing, blank. He, Maddie, and blank are in marketing at the university and work together on groups. They were working on a project for blank, which was a cafe in town Mogan worked for. When they worked on projects together, they would work and meet in the basement of the Albertsons building on campus. He hadn't ever been to Mogan's house and didn't know until recently where she lived. So he got kicked out of the Corner Club and he was in classes with Maddie. I can see why they were looking at him. Right? They were working on a project for the Mad Greek at school. That makes it even creepier. Yeah, a guy got kicked out of the Moose Lodge for being overly intoxicated. Weird. He worked at Blank in Moscow and has worked there for Blank for 8 years in total. As he transferred colleges, he moved stores with Blank. His boss said the store carried old K-bar knives, but they were an older clearance item. He didn't know what kind of sheath a K-bar would come with. So he also dealt in working in a business that sold knives. He didn't know Kaylee and didn't remember seeing her at the Corner Club. He didn't know any of the victims besides Maddie. Maddie was the only person from the house he spoke with, and it was mainly related to class projects. He'd only talked to Maddie approximately 4 or 5 times during the school year, mainly text. He read the group text for the cops. The last text was the photo and text message at the Corner Club. He responded the following day, which was the last text in the thread. He was attending his last semester at the university, and he thought she was going to finish in 2023. He started at Treasure Valley and transferred to Utah Tech. And from 2017 to 2019, he was at UI. In 2019, he joined the Army Reserve as a culinary specialist. Holy cow. I can see why this guy was a suspect. After 2 years, he went back to UI to finish his schooling. He never heard of any issues Mogan had with anyone. He did not know if Mogan used any drugs, narcotics. They never spoke of anything personal. He didn't have a car and walked where he needed to go. He rode the bus to Boise. He did not have any injuries, and he consented to a DNA sample. So this is an interview by Idaho Detective Victoria Gooch, Moscow Police Sergeant Dustin Blaker. And this is on Zoom. Is this Bethany? Let's see. On November 17th at approximately 2022, at approximately 12:05 p.m., they did this interview with blank, with attorney present via computer. Blank, an attorney in Moscow with the law firm Sullivan Law Offices. Interview was recorded. She stated the following. She's a sophomore at UI studying pre-physical therapy. She's been a UI student for both years. She had been residing at the residence where this incident occurred since August of 2022. Her friend blank and she moved into the residence, and the other female roommates she knew through their sorority, Maddie and Xana, prior to this year. She had also met Kaylee before, but Kaylee was in another sorority. She explained Kaylee was a senior.
La, la, la,
Okay.
la, la. You don't hold account.
She described Xana as being a year older than herself. She also described two additional friends, blank and blank, but they were not residents at the house. She explained blank introduced her to Xana last year. Both blank and blank reside in blank apartments. She described the layout of the residence and where each of the roommates resided. And then they paraphrased that. Initially, she was asked to describe what the girls did on the 12th, but she described there was a ball on Friday night, the 11th, which she briefly attended. She explained she started drinking at 4:30 on the 11th. She described the individuals at the ball, including all her roommates, as well as Ethan and his blank. Blankety blank blank. Kaylee Gonsalves was blank date for the ball. So Kaylee went to the ball? Just a YouTuber? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what my Starlink could be doing to you. Did we know that Kaylee went to the ball? So if Kaylee was so-and-so's date for this ball, is that why she really came down there? I wonder. She was Dylan's date? Oh. Oh, she was Dylan's +1. That's right. Okay, the wording screwed me up. I forgot about that. I apologize. She described how she got home that Friday night using an Uber from the ball to the residence. She explained she and her roommates normally have blank as their Uber driver, but not on the night of the 11th. She does not remember the name of the Uber driver on Friday night. This was around 8:30. She explained she and the roommates trust blank. She advised the party initially transitioned to the blank, but she got bored and wanted to go home. It was she, Maddie, and Xana, and Ethan regarding the roommates who attended the ball. Eventually, a group from the blank event transitioned to blank and the other roommate's house, and there was a party that continued until the early morning hours of November 12th. She requested to look at her cell phone to verify. She advised that other individuals came to the house on that Friday night. She initially said it was blank, but corrected herself to say it was not blank, but blank, as well as herself. They were consuming large amounts of alcohol and playing music. She went to bed a little after 12:10 and then added she went to bed sometime between 12:10 and 12:30 that morning, November 12th. Eventually, she advised Maddie came home and eventually Kaylee, but she was not certain about where Kaylee was when she went to bed. Now, that's a weird thing to say. I mean, why wouldn't she assume she's went to bed in her bed? Thank you so much, Britt P, for your super sticker. She then explained on Saturday morning, November 12th, that at approximately 12:15, she then corrected herself to 11:44. The roommates went together to get coffee and to the store for more alcohol. They had champagne from the previous weekend, which she explained was UI Parents Weekend. She explained the plans for that night included a fraternity party on campus. She explained Kaylee was not going to this function because she was a senior, and seniors typically don't attend fraternity functions on campus because they're old enough to go to local clubs. She further explained at one point Maddie was at this function but left the function to go to the club with Kaylee. They were all at the house together at 5 p.m. on Saturday, November 12th. Blank stated Kaylee decided to go and take a nap, and blank, Maddie, Xana, blank, and she were on the couch watching a movie. She explained they were all together Saturday afternoon at the house. They all decided to take naps, and each of the girls set their alarms for 8 p.m. Blank believes Ethan may have come over to the house at this time, but she was not certain if this was the time Ethan came over. She explained she had an assignment due in her psychology class. She posted it at 10:12 and then left the house at approximately 10:30 on Saturday night. When Blank left the house, Kaylee was still there with one of her friends. However, Blank does not know the friend's name. She described the friend was female and was nice.
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Flobo. I appreciate you. Gosh, you guys are so sweet. Where was I? Kaylee was still there. Okay. After leaving the house, she saw Maddie between their residence and Blank. And Maddie was holding a box of White Claws. She was walking towards the house. She advised she talked to Maddie, and then Blank continued to the function. She believed Maddie was going back to their residence to get ready to go to the club with Kaylee. Sergeant Blaker asked her to give more details about the route she took when she encountered Maddie, and she provided those details in the interview. She explained when she got to the function, she wanted to meet up with Xana and Blank, and she called Xana on her cell phone to find out what apartment they were in, and she was told they were in apartment blank. Ugh, all these redactions are frustrating. I'm not going to read it verbatim. Hold on. I'm going to skim, and whatever comes out of my mouth comes out of my mouth because this is effed up. So they went to the function. There wasn't a lot of people there. After she met up with them, they went to the apartment. She was with Ethan and Xana during part of the night. And Ethan had been trying to get into contact with his sister because she had been upset about something and he was worried about her. But she didn't know what the issue was. She remembered Blank told her brother she had not been answering her cell phone because she had been sleeping. She described Ethan as being very protective of his sister as well as protective with all the roommates. So that's so sad. She was upset and Ethan was literally trying to get her to come over. The group of them went to visit Blank, who she had previously met through Xana. There was a bunch of people there that are all redacted. When asked how much alcohol she had, she said they had been playing Rage Cage. She had 3 White Claws. Denied drug use, said Xana and Ethan used blank. She advised neither Maddie or Kaylee did drugs, and she explained she nor blank never touched that stuff. She described the alcohol used at blank and blank residence, which included blank consuming a whole Borg, in which she also consumed some of the Borg. Based on a Google search, Borg is an alcoholic beverage. Taken an empty gallon container and filling it halfway with water, and adding enough vodka and enough to make the taste of vodka disappear. The cocktail is often referred to as a Borg, but the nickname doubles as an acronym for blackout rage gallon. She described blank as being extremely intoxicated and that she had continued to consume alcohol, and because of blank's intoxicated condition, blank advised she invited blank to come to her residence with her to watch movies. And because of blank's intoxicating condition, she called a sobro, which she described as involving a sober freshman fraternity member who is a designated driver for fraternity and sorority members. She advised it was only she and blank that went back to the residence using sobro. She did not believe anybody else was home. Oh, the I love you text. I know. When the two of them got home, which she believed was sometime between 1:15 and 1:30 a.m., she was intoxicated and doesn't really remember what time it was. She further advised she made popcorn in the kitchen and she and blank watched Vampire Diaries together. 20 minutes later, blank returned home. The three of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. Blank may have walked home, but she advised she does not know what time blank and blank went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when blank may have left or when blank went to bed. Confusing as hell. At approximately 2 or 2:30, she awakened because Maddie and Kaylee got home with their food. They had mac and cheese, which she explained they normally got. All four of them were together, which included blank, Maddie and Kaylee. Blank advised they were taking selfie videos. Gosh, how sad those selfie videos must be now. God. They were taking selfie videos. All the girls talked about getting grub truck food. So, like, they brought this food home. They're like, oh my God, it looks so good. We all want it. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open and she didn't see them. She discussed whether she might have been mistaken about this, but then she said she was certain their door was open and they were not home. She then went to bed, which she advised was after texting blank, the Uber driver. She looked at her phone to see what time she had texted the Uber driver and said it was 3:10 a.m. But after further discussion, she admitted... Hold on, let me end the poll here. But admitted she was confused about whether she was using Moscow time or Boise time. And explained her timeline may be off by an hour because of this issue. Specifically during this interview, referencing Boise time, instead of providing the time it would have been in Moscow, when these events were occurring on the 13th of November. So is that why we got a 3 a.m. time at first? Remember they said the murders happened around 3 a.m.? She explained she uses Snapchat as well as her cell to communicate. She advised if there is a lack of texted communications, it's because she transitioned to using Snap. She advised her login information for Snap. She denied knowing her roommate's passwords to their phones. While they were together, they talked about ordering grub truck, and she texted blank the Uber driver at 3:10. She explained she texted, "Are you driving by chance?" At 3:13, he texted her back. She then went to bed. She doesn't believe that he ever came to the house because she never responded to his text that he was. She advised the Uber driver is in his 30s, married, and has one child. She advised all the girls knew him and liked him. She advised she is not certain if she stayed awake to watch more episodes of Vampire Diaries or if she went to sleep. She was not certain if she locked her bedroom door, and she was not certain if she locked the sliding door because she was the one who usually did. But she also volunteered in her statement that she believed Moscow was a safe place, so the sliding door was not always locked. She does not remember if anyone locked the sliding door before she went to bed. She was the first to go to bed. She explained she previously has had a lot of dreams where she's been kidnapped in her dreams. She further explained these dreams started in high school, and she knew they were dreams, and she would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. She advised she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life trauma other than divorced parents. She explained she was awakened to a noise sometime between 4 and 4:20. She told them all the alcohol she had. We already have read that. At 4:22 a.m., she confirmed this by looking at her texts. She texted Kaylee what's going on. She advised her phone said 5:22, which she advised would have been 4:22 Moscow time. She advised around 4 or 4:20 she heard Kaylee singing and playing music. She heard who she believed Kaylee walking up the stairs, and she advised she heard Kaylee say someone's here. She sounded frantic. She described Kaylee's tone as somewhere between talking and yelling it. She believed it was Kaylee who was walking up the stairs with Murphy. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee come running down the stairs. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. And then a lot is blanked out. Murphy doesn't normally bark. She further stated she believed it was Kaylee who was running on the stairs after she heard her say someone is here. She further explained she does not know if she actually heard this or whether she was drunk and did not hear any of this. And this is where she talks about the Doc Martens. Okay, so the documents that we watched Bryan Entin go through are these. So here she says, she explained when she first opened her door, she didn't see anyone. The second time she opened her door, she heard who she believed Kaylee crying, and blank believed Kaylee was in the second floor bathroom. She thought she heard Kaylee in the bathroom above her. I know, Amy. He looks good. He looks happy, like he's doing good with Jack, though. I never heard that before, that she thought she heard Kaylee in the bathroom upstairs. So the second time she opened her door, she heard who she believed to be Kaylee crying and believed Kaylee was in the second floor bathroom. Is that the one by Xana's room or the one upstairs? Now I'm thinking second floor is by Xana's room. Why would she be so dead set that was Kaylee? Like, for all intents and purposes, it would make sense if it's Xana. It's by Xana's room. Right? Okay, so she then heard a male voice, which she stated she never heard before, say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She believed the unidentified male was in the bathroom with the person who was crying. She believes it was Kaylee was the one who was crying. She stated that now she has gathered additional information. She now believes it was probably Xana who was crying. At the moment of hearing the crying, she stated she believed it was Kaylee who was crying. She advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan's. She described the last episode of Vampire Diaries she remembered, and it was 2 males rescuing a female. She explained it was not violent. She advised the male figure in the last episode was wearing all black, but she explained that was normal for the series. So she was watching a show that, the person was wearing all black. And remember, she was like, oh, I don't know what I saw or whatever. She's not certain whether she heard Murphy bark during the first time she opened the door, but advised it was possible he was barking. She wasn't a very reliable witness. She was drunk. She was sleeping. She described Murphy as a puppy, and she had just met him in August. She said he was not skittish. She advised she opened and closed her door a total of 3 times. The 4th time, hold on one second, you guys. I just need to mute for a second. Hold, please. Okay, I am back. Thank you so much for waiting. All right. So she opened and closed her door a total of 3 times. The 4th time is when she left her bedroom to go downstairs. Dylan advised she continued to call and text the roommates, got no answer. She provided the times, and it would have been between 4:20 to 4:27. She never thought about an intruder and was not processing what was occurring as threatening. She did not believe she believed the male was directing his conversation of who she believed was Kaylee. Here we go, number 62. She advised she believed the male was directing his conversation of who she believed was Kaylee. She advised she did not believe the male was directing that statement to her. What do you think of that? Maybe he wasn't saying it to her. Maybe he was, I don't know. Maybe not. Why would he say Kaylee, though? That's weird. In discussing why the offender did not harm her, she said it's possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her. She said she understood that was possible, but denied knowing who the suspect was. What a scary question to be asked. Not knowing why you were spared, Why do you think he didn't kill you? Oh, I don't know. I mean, what answer do you give? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you say to a cop? It would be so uncomfortable. I don't know why I was spared. She further explained she Snapchatted Ethan but received no response. She wasn't sure where Ethan was. The 3rd time she opened the door, she said her vision was blurry or fuzzy, and she saw a figure of someone that was dressed in all black. They were masked and holding an item of what she initially perceived was a vacuum. But she said it didn't make sense to her. She described the suspect as not muscular, skinny and toned like a basketball player. Which is funny, right? Because we just read that, we heard that Bryan Kohberger was wearing a puffy coat a lot, which would make his stature appear bigger than, what is it? Objects in this mirror are bigger than they appear. Oh, I know. The survivor's guilt is the worst. It truly, truly is. So back down here. She described the suspect and said he was taller than her, 5'10" frame, by at least 3 inches. So he would have been about 6 feet in height. Thank you so much, Flo, for the Venmo. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I can't wait to share my Michigan trip with y'all. We're going to be mobile. Okay, anyways, the sucky thing is my freaking MacBook won't charge and I can't take a laptop with me, so I'm going to have to stream from my damn phone. So, I guess we're going to be vertical. Sucks. All right. Sorry about that interruption, but I want to say thank you so much to Flo. I'm excited too. I'm not only excited for what's going to happen and what we're doing, but we're also, I get to see my son and other things. Okay, so, where was I? She advised he had to have, this was the interesting part that Bryan Etten read. She advised he had to have heard her call Kaylee and Xana, and she thought he would have had to have heard her calling for them. And she was confused why he didn't come to her room. So she must have hollered out. She described the item the suspect was holding. It was like a cylinder. She remembered a cop talking about a bow. So she was trying to ascertain if what she saw was in fact shaped like a bow. She thought maybe it was a firefighter because of what Blake told her about seeing a firecracker. She advised he would have been approximately 3 feet away from her, and she believed she saw him walking out the back sliding glass door. He had looked at her before walking out the back door. She was not certain if he could see her whole body or just her head. At 4:22 a.m., she then corrected her time and stated at 4:23, she texted Blank and they conversed about someone wearing all black. And Bethany said something to the effect of, "What the fuck? Why is Xana wearing all black?" She explained she was not certain if she had been dreaming this or if it was real. I would be the worst eyewitness, especially if I was 19, drunk, etc. Because at 50, I'm the worst eyewitness today. Truly. Cylinder shaped with a triangle at the bottom. She advised the suspect was 3 feet away from her and he looked at her but was walking out the sliding door when she saw him. She said she saw his eyebrows. See, I'm terrible with heights too, and that's why I'm like, that incident in Pullman on October 10th, which was a knife attack. The girl said he was about 5 foot tall. How reliable is a college, age girl on heights? I don't know. I'm terrible with it. So I'm not sure how I feel about all that. At 4:23 a.m., she texted Bethany to tell her she saw a masked suspect in their house. That's when Bethany at 4:25 said, "Come to my room. It's better than being alone." That's when she left her bedroom after opening her door for the 4th time and ran to Bethany's room. When she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's room and could see Xana lying on her back in her underwear, but she thought at the time Xana was passed out. She stated she never went into Xana's room, and she could only see Xana from the hallway as she was running to Bethany's room. She said she was too scared to go in Xana's room. And she knew Bethany was awake, and she knew to go there because she was scared. She saw Xana was wearing her underwear, and she explained Xana was comfortable enough with the roommates that she would wear her underwear around them, so this was not unusual. The cylindrical thing could be a wet bag. Oh. Oh, it really could be. You're right. When asked about the lighting conditions, she said that possibly Xana's lights were on, or the party lights were on, and that was how she was able to see Xana, because otherwise she wouldn't have been able to see her lying on the floor without any lights on. She was not certain that the bathroom lights were on, but she was not certain what lights were on, if any. She advised Xana did not say anything. She stated she did not think anything was wrong, but her instincts told her she was too scared to go in there. She later offered she may have been able to see Xana lying on the floor because they also had a Sensi light, and it could have been she was able to see Xana from the Sensi light. She explained she has been trying to determine what was real from everything she had been talking about with Blaker and myself. She advised she knew the time with Blank, Kaylee, and Maddie were real because she has the video of them together. She was not certain how Blank got home that day. She further explained she's been trying to piece things together because some things do not make sense to her. She stated that she is being truthful, but some of what she is discussing, she is not certain is factual. She's been working through it and trying to remember what happened. She was very confused. That's what I get for this. Maybe he was crouched down, right, JB? We like looking at things from all angles, guys. Let's all just respect each other's opinions and thoughts on what we're going through, because we have no certainty, right, with any of this. This is all what she remembers, and she was very confused, very intoxicated, and I love seeing the different thoughts in chat, even if I don't agree with them. So feel free to pipe up. As long as you're respectful, I don't give a damn. Talk about whatever you want. I mean, I know from experience, I had a 16-year-old son who was a survivor of a horrific hit and run. And it took time for certain details to come back to him. I imagine once she found out they were dead, her body went into protection mode. And because I'm tired of, the speculation around Dylan's recollections, is what I'd like to call it, is because I've seen it from personal experience with someone who was only 3 years younger than her. And she didn't even see the blood. Or maybe she did. And she doesn't remember it yet, because that's possible. He was, Chris. I'm so proud of him for talking about it openly. Oh my God. Wow. I've never heard him talk about it publicly. I always told him he would help people one day, sharing his story. Yeah, your body just knows, right? So when he went through his accident, he was walking along the side of the road with his girlfriend. They were holding hands, and a car came speeding from behind them and hit her and threw her 50 feet in the air, and she died later. She was on life support, but she died from brain injuries. And when she was struck, he immediately ran over to where she was. He called 911 immediately. But the part that was the hardest was when they asked him, is she breathing? And he had to check. He said, I can't see. Her hair is over her face. And there was blood everywhere. I mean, it was head injury. And he had to move her hair to see if she was breathing. And I heard a copy of that 911 call of him scream when he moved her hair. And let me tell you something. It took a long time. It took probably 4 years for him to tell me that part of it. Even though I heard the 911 call, I could never listen to it again, ever. It makes me sick to think about it's the most horrific scream I've ever heard in my life. And as a mother, here you are. Here's this other mother who lost her daughter, and my son made it. I can't imagine the dynamics between 4 families. I can't imagine what if someone's drunk, what they would remember or how they would react. I can't. And when I think of Dylan, I think of Ryan. And I can't do that to her. I would be heartbroken. Because you know what? There were people blaming him. There were rumors in his high school that he pushed her in front of the vehicle. Do you know how heart-wrenching that was for him? He loved that girl. He had just asked her to homecoming that night. And she said yes. And she was beautiful. And she was everything he always wanted in a girlfriend. She was cool. They loved the same music. He got accused. So that's why I stand by victims the way I do. And I've never, ever shared that detail. And it's just, take a step back, man. Just, that's all I ask. It's horrific. I wouldn't wish that kind of trauma on anyone's child. On anyone. He's seen more than most adults ever see. Please be kind. That's all. That's all I'm asking. You never know what someone's going through. You just don't. I just feel like I needed to share that personal experience, and maybe you guys see a little bit better where I'm coming from. You know, I'm not trying to be an argumentative bitch. I'm not trying to be that way. But this girl's a victim, man. There's no evidence that she's not. So thank you guys for allowing me to share that. You guys know I don't get personal very often, but, you know, it's important to understand other people, especially when you're covering sensitive topics like this, you know? I mean, these kids can't even go on social media because of the things coming at them. I can't imagine my son's trauma being exploited to this level. I mean, that was just his high school, and it was already bad enough. Imagine the whole fucking world accusing you, you know, before there was even any evidence. I just think we just need to think twice, you know, and be kind first. Ask questions, but be kind about it, you know. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being here. If you haven't hit the like button, please do. And if you're not following my crazy ass son on Kick on this scavenger hunt, you can follow him over there on Kick. If you dare. I can't watch, but I've got mamas over there, and my son is my other son's a moderator. So, whew, he's still trying to find his way in this world, guys. He's got a lot going on. Oh, I wouldn't be livid with Dylan if she was my daughter. What's there to be livid with her for? I can't comprehend being livid with Dylan for anything. Except maybe getting drunk when she's 19, but yeah, that's my same son. I think one, do I have moderators here? I don't see any blues. Oh, here we go. I'll put it in. Yeah, it's like this week and a half long scavenger hunt, but it's like not exactly the safest thing. Oops, I didn't put HTTPS. I mean, this is the worst thing. This is like a Ted Bundy attack. Nobody would ever expect this shit, dude. Never. There you go. Thank you, guys. Follow him. He's got follow goal over there. Whew. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get back to the documents. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I'm just sharing my personal feelings, my personal thoughts. And I choose kindness before anything just because I feel like it's the right thing to do. Britt P., I appreciate you saying that. Okay, so where did we leave off? Okay, she cylinder shaped. She advised Ethan and Xana did not stay at Ethan's house with any frequency because of Ethan's grades. He had his own apartment, but she doesn't know because she's never been there. Okay, here we go. She stated she's certain at 3:11, which through discussion might have been at 2:11, Kaylee and Maddie and blank were all in the house. She wasn't certain about Xana and Ethan because she doesn't know when they came home. She denied perceiving a threat. Thank you, Cheryl T. And I love you too, sweetheart. Thank you for that. I know it's hard to talk about because I had a lot of guilt because I got close with her mother, and the guy who did it there was never any justice or anything. So hold on. I don't know what she's barking at. Hold on. She's barking at nothing. But yeah, it was hard because it was like, my son survived, her daughter didn't. And what do you say? It's like being in a catch-22. You want to be like, hallelujah, thank God my son's okay. But then you have this mother, who lost her daughter. It's not a position I would ever want to be in. And I'm sure that's how Dylan's mom feels. Like, I don't know. Can you imagine? I mean, what's Dylan's mom going to say to Kaylee's mom? It's not a position I would ever wish anybody to be in. Because you feel selfish as fuck on one hand because you're so grateful that it wasn't your kid. But then on the other hand, you feel so guilty for feeling that way. And my son felt that way too. Like, he felt guilty that it wasn't him. Every birthday, I don't want to celebrate my birthday. Caitlin doesn't get to celebrate hers. This is what I heard. This is what I dealt with. So you never know what's going to happen. This is initial. We're talking initial interviews. What's going on now with Dylan 4 years later? I mean, we saw her 3 years later at the sentencing. She was shaking like a leaf. She couldn't stop shaking. She was shivering, as a matter of fact, shivering. And I've had anxiety to the point where I shiver and my body is just shivering. I've felt that kind of anxiety. Okay, let's keep going. She denied perceiving a threat even after encountering the male. She said there were people coming in and out of the house all the time. She denied remembering what his face looked like. She said she could see his head and mouth were covered, but she could see his eyebrows. And further advised she was not certain if she could see his nose. When asked if she knew what a balaclava was, she said no. So Sergeant Blaker showed her a picture, and she said that could have been it. She does not remember seeing his mouth or nose, but could see his eyebrows. When asked if any of her roommates told her about prior incidents of anything that concerned them, She said Kaylee told them and other roommates about an incident a month prior when she was outside with Murphy. A subject had been watching her. The subject was in the apartments above the girls' residence. Let's see. Two to 3 weeks ago at Winco, Kaylee said a male followed her to her car. Even when Kaylee went to leave, the suspect was still standing by Kaylee's car. Also 2 to 3 weeks ago, all of the roommates went to Starbucks, and when they got home, their front door was wide open. So this is 2 to 3 weeks before the murders. They got home, the front door was wide open. They don't believe it was open when they left. She said there were prior issues with the front door, so it's possible it was blown open. But also when they got home, the washer was going, which she described was not unusual, but this also concerned her. Okay, so the washer was going. Was there clothes in it? Did they figure out who started the washer? Because that sounds like things that Kohberger would do at other places. Move shit around. Put a cake in the freaking microwave that was on the stove. They come home, their washer's going. Like, just weird things to make them feel uncomfortable. I don't know. She explained because of these things, they went to get Ethan's golf clubs to protect themselves when they searched the house. So they were all scared enough where they all grabbed golf clubs and walked around. She explained in the weeks prior to the 13th, Kaylee told the roommates she heard a woman scream, but no one else heard it. That's scary. She was asked if she was telling either Blake or I anything to prevent us from solving this. She said no, and that she understood my question. She advised that she knew she did not sleep through the whole incident because she has texts. She knows what she heard, especially about hearing who she believed was Kaylee crying. Look, she was adamant about this. She advised she knows what she heard, especially about hearing who she believed Kaylee crying and the male voice telling her that he was there for her. That's weird, right? Oh, Meg, a test run screamed to see if the cops were called. Wow. When asked why she believes she was spared, she said she doesn't know. And she doesn't believe anyone ever tried to open her door, and he could have easily done so, and why he would have passed her room multiple times. She volunteered that to come through the sliding glass, the person would have had to have scaled a tall wall. She advised the suspect would have known her room would have been occupied because he appeared to have known the layout of the house. She also said it could have been someone who was in the house last year when the other girls were living there. Now, a previous roommate was not comfortable there anymore and moved out and said she never wanted to live in that house again. I want to know where Kohberger was in 2021. His whereabouts. She advised there was no one she knows who would have wanted to hurt the girls, and the girls were loved by everyone. She never even heard any rumors. When asked about Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Jack, she said the breakup was mutual and they have Murphy. No problems there. She brought up the name Blank, but she mispronounced his last name during the interview as someone she and the others thought might be involved. But she was reluctant to say he was a suspect because she knows how damaging to his reputation that could be if he were not involved. She advised she was told by Blank, Xana's best friend, that Blank once punched a friend of theirs in the stomach, but did not know the circumstances. I think she's talking about the brick wall going up to the parking lot to the apartments. There's like a brick wall. What else? She said that Kaylee started talking to Blank and Jack seemed okay with that. She offered her DNA. She advised there might be, this is kind of an interesting statement here that I thought, number 94. She advised there might be difficulty to locate the offender's DNA because they had conducted a deep clean of their residence leading up to Parents' Weekend. When asked about the deep clean of the residence, it would have been the week before the crimes. So I think she was confused because the deep clean happened the week before, right? She was advised there was evidence left in the residence, and she sighed and said she was glad to hear that there was evidence found at the scene. Petty, 98? She advised she was going to... Okay, yeah, we'll pull it up, definitely. Definitively. Hold on. I got to do something real quick. I got to do something right quick. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta text my daughter back. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay. She explained, and then that's all blanked out. 97. When asked if she would be able to provide a description to a composite artist, she said she would not be able to. She further advised the only thing she remembered about his face is that his eyebrows were bushy. 98. She advised she was confused about why the offender would have taken the patio door out of the residence because of the drop-off from the patio. Okay, so we're gonna pull up the house just to show the outside. Let me get a good view of it. We tried to get one in another live, and I had a hard time getting a good view because now it's taken off of Google Earth, right? You can't really. Let me see. Okay, so I'm going to show you kind of what I'm talking about here. All right. So you see over here in this photo, I'm going to pull up more. But to start out, I want to show you where the wall starts, okay? See these like old ass rock / bricks over here along the road? Those continue down this road. Hold on. Ads. Those rocks continue down the road, but when the ground gets higher towards the back, the wall gets bigger. So it's the same type of rock, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take you out of here, and then we're going to try to find somewhere with a better view of that area. Maybe that drone footage would be better. Let's try to find that. Put me in, coach. All right, here we go. We'll watch this. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Hold on, though. I think they go... Okay, so for example, you can see right here, there's a little wall too. Watch. Now we're going to go around to the back. See how they're down in a gully? There's like a hill behind them. Yeah, a retaining wall. But there's a hill behind them. So she's saying they would have to climb the retainer wall. Right, but I think she means the drop from up there from the pad to the patio. They're down in a gully. Hold on. I'm hoping we can get a perspective over here when it swings around, but they're not back far enough. See that? What do you mean there's stairs on the patio? The patio is down there, like the concrete. That's the patio. Look. There's a hill to go up to the parking lot. The patio is on the ground level. It's that slab down there. I mean, you can tell from here. See where that car is up there? There's a hill. Now, the balcony thing is upstairs. The patio's downstairs. I don't remember why. I was asked to pull it up, so I did. Okay, so where were we? She advised she was confused about why the offender would have taken the patio door out the residence because of the drop-off from the patio. She advised she remembers that cars do come by their residence a lot, and she said there was a black truck driving past Blank's window. Let me make this bigger. And she further said she was not absolutely certain it was a black truck, but there was a vehicle that went by their residence and she could see the taillights, but did not remember if the headlights were on. But what drew her attention were the red lights on the back of the truck. And when she was asked if she meant brake lights, she said yes. And that could have been DoorDash, maybe. When asked what occurred after she went into Bethany's room, she said they eventually fell asleep. And when she awakened, she was laying next to Bethany in the bed. She advised a friend of theirs, blank and blank mother, are planning a memorial event, and it helped her emotionally. She advised she is crying. Blank is crying a lot over this, but she has not been crying, and blank has explained to her why she is not showing emotions. She explained blank used the word disassociate to describe her emotions. When she awakened that morning, blank was next to her in bed. They were both too scared to leave Bethany's room to even go to the bathroom. She advised at approximately 11:23 a.m., then corrected the time to 10:23 Moscow time. She texted Maddie to see if she was up. At 11:29 a.m. Moscow time, she texted Kaylee, "Are you up?" She could tell her Snapchats were not being read. She advised she called blank, one of her closest friends, about what happened that night with the masked man. She then explained when she reached out to blank in text message, which blank told her was at 10:50, but she thinks blank was mistaken. Blank told her she would send blank to their house because of their concerns. When blank got to the house, which she described was before noon, this is Hunter. She is not certain if he came through an unlocked front door or had to use the front door code. But when he got in the house, he asked about the location of a knife, and she directed him to a knife. She advised she initially went upstairs from blank bedroom with blank. Oh, Christ. Okay. We're on 108, by the way. This is while the 911 is going on, I think. The 911 call. She advised she initially went upstairs from Bethany's bedroom with Hunter. And she advised when she saw Xana, she realized Xana had not moved since she last saw her earlier. She did see it. She's blocking it out. Her body, her mind is blocking it out. She was still thinking Xana was just passed out from being drunk. Hunter then sent the girls downstairs. She advised blank and blank came over after Hunter came to the house because she asked them to come to the house. She advised blank then came downstairs, and she could tell, Hunter then came downstairs, and she could tell by his facial expression he had seen something, and he told them to call 911. Blank was the one to call 911, and blank at one point said she was on the phone with dispatch, and the dispatcher was asking her about a defibrillator. Right, they were outside. She went in with Hunter. Hunter told them to get out. And then Emily and Josie walked up. At one point, let's see. They told dispatch that there were people unconscious. Blank denied seeing Xana or any of the other victims' bodies. She advised they stayed in the house when the police arrived, and police were putting the tape up. What? She advised they stayed in the house? I'm only on page 9. I don't know. She advised they stayed in the house when the police arrived, and the police were putting the tape up. When they realized there had been a crime, and when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, blank told them they would not leave unless there was no reason to stay. She then advised the vandal alert came out, and that is when they realized that their friends were actually gone. She advised they all realized there had actually been a murder committed at their residence. She said Kaylee had a balcony and she remembered looking at the pictures in the news, and Kaylee's curtains were all messed up. She thought the distance of the balcony to the ground may have been too much and brought too much attention if that is how the suspect made entry into the house. When asked if she checked the house for anyone else when she initially came home for the night with blank, and she was asked if she had to unlock the front door, she advised she believed she had to unlock the front door to get in. She advised when she first got home, she remembered the sliding door was closed, but she didn't know if it was locked. She advised when she first got home, she went to Kaylee's room to let Murphy out. And Kaylee's lights were on, and no one was in Kaylee's bedroom. Murphy came back into the house after going outside, so it sounds like they all took care of Murphy. Like whoever got home first took Murphy out. Sergeant Blaker asked Blank about the login and username of the router at the residence, and Blank advised Kaylee was responsible for the bill. She further explained that she nor Blank were responsible for the Wi-Fi because they had just moved in August. Blank had follow-up questions for Blank outside of the interview, and as a result, the audio recording was turned off at 2:11. Okay. Why would it be outside of the recording? I don't like that shit. Redact it. Why would you stop recording and then ask follow-ups? That's some weird shit. This one is witness Hispanic, Mexican, Latin, female, age 21. Interview on 11/18 at 12:42. They're interviewing this girl in Meridian. This is the girl that lives across the street. Are the Bushes here too? Welcome, Big Bushes. Come on in, Big Bushes.
I'm an adult. This is my channel. I'll talk about whatever I want to talk about.
Thanks, Trisha. Give my love to Trisha. You guys hit the like button on your way in if you're sticking around. Good to see ya. Okay, so we are on the interview with the girl that lived across the street from 1122 King. I believe she was in the Dateline episode. So she stated the following, that she lived across the street, and one of the people across the street was a former sorority sister. One was a classmate, and the other two were people she knew through mutual friends. She knew Maddie and Kaylee the best. Thank you, moderators, for welcoming everybody in today. Her boyfriend was best friends with Kaylee's boyfriend, so they hung out a lot. This was a current relationship, and Mogan was in a class with her. Kaylee was a blank sorority sister. She knew Xana and Ethan in passing. She's lived there just this semester and is currently a senior. She was in the sorority for the other 3 years. She's been inside the King Road home multiple times, with the last being in September. They came to her house more than she went to theirs. She saw Kaylee and Maddie on Saturday, November 12th. They went to the Corner Club after the game. Kaylee and Maddie were already there when she got there. She was there for a couple hours and was really drunk. She left before Maddie and Kaylee about midnight. Kaylee jokingly mentioned she thought she had a stalker at Winco. It happened once, and it was an unknown person. Enjoy your meal, Trisha. Thank you again. She heard from another friend of an instance of the house at 1122 being open after all the roommates returned from a weekend trip. That's a different incident than the washer. So they all were gone for the weekend, came home, and their door was open. I wonder when that was. She has a basement room and can see 1122 from it. She woke up at 9 a.m. on Sunday. She didn't hear or see anything that night. She said they did not have a party on Saturday. They may have had one Friday, but it wasn't crazy. Maddie and her boyfriend were a solid couple and had dated for a year. Blank was with her boyfriend in Boise that weekend, and that was it with her. Here's another interview with 22-year-old male. This is Jack DeCour. Thank you, Trisha Talks, for being a member for 4 months. She's going to be plugged in listening. Thank you, Trish.
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
On November 18th at 11:55, they interviewed Jack DeCour. He is roommates with Blank. He's known Kaylee since freshman year. They were in the same pledge class. They've hung out together periodically over the last 4 years. Or wait, maybe this isn't Jack. I shouldn't say that. I don't know if this is Jack. This isn't Jack. They've hung out periodically. He has visited her house in Coeur d'Alene once. He knew Xana, but not as well as Kaylee. He knew Maddie, but they didn't hang out a lot. I don't know who this is. I take that back. Kaylee and Blank, which is Jack, had been dating since high school. They're on and off and have broken up twice. They recently broke up because she accepted a job in Dallas. So they were settling things before she left after the semester. They broke up about 2 months ago. Oh, wow, Aries. That's a bad one. Stay safe, everybody. He never heard from Kaylee about stalking or anyone giving her bad vibes. He had heard there was someone following her out of Winco a couple months ago. He heard from friends. She had someone follow her out of Winco to her car. He works at Blank in Moscow. He saw them leave together that night, Kaylee and Maddie. That was the last time he saw them. They said they were going to John's Alley and were trying to get friends to go with them. They didn't end up going, though. He didn't know where they were before they showed up at Blank. He had seen Xana at some parties, didn't know her personally, tried to recruit Ethan, but otherwise didn't really know him. Could this be Adam? Blank wouldn't have harmed Kaylee. He loves her and thought they would be married. They have a great relationship, even when they're not together. Jack is a calm person and kind. He's into sports, not an outdoorsman. He doesn't have a knife. He has never heard Jack say anything bad about Kaylee. Dude, what a nice guy. Even through a breakup, he didn't talk shit about her. There was an apartment complex behind the victim's house that has a lot of sketchy people in it. There are registered sex offenders living in it. There are windows facing the girl's house, and it's adjacent to it. It's a brown brick apartment complex. Thank you guys if you waited on me to go through these. That's nice of you. All right, here's another interview. This is a female. Let's see. They asked how she knows the victims. Maddie was, okay, The girls work on group projects at the sorority. She knew Xana through mutual friends and knew Ethan the same way. She's still in the sorority but doesn't live in the sorority house. She lives in a house that looks over the backyard of Gonsalves. Okay, so she described that her room looks directly to the sliding door of Gonsalves, whoever this is. Could this be Undie Girl? They asked if she was around the victims the night of the homicide. She said that she was with her friends and they began their night at John's Alley. She took a phone call from Kaylee, who said to come down to the corner club. So they went to the club. Blank friends slowly left from there and went back to their houses. Kaylee and Maddie were still at the club. Kaylee and Maddie were planning on going to John's Alley to finish the evening. Blank was talking with another friend and noticed they had left. Blank went to the grub truck and believed she was about a half hour behind Gonsalves and Mogan at the truck. Blank even had the same Lyft driver as Gonsalves and Mogan.
Thank you.
Brianna, he loved and thought he'd marry her. Of course, he never bashed her. That would have hurt her. I know. What a sweet love they had. And you know what? They probably would have ended up together and married. They were just going through changes in life, you know? He truly loved her. I mean, he truly loved her. Thank you, Brianna. It's very, very important to note. Kaylee felt true love. That's amazing at her age. You know, especially with all the jerks out there. No offense, guys. They asked if she had any further contact. She said no, that she fell asleep. She remembered hearing music, but she's not sure. She would have been able to hear if there was a party. She got a video of her friend, from her friend, blank, of blank on her bed snoring. Oh, she got a video from her friend. She tried to listen to the video to see if she could hear anything in the background, and she couldn't. They asked if she was aware where they were before the corner club. She said they might have come from their house. On Thursday night, Gonsalves wanted them to go out. Saturday night, everyone was out. She said the girls usually liked getting ready together. Doesn't sound to me that Kaylee wasn't living there. Kaylee wanted to go out Thursday night. Let's see. Sergeant Cortez asked if she was aware of where they were Friday, and she remembered there was a game. She said a couple of them went, but wasn't sure. She asked where they were Friday, and she said she knew Thursday night was a sleepover night at the blank house. Gonsalves was not able to attend since she resigned from the sorority. She thought Gonsalves was in Coeur d'Alene, and she told her to come back. She thought Gonsalves came back Friday and showed people her car. She did not believe they did anything Friday night. Sergeant Cortez asked if Kaylee ever mentioned anything about a stalker. She described Kaylee as a person who would just joke things off. She believed there could have been a time when she mentioned something. When recruitment for the sorority was over, Kaylee went over to Blank's house. They were talking and catching up. She thought she mentioned something, but Kaylee pushed it off as a joke. She could not remember anything specific from the conversation, since it didn't seem like a big deal. She did think that if Kaylee would tell anyone, she was asked if she thought Kaylee would tell anyone about a stalker, it would be her ex-boyfriend or Maddie. Cortez asked Blank if Kaylee ever said anything once her and Blank broke up, if he would want to hurt her. Gonsalves described Murphy to her as her child. Gonsalves described Blank to her as her child and was not a serious guy. Blank was in Blank fraternity and they all hung out together since they lived next door. She described Gonsalves and Blank as a brother-sister relationship. They shared Murphy the dog. Sergeant Cortez asked if she thought Blank would do anything to hurt her, and she believed he would never do anything to hurt her. Blank was described as a city guy, and she did not think he did a lot of outdoors. He was from Coeur d'Alene area and grew up with his sisters. He asked Blank if she knew anyone that might want to hurt them in their circle of friends. Their circle is interesting, and that's where it kind of stumps everyone, because this group of people would probably never have been friends if it wasn't for the housing situation. All the roommates' friends would meet each other and have friends hang out with friends. He asked about any mention of strangers around the house. Blank spoke about one of the prior tenants. The house had a weird feeling to it. However, it was from several months ago. Cortez asked her if she heard anything the night of the homicide, and she normally would. They referred to the house as a party house and would normally hang out in the backyard and play loud music. The night of the homicide, everyone had gone elsewhere to hang out. The sliding back door was considered the front door to people who would visit. So maybe that's why Dylan was confused also as to the use of the back door, because it was for friends, right? Like, this is our front door to friends. She didn't know if the back door was locked or unlocked. Talked about how the kitchen area, living area, was the main place for them to hang out. The door was usually open for people. So, like, even if you parked in the front, you'd walk around the side. Remember when we saw the cops go there, you saw that path? Everybody went to that back door instead of going in the front door. So she's thinking, if the person parked up above, why would they go out the back door? They would, I don't know. Let's see. Blank talked about how the kitchen area, living area, was the main place for them to hang out. The door was usually open for people. She did not know of any large knives in the house. Cortez asked Blank if Kaylee told her about someone following her at Winco. She didn't know about that. He asked if she knew of anyone we should talk to, and she was having a hard time recalling anything. She talked about how Kaylee would go out randomly and could not think of anyone to talk to. He asked her if she knew of anyone Kaylee was romantically involved with after Jack, named Blank and a Blank, who are both blank. She did not have any contact information. She did not believe any of the males mentioned would have anything to do with the homicides. I told her she could think of anything to call. She mentioned how she would hear the dog Murphy bark, and she never heard him bark that night. Blank had the television on and thought she had gone to bed around 3:30. She would be able to hear anything going on in the house since the windows are really thin. Blank could even hear conversations in the backyard. Sergeant Cortez asked if the other roommates would have anyone who would want to hurt them. She thought everyone in the house was amazing. Gonsalva's boyfriend, Blank, was in Boise, which is wrong. That's Maddie's boyfriend, was in Boise. She spoke very highly of him. Kernodle and Chapin were in a new relationship and usually partied with Blank. Kernodle knew a lot of people and didn't have any enemies. Blank and her friends created Instagram accounts and have their profiles private. Lately, they've been getting a lot of traffic. She added people could make a fake profile and it would be an easy way to stalk people. She mentioned a profile which had a pretty girl as the profile picture. The profile had been around for a long time. The name on the profile was blank blank. She did not know if the profile was real or fake. Too bad that one's blocked out. I wonder if that was a real person or if her suspicions were correct. Be nice, try it. Thank you for 6 months of membership. Proud to have you.
Thank you.
All right, here is another interview. This is someone who was in the sorority with Kaylee. And they were interviewed in Meridian on November 18th, and her father, blank, was there for the interview. She stated the following. She lived at blank in Moscow during the incident. Her backyard abutted the 1122 backyard. She knew Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana. She didn't know Ethan. She was closest with Maddie and Kaylee. She was in the blank sorority with Kaylee. The rest of the house was in the blank sorority. Gonsalves had dropped her membership that year due to financial cost. Why would she do that? Maybe she was like, fuck the sorority. I want this car. I'm going to save my money. Now look at this. Remember how they said she wasn't living there? Look at this. Gonsalves was out of town most of the week, but had decided to come back near the end of the week to go to the formal on November 11th with one of her roommates. Friday night, Kaylee had asked her to go to the club, which she did not. She did go hang out Saturday to a game day celebration from 2 to 2:30 at the big blank apartment. She left and went to the game at 4:40. Kaylee and Maddie stayed at the party. So Kaylee was out of town most of the week. She was at home. Saturday night, she went to the Dirty Goat, a local bar. Kaylee contacted her and wanted her to go to the Corner Club. She met Kaylee at the Corner Club at 11. Kaylee, Maddie, and a lot of people were there. She had a small run-in with Blank at the Corner Club. Blank was kicked out of the bar around the same time. Or not too long before. Maddie and Kaylee left the Corner Club. She stayed at the Corner Club until about 2 a.m. and arrived home at 2:30. She was up until approximately 3:30 and didn't hear anything. She woke up Sunday morning at around 7:30 a.m. She had been in a different room than her own. She and her roommates made breakfast around 8:30 a.m. Later, when she went to her room, she could see a lot of police next door. She spoke with Blank, the Uber driver, who told her he was pretty sure he had taken Mogan and Gonsalves home that night. Blank drove a smaller gray sedan. What do you mean he was pretty sure? Why would he just be pretty sure? He knew Kaylee and Maddie. Kaylee's old room. Oh, okay, so Kaylee had switched rooms, y'all. Hold the phone. This could change a lot of things. Remember in the beginning, they stated that he went to Xana's room first. Kaylee's old room was the room Kernodle was living in. We never heard that before. At least I've never heard that before. Put a 1 in chat if you've never heard that Kaylee used to be in Xana's room. That's pretty wild. Could he have come in and walked in and went to the left first? Could Kaylee have run down and said someone's here? I mean, I'm not saying their narrative isn't right, but isn't that weird? Did he think Kaylee was in Xana's room? Did Kaylee come down and see what he did to Xana and Ethan? I don't know, man. It's bothering me that she's saying she's certain it was Kaylee. That's weird, man. Gonsalves' old room was the room Kernodle was living in. Gonsalves recently moved into the room on the 3rd floor after Blank said she was not moving back in. So they had recently, she had just recently switched rooms, y'all. Oof. Well, that's what they say, Kenna. I'm just saying they don't know the direct order. They stated they couldn't tell time of death from the corpses. So what if it did happen like they originally thought, that he went into Xana? Oh, Xana's phone data doesn't work with that theory. You're right, Trip. You just put the brakes on that theory. But the phone info was Xana. But that is interesting, right? That we never heard that she ever resided in that room. No, I'm saying DW, like, did she run back up the stairs? I just don't know. That's what they say, Amy, that it was Xana was third and fourth. But yeah, you're right. Her phone was active. Well, Donna Serafina isn't. Come on. We aren't going by psychics. Hold on. I got to grab a water. Okay. You're right, though, about the phone activity. What if Xana... Well, they said she did. I mean, it was leaked, I guess, that she did. It had an elevation change, but that was just according to leaks. That was just according to leaks. We've never seen that in documents yet. This is crazy. Sure. Can one of the mods... There you go. Thank you, Flobo. Okay, let's keep reading. I don't want to stop reading. Kaylee did not seem at all worried about a stalker or any other dangers. She thought Kaylee would have said something if there was a real stalker. Kaylee would have been scared if she had a stalker. Instead, Kaylee was planning events for them all the time. Blood transfer tells the story. That's true. There was Kaylee and Maddie's, a mix of blood in Xana and Ethan's room. You're right. Oh, Amy got it first. Thank you. Thank you for asking about my wish list. Thanks. Shout out to Gigi's Chronicles and Melissa B sending me some care packages. I wondered how Dylan heard BK say it's okay, Kaylee. I'm here for you. Yeah, I don't know. We have a baby, Jay. Your son is a cutie. Thank you, Kenna. 9 months. A little YouTube, babes. Thank you, Kenna, for being here. I appreciate you a lot. Her bedroom window looks onto 1122 King Road's backyard. She can usually hear anything going on in their backyard. Murphy usually barks a little. She can generally hear it, which she doesn't recall happening that night. She had booked tickets with Kaylee to go to Europe together approximately 3 weeks prior to the murders. How fucking sad, dude. Kaylee had recently sold a white Subaru sedan for approximately $6,300 to a man using Facebook Marketplace. Kaylee had just purchased the Range Rover the previous day. Kaylee was making good money, but a Range Rover seemed expensive. Kaylee was recently offering to buy drinks for friends quite often. Kaylee had planned to move to Texas and had a temporary male roommate arranged down there. Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend, Jack, who was a neighbor. They dated for 6 years. They dated all summer while Kaylee was in Moscow working. Kaylee and Blank were not together, but were good friends. Kaylee and Blank shared a dog, Murphy. Maddie had a boyfriend in Boise, who was friends with a lot of Blank friends who graduated. Kaylee stayed in her old room while she was living in Moscow all summer. There we go.
Bing bong.
I think that's a bing bong. Brooke, thank you so much for your Cash App. That's so generous and nice of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Frankie. If Frankie is here, Frankie H., thank you for your Cash App. That is very nice of you. You guys are sweet. Kelsey, thank you for your Cash App as well. Okay. She stayed in her old room all summer. Kaylee did. Kaylee only had one roommate during the summer. So it was just Kaylee and another roommate during the summertime. Kaylee worked for blank and ended up getting a full-time offer starting February 2023. She does not think Kaylee went out much during the summer. Blank had just graduated and stayed in Moscow for the summer. She did not think blank had anything to do with the incident. Blank showed a video from a party earlier on game day, which showed what blank was wearing, which appeared to be the same as the person from a video on the grub truck. Blank remembers Maddie and Kaylee saying they were going to John's Alley, and blank was going with them. Blank was not good friends with Kaylee and Maddie, but Mogan is kind of friends with a lot of the people in the Greek houses. Blank showed a screenshot of a group message obtained by blank. The author of the message seemed to know a lot of information regarding the homicides. Oh. 17 and 18 are interesting. Okay. Then we have 18. Blank had read some creepy comments on YouTube and obtained screenshots of them. Blank turned over a flash drive with the comments. People often use the sliding door as the main entrance. She doesn't think it was usually locked. Kaylee and Maddie did not use drugs. She didn't know Xana enough to comment on her. The neighbor's dog behind them also did not bark at anything that night. So this is an interview. Homeland Security Task Force Officer Sage Collins and ISP Detective Matt Wemsling interviewed blank in Parma, Canyon County, Idaho. Blank was a friend of Gonsalves and Mogan and was also their neighbor across the street at blank King Road. He did not know the other two victims. Kaylee was in an on and off dating relationship with one of Blank's roommates, and they were in the same fraternity. Blank also knew Mogan's boyfriend, but he had graduated and was living in Boise. He knew Kaylee a little more than Maddie because she dated Blank, and he said their relationship remained amicable. Blank and his girlfriend, Blank, were at his house on Saturday, December 12th. Blank went to the victim's house around 10 p.m. At approximately 10:45, Blank, Gonsalves, and Mogan got a ride to the corner club. Blank believed they got a ride from an Uber driver named Blank. He and his friends went to the corner club shortly after the girls left. After about an hour, Blank spoke with Kaylee and Maddie briefly at the corner club before they left. He said they were going to John's Alley. They were hanging out with another student identified as Blank. And he saw them leave the corner club with Blank and told Blank the two girls did not typically hang out with Blank, and he thought it was odd. Blank and Blank walked to Blank's house at 1:30 and stayed there. They woke up the next morning, went and got breakfast, and they returned to his house around 11:45 a.m. There was only one police vehicle in front of the residence when they drove by. Blank went outside with Blank and another roommate and watched more law enforcement respond to the scene. Blank ran to the victim's house and was there for approximately an hour and a half before returning. Blank was visibly upset and told Blank and Blank some of the girls had died, and Gonsalves was one of them. Blank left Moscow later on Sunday. Blank clarified he and Blank went to the grub truck on their way from the corner club to Blank's house. He also saw on social media Gonsalves and Mogan went to the grub truck after he and Blank were there. He thought they may have been at the grub truck between 3 and 3:30. Based on when they posted to their social media, the grub truck broadcasted a live feed that captured the two girls at the truck. Blank thought it was odd that Blank spent so much time around the two girls, which is Jack Showalter. Blank had heard Blank may have committed the murder, but said Blank went home with their other roommates. There's all kinds of redactions. Fourth roommate Blank worked at the Blank, but would have gone home around 4 after closing down. There were 2 more students that lived above Blank and Blank that were hanging out. Can't even make ends of that. Blank told Blank he had been woken up between 4 and 4:45 because Jack and Gonsalves' dog had been barking very loudly and uncontrollably. It sounded as though the dog was outside, which was odd because of how cold it was, and the dog not being an outside dog. So 4 to 4:45. There's a 45-minute increment. We heard Murphy barking on the audio. Blank did not know the 2 roommates that were not injured and found it odd they were sitting in their rooms and slept through the incident. He was not aware of any of the victims having a stalker. He mentioned a stalker from earlier in the year that lived in Blank apartments that had already been reported to the police. Another one, Homeland Security interviewed. Who is this? This is a female. This is a female they interviewed. On Saturday, November 12th, Blank was at Blank College House located at Blank King Road. She called Gonsalves at approximately 10 p.m. and went over to her house. Maddie came home from the Blank house shortly after. So this is the Saturday night when Maddie originally went over to the frat house with Ethan and Xana, right? And then Kaylee called her and said, "Will you come home?" Let's see. Kaylee had contacted a man named of Blank to give them a ride. Blank did not know Blank's last name, but provided his phone number. When Blank arrived to pick them up, Kaylee got in the front and Blank and Mogan got in the back. Blank had recently had a baby. Okay, so this is Eric Geiger, whatever his name is. EG. This is EG. EG dropped the girls off at the corner club and told them he would be driving until about 3. All of these names are redacted, were friends of the girls, and were already at the bar. Blank told Blank he would also go to the corner club. Blank and Blank shared a class with a guy named Blank, who was also at the corner club. Blank began creeping Blank out by staring at her and making comments to her. Blank also spoke to Blank, saying he needed to get her Blank goddamn phone number right now, and was kind of being aggressive. Blank hung around the girls at the bar for a while. Blank said Kaylee and Maddie left to go to John's Alley and heard Blank went with them. She didn't see him leave with the girls, but thought it would be weird if it was true. The girls had apparently asked Blank to go with them as well, but he stayed at the corner club. So was Showalter the one kicked out? And then they proceeded to walk with him, or what? Blank left the corner club at approximately 1:15 and went to the grub truck. They got food and went to Blank's house to eat and go to bed. I asked Blank why it would be odd for the girls to leave with Blank. She said Blank was not someone she or the other girls hung out with because he was weird. The girls knew Blank because he was a Blank or a member of the Blank fraternity. He smoked a lot of pot, had a temper, and fought a lot. Mogan's boyfriend was also a blank, and the sororities would often hang out with blank. Kaylee and Maddie had sent videos of themselves at the grub truck to a Snapchat group around 2 a.m. Blank had not heard of Kaylee having a stalker. She said the victims were very well liked. She thought Blank may have been working at the Blank the night of the incident, as well as some other people. A lot of Instagram accounts were surfacing. The accounts had few followers, but were following many of the girls and making comments such as, "You're next. Thank God they're gone. And I'm going to do it again." Now that's chilling. I want to know the dates. Let me read that again. Blank said there were a lot of Instagram accounts that were surfacing. The accounts had few followers, but were following many of the girls and making comments such as, "You're next. Thank God they're gone. And I'm going to do it again." There's some sick motherfuckers out there, but I don't know if there's people that fucking sick. I mean, I'm sure there is. You never know. Blank thought involvement with the sorority. Oh, Blank thought Blank's involvement with the sorority girls was odd. He would frequently drop other rides for them and gave them his personal phone number. He seemed to pay particular attention Blank members. This started with 2 sorority girls that had already graduated and passed Blank's phone number on to them. Hi, Joey. How you doing? Here's the next interview is with state police interviewing Blank in Meridian. She's part of this Blank sorority at UI. She knew Ethan through his fraternity. She got to know Xana through Ethan. She didn't know Kaylee or Maddie. She knew Ethan and Xana for 1.5 years. She currently lives at the sorority house. She's never been to 1122 King. She was at the Blank fraternity house on Saturday night, November 12th, for a party with Ethan and Xana. She had never heard of any sort of stalking incidents. She was with Xana until 2 a.m. She took a picture with Xana and walked home. Another last moment. 2 a.m. There's a picture out there of poor Xana at 2 a.m. Gosh. So she left at 2. Chapin and Kernodle remained at the party. She had no further contact. Xana had been dating Ethan for about a year. Everyone had a crush on Xana. She heard Blank was at 1122 King Road after the Blank party. Blank is a Blank and a PC brother of Chapin. Okay, we're moving on to the next one. Another female. Looks like another female friend. On November 18th, they interviewed ISP, interviewed this student. I asked her to explain her day. She said it was game day for her friends. They attended a pregame at the Blank apartment complex. That was the Whites, I think, at 3 p.m. She remembers talking to Kaylee and Maddie at the pregame, and she was sure she saw the rest of the roommates there. She remembers seeing Xana as well. Approximately 3:50, she left the party and went to the game at 4. She said she was going to help Kaylee get a ticket for the game, but Kaylee decided not to go to the game because Maddie wasn't going. After the game, Blank said they went to a place called Blank. Kaylee texted Blank and asked if she was going to the corner club. Blank said they would go after the fights on TV were over. At 10:59, Kaylee texted Blank asking if she needed a ride. Kaylee's text read, "Me, Maddie, and Blank are getting one so we can pick you up." Blank said she was at the corner club when she saw the message. At approximately 10:30 to 11, Blank saw Mogan and Gonsalves at the corner club. At approximately 11:30 to 12, she left the corner club with her other friend and boyfriend and went home. She said after she got home, her friend Blank was drunk and she was trying to put her to bed. Her boyfriend went to bed in her room. I asked Blank how well she knew the victims. She met Mogan her freshman year and knew her through mutual friends. She met Kaylee her freshman year and were both in the same sorority. Blank said Gonsalves was her best friend. Blank did not know Xana as well, but described her as a big party girl and would attend the same parties. Kernodle was best friends with a lot of the Blank. I asked if Kaylee ever mentioned if she was followed. She said Kaylee never mentioned that to her. She said Kaylee was the type to go out and meet random people at places like John's Alley and would get rides from random people. She said Kaylee and Blank had broken up recently after a long relationship. I asked Blank where her house was in relation to the victim's house. She said both houses share a chain link fence separating the 2 yards. They asked if she ever heard any strange noises. She said no. They asked if Gonsalves had always stayed in the same apartment. She said Gonsalves stayed there all summer. She said Gonsalves' room in the summer was on the main floor. At the end of the summer, she moved upstairs. She had heard from one of the girls' friends that they went to Coeur d'Alene for a week. And when they returned, they noticed the rear sliding glass door was open. Blank did not know the date of the incident. Okay, that's terrifying. They asked about drug use. She said she never saw Kaylee or Maddie do drugs. She wasn't sure about Xana. She said probably had, but it wasn't anything prominent. Blank said we should talk to some of Kernodle's friends, and then they're named. All right, now we have a male being interviewed by ISP. So this guy lived at Blank while attending UI. His house was across the street from where the homicide occurred. He knew Kaylee since her freshman year. Kaylee also dated his friend Blank, and him were in the Blank fraternity together. Kaylee was in a sorority, which was down the road from the fraternity. He wasn't extremely close to Gonsalves, but was friends with her. Jack and Kaylee had been dating since their sophomore year in high school. He thought they attended Lake City High School in Coeur d'Alene, and they've been dating on and off for the last few months because Gonsalves was moving to Texas or North Carolina. He didn't think Jack wanted to break up with Kaylee, but Jack was understanding. He thought Kaylee initiated the breakup. There wasn't any turmoil, and they were still talking and hanging out together. They had a dog together, which lived at his house last year. Blank didn't talk to him about his relationship with Kaylee. He worked at the Blank and Blank. He thought he may have quit the Blank. He knew the other victims, Maddie and Xana. Xana went over a few times to see his roommate. He didn't really talk about Maddie, but knew her first name. The two other girls, Blank and Blank, were younger, and he didn't really know them. He didn't know Ethan. His house was 3 stories where he lived, and then it's all these people that live there. He never noticed anything out of place near his house or the victim's house. Maybe he just had the state wrong, you know. On November 12th, the UI was playing UC Davis at 4 o'clock. He woke up that day, got some food, and started tailgating. After tailgating, he went home and went out to the bars. At 11 o'clock, he got to the corner club. He saw Kaylee, but couldn't remember if she was with anyone. At 12:30, a sober member of his fraternity arrived to drive him home. As they were leaving, they were pulled over for an expired registration. The cops let them go, and he was driven home. Blank, Blank, and Blank got home 30 minutes after him. At his house, he hung out and drank beers with all these people. After hanging out, he went to bed, which was early for him. He had never heard anything of Kaylee having a stalker until after her death. Kaylee worked at blank, where he heard she had a weird person coming in for her. He heard this information from blank, number 14. He never heard anything of Gonsalves having a stalker until after her death. Gonsalves worked at blank, where he heard she had a weird person coming in for her. He heard this information from blank. What does that mean? He also heard from his girlfriend. Gonsalves had a weird guy following her around Winco earlier that week. This information was from a third party. He wasn't aware of any of the victims using drugs. He never texted or called Kaylee. He wasn't aware of any recent parties. He wanted us to know that blank heard a dog barking around 4 a.m. Blank reported it to the police the following day after the incident, and he did not have any injuries. This is another male interviewed on the 18th by ISP. I asked Blank to run me through his day. He stated the following. He started his day at 10:30 to 11, got some food and ate. He took his girlfriend, Blank, some beer at Treehouse. They started drinking prior to the Vandal game. At 4, they went to the game. 8 or 9, he had a sandwich and took a 2-hour nap. At 11, Blank woke up. His roommate was wanting to go to the bar. They went to the corner club. At 1:45, their fraternity president, Blank, picked them up and drove them home. After getting home, they hung out for about 15 to 20 minutes to check on his friend who had drank too much alcohol. He said he went to his room where his girlfriend was already in bed. He said they talked for a bit and fell asleep around 2:45 a.m. I asked if he heard any noises that could have awoken him. He said no. He said his friend, Blank, told him he heard a dog barking between the hours of 4:15 and 5 a.m. He said it sounded like Murphy. Murphy was a dog who was shared between the two houses. He said Murphy was at the girls' house that day. I asked him how close he knew the girls. He said, I'm like a handshake to them. He knew Kaylee through Blank. They had dated for a while. He never really talked to Maddie. He was friends with Xana and met Ethan at an event called Rush. I asked if he had seen any of the victims that night. He saw Kaylee and Maddie at the corner club. He said they were with Blank. He said they were heading to John's Alley. Blank said he heard Blank was kicked out of John's Alley. After John's Alley, the three of them went to Grub Truck, and he believed they went home afterwards. I asked Blank if any of the victims were involved in the use of drugs. He said he knew Blank and Kaylee and Maddie had blank. He wasn't sure if Kernodal blank. Sergeant Hoxie asked if the girls had a party the night before. He said he saw a bunch of people dressed up and walking up to the house with speakers. He believed they had a formal the night before the incident. He was asked about a stalker. He said he heard from Blank Sunday night Kaylee was followed to her car at Winco. He heard Kaylee might have been followed in the store as well. They asked him how he heard about the incident. He said Blank, his best friend, FaceTimed and said, hey, there's a bunch of police officers outside. Do you know what's going on? Blank went upstairs and saw the officers taping off the scene. Blank said after the Winco thing happened, Blank told him a couple weeks ago, all of the roommates were out of the house getting groceries. When they returned, their sliding glass door was open. How many different people have had different incidents about these damn doors being open? It sounds like Murphy was trying to get help. I don't think he was going to abandon Kaylee. Like, he was outside barking. I mean, he did all he could do. It's just a shame that no one was alarmed, you know? Let's see. I asked Blank if there was any other information he feels we should know. He said he had heard from one of the girls or he said he had heard from blank that one of the girls was downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw a person in a ski mask, made eye contact, slammed her door, and locked it. And that was the end. Here's another female friend. She takes online classes. This girl was interviewed with her mother. Let's see who this is. She takes online classes and lives in Boise. She lived at the 1122 King Road last year, so this is maybe Bethany. While in the blank sorority, she lived in the room that blank is currently in. Maddie Mogan is the only one currently in the house that was in the house last year, too. Maddie was her best friend. She knew Xana very well and became close to Kaylee. Maddie FaceTimed her that night, 12:40 a.m. Moscow time. Mogan was at the corner club. The conversation was only about 40 seconds. Mogan was with her friend Blank. She communicated with Maddie every day. Maddie's boyfriend was Blank. He was with Blank group of friends Saturday night and at the bars in Boise. She was told by Blank of a time at Winco when someone followed Kaylee out of the building to her car. There was also another time when the roommates of 1122 King went out for a bit, and when they came back, the back door was open after being previously locked. She heard Kaylee was walking her dog once and had seen someone hiding behind a garbage dumpster. Kaylee felt someone had been watching her. This was about a month prior. Blank had moved into the 1122 King Road house this semester. Her boyfriend was Blank and lived in Boise. She thought we should talk to Blank. Last year, her friend Blank was contacted by a man she didn't know who knew her name and her major. Blank kept seeing this man. He once came up to her at the corner club. He knew Maddie's major. Blank is still on the lease of the house. The guy was about their age. Who is this interview with? Who is this girl? Is this the old roommate? Ashlyn Couch? Is this Ashlyn Couch? Does anybody know? It sounds like it is, but I'm trying to figure out. She lived in the room that Blank is currently in. What room was Ashlyn in? Yeah, the guy knew her name and major. That is really spooky. So did Maddie take Ashlyn's room? Thank you for being here, Deborah. I appreciate you. Oh, so Ashlyn moved out and then Kaylee moved out of Xana's room and moved up to Ashlyn's room. Okay, got you. Ashlyn was in the Dateline. She's been in several interviews, or maybe it was the Amazon one. She was in the Prime docu. Right, Kaylee took Ashlyn's room. I got it. This is the first time I've heard of someone hiding behind a dumpster, too. There was weird shit going on outside that house. Yeah, she was Maddie's best friend, right? Last year, her friend Blank was contacted by a man she didn't know who knew her name and her major. Blank kept seeing this man. He once came up to her at the corner club. He knows Mogan's major. Blank is still on the lease of the house. The guy was about their age. Here's another female being interviewed. Let's see who this is. On November 18th, Sergeant Hoxie and I interviewed UI graduate Blank. I asked Blank to run me through her day. She graduated in May and her name was still on the lease. She planned on returning to Moscow for work. Blank's boyfriend Blank was living there as well. She would visit often. The last time she visited was Halloween weekend. Maddie was her best friend. Xana and her were in the same sorority. Kaylee was Mogan's childhood best friend. Blank said she never hung out with Ethan. The last time she spoke to Maddie was a week prior to the incident via text. I asked if Mogan ever mentioned anything about a stalker. She said no. Blank asked Mogan how the house was doing. Mogan said the house and roommates were great. They had a good system in place. Blank was Maddie's boyfriend. They had been dating for about 2 years. Never had any arguments. They asked what room she lived in when she stayed there for school. She said her room was upstairs on the left and Mogan's was on the right. Over the summer, she still had some belongings there because she had planned on going back. Towards the end of July, Kaylee texted Blank and asked if she could move into her room. Blank told her yes, because she had decided to not go back to the house and stayed in Boise. I think they said 2 months before the murders, Jack and Kaylee broke up. Kaylee worked from home remotely and was home most of the time. Kaylee had a roommate who was living with her for the summer, Blank. I asked if she knew all the tenants in the house. She said, Blank, she said, along with 3 involved, Blank and Blank. Blank lived in Reno. Blank kept in contact with her regularly. She met Mogan in 2019. Been friends with her ever since. She said Mogan was the most anti-conflict person ever. She said the Friday before the incident, the girls had a Blank sorority formal. The formal was kept intimate. They only had people they knew at the formal, and it did not get out of hand. She described the house she lived in as an open door policy, meaning people were constantly going in and out of the house. She was always scared of something like that happening. She would triple check the lock on the bedroom door because she didn't feel safe. Mogan would leave her bedroom door unlocked most of the time, as well as her window. There were times she would hear footsteps in the house and would blow it off, thinking someone just had a friend over. Ugh. Sergeant Hoxie asked while she was living there if there were any break-ins or if she heard of a stalker. There would be times she would wake up and would see the sliding glass door was unlocked. She thought it might have been someone forgetting to lock the door after having people over the night before. I asked about other times the glass door was found unlocked or opened. Blank told her a while back they had all gone out. When they got back, they noticed the sliding door was open. The girls were usually pretty good about making sure the doors were locked. Most people would use the front door. Only their close friends would use the sliding glass door in the kitchen. Right, so the back door was like, friends enter here. She had 3 different run-ins. Look at this, number 20. She had 3 different run-ins with a white male who she described as approximately 5'5", fit build, slick back hair, clean shaved, possibly mid-20s. The first time was at the corner club. He approached her and called her by name. Blank did not know him. He told her he had come back and changed his major. A little while after that incident, during Parents' Weekend, Blank saw the same guy at a restaurant called Nectar. He was sitting at the bar with his back to her. As she was leaving, he turned and stared at her as she left. She told her boyfriend about the weird guy she kept seeing. The third time was walking down the street in town. The male was with a group of guys across the street. He turned and stared at her as she walked by. She told her boyfriend about the guy. Her boyfriend was going to talk to the guy, but she did not let him. She never figured out who the guy was, but did remember what he looked like. Sergeant Hoxie asked blank if Kaylee ever talked about a stalker. And she told her about a time at Winco when Kaylee thought somebody was following her. Recently, Kaylee told blank she took out the trash to the dumpster located across the parking lot and felt there was a figure standing around close by. Kaylee texted her friend blank and asked her when she would be home. Kaylee was home alone at the time. Sergeant Hoxie asked if she heard about how the girls' day had gone. She heard about the day's activities from blank and through Snapchat. Blank said they had a really good day and had fun. It sounded like they started at their house and went to the white apartments. She believed at some point Xana and her boyfriend Ethan and blank went back to the house. Because they weren't 21 years old, Mogan and Kaylee went to the corner club. That's creepy about the dumpster. Right, but isn't 5 foot even shorter for a guy? I mean, the girl who had the knife attack was only, she said the guy was only 5 foot. I mean, 5 foot tall? That's pretty damn short. Plus, if she kicked the guy in the stomach, how could she really tell how tall he was? I'm just saying. These heights don't have to be the same. Or I don't think it's all accurate. You know what I mean? Let's see. The last text she got from Maddie was she woke up from a nap and was going to the corner club. I asked blank if blank had mentioned what she thought happened. It was game day, so everybody had been drinking. She told her she wasn't sure when Ethan and Xana got home. Xana was with blank. They went home before Kaylee and Maddie got back. Blank told her she went upstairs and ate grub truck with Maddie and Kaylee. She went downstairs to go to bed. I asked blank if Dylan mentioned seeing anyone in the house or if anyone came home with them. She said no. It sounded like just the three of them eating grub truck. Number 25. Blank told blank she woke up around 4 to music playing. Music playing. Blank told blank she woke up around 4 a.m. to music playing. She hoped Kaylee would turn it off soon. Blank had said she could hear Kaylee and their dog Murphy play upstairs. Shortly after that, blank told blank the music turned off. And Kaylee said, I think someone is here. Blank told blank she heard someone run upstairs and run back down. Blank said she peeked out of her room and did not see anything, but could vaguely hear someone in the bathroom. She called blank and blank told her to come down to her room. After a few minutes, blank told her she opened her bedroom door and saw a person standing there and they made eye contact. Blank said he then walked out the sliding glass door. Sergeant Hoxie asked if blank had described this person. Blank told her she felt hazy and didn't remember many details, but told her she thought the person was about her height and had his face and forehead covered. Blank said she ran to blank's room and locked the door. Sergeant Hoxie asked why she thought someone might want to harm her friends. She thought it was someone who was watching. She was always afraid of that. She always had an uneasy, weird feeling at the house, which is one of the reasons why she didn't want to go back. She felt the house was easy to get into and easy to watch because they didn't have any blinds over the windows and the layout of the house. Blank had told blank the sliding glass door was broken at one point. If the door was jiggled just right, the door would unlock. If the front door was locked, you had to enter the code on the keypad, but if the deadbolt wasn't locked, the door could be opened. I asked Blank if there was anyone else we should talk to. She said we should talk to Blank. So that's really scary. And that's why I want to know more about Kohberger's whereabouts prior, right? And through COVID. Was he always home? This is Ashlyn Couch. I don't know who went to bed early. I don't know what you're talking about. But this is their friend that used to live there. She didn't feel comfortable there. The TikTok was probably the music. Hey, Autumn. Well, we know Xana was on TikTok during the murders. Like, while Kaylee and Maddie were being murdered, Xana was on TikTok. So here's another female being interviewed. She left UI in May of 2021. She belonged to the sorority that Maddie was in. Maddie was her best friend. She was friends with Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, Dylan, and Bethany. She became close with Kernodle the year before she left UI. She had gone up to Moscow and seen all of them recently for homecoming in October of 2022. She knew Kaylee through Mogan. She met Ethan once or twice through Xana. She didn't know Bethany or Dylan as well. She'd only met them a few times. She received a FaceTime from Maddie the night of the homicides at 1:50 Boise time. This is so sad. Hearing their last contacts, with their friends. Not knowing they were going to wake up the next day and those friends would no longer be with them. She got a FaceTime at 1:50 a.m. Boise time. So what time would that be Moscow time? This is so confusing. Is Boise an hour behind Moscow? I'm waiting to see what you guys say. Blank was drunk at the time of the call, and Maddie appeared to be also. The call only lasted 1 minute. Boise is 1 hour ahead. Okay. So at 1:50, so it was 12:50. They were at the corner club. They talked for a minute. Blank had run into Mogan's boyfriend at a bar called the Amsterdam Lounge in Boise. She took a picture with him at the bar. Wow, poor guy. Her poor boyfriend's out at the bar in Boise and his girlfriend gets murdered. That fucking horrible, man. She had been with Blank and some of the other friends every day since the homicides. She had seen Blank and others since the homicides. Monday, November 14th, Blank and others had come over after they arrived back in Boise. Blank parents met her in Boise and when she went back home. The last social media post Blank had seen with any of the victims was a picture of Mogan on Kaylee's Snapchat story. They were at the grub truck together. Sorry about that. Gosh, I don't know what the heck she keeps barking at. She knew the person in the grub truck was Blank. She did not know him well. Blank had a girlfriend the whole time. Blank was going to school at UI. She knew Blank's girlfriend better than him. Blank and that girlfriend are not dating anymore. Blank lived at the Brown Apartments near the victims. She heard a rumor that Blank has anger issues. She heard another rumor that Blank hunts. When she was up in Moscow during homecoming, she went to the victim's house but did not go inside. The last time she was in the victim's house was December of 2021. Different girls were living in the house then. She knew where each of the victims' rooms were in the house. The room near the kitchen was blank. The room by the bathroom upstairs, but still on the main level, was Xana's. The room downstairs, when you first walk in, was Bethany's. The room next to blank was vacant, but blank was paying rent. The room upstairs with the sliding glass door was Kaylee's. The tiny room upstairs with just a window to the balcony was Mogan's. Mogan is the only one who'd lived there for 2 years and stayed in that room the whole time. When she lived in Moscow, everyone used the front door to go in and out of the house. Well, Callie, it came out that BK's friend who passed away, his name is Jeremy. His mother, BK stole his mother's iPad while they went to go visit Jeremy while he was in jail. And after Jeremy passed away, Bryan Kohberger appeared in her kitchen. She turned around and he was there, and he had Jeremy's iPad in his hand, or had her iPad rather, in his hand, and gave it back to her and said he was going to rehab. Isn't that crazy? Blank and Blake were called by Blank and Blank the next morning. They went upstairs and saw some of what happened. At the time of the interview, Blank and Blank were in Mexico. She thought Blank and Blank called, and because they were a little worried, the other two roommates weren't answering. Dylan thought she had heard someone in the house the night before and wasn't sure if they were still in the house. During Blank's time living in Moscow, it wasn't uncommon for someone to walk into the wrong house drunk or to hear people up and moving around, in which case you might call someone you know instead of the police. Blank told Blank she heard Kaylee playing music earlier that night at approximately 4 a.m. She ended up going down to Blank's room because Blank was the only one who answered. They had been drinking all day the day before, and Blank was a little freaked out that someone might be in the house. She does not think any of the victims used drugs. Xana and Maddie were servers at Mad Greek. Kaylee was about to finish school. Since the homicides, Blank and Blank told Blank a story about Mogan, Kaylee, and Xana going to Winco. Kaylee went in. Kaylee felt like someone was following her, lurking around. This freaked Kaylee out enough to get back in the car and lock the doors immediately. A man then tried to open the car door. This happened approximately 2 to 3 weeks prior to the interview. Since the homicides, Blank and Blank told Blank a story of Gonsalves going outside to take Murphy to urinate. There was a man watching her from the dumpster near the house. Kaylee called Blank to see when she was going home. She did not know a timeline of when this event took place or what time it took place. The weekend prior to the homicides, Maddie had flown down to Boise, and Blank and Mogan spent time together. Mogan never mentioned anything about this. She was told she believed by Kaylee's sister, Blank, woke up the morning after the homicides with 16 missed calls from Kaylee and Maddie, which occurred at 3 a.m., around approximately 3 a.m. Kaylee had called approximately 10 times, and Maddie had called approximately 6 times. There were also text messages sent to Jack saying things like, "Bro, what the fuck? Wake up." Kaylee was known for calling a lot of times consecutively when she wanted to contact someone. Neither Kaylee or Maddie would call Blank instead of the police for help. Blank and Gonsalves had dated previously. They were broken up but good friends. She is frustrated by the rumors and random accusations on social media. We have no idea if they were prescribed Adderall, though. We have no idea. So they said no illicit drugs are involved. Here's another female being interviewed. Let's see who this is. She lived at Blank Avenue in Moscow. Her residence was in front of Maddie's house. She was no longer in a sorority, but she lived with some of the Blank sorority members. She knew Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana. She met Ethan, but didn't know him well. She was closest with Maddie. She went to Kaylee and Maddie's residence often and was often with them. She did not go out during the game day on Saturday, November 12th. She did not attend the daytime party, but she saw them at the bar that night. She went to the corner club with her friend, and she found Kaylee and Maddie while she was there. She spent most of her time at the corner club with Kaylee and Maddie. She was supposed to go home with them. Oh, my goodness. But had a weird feeling, so she got a ride home with a freshman Greek life designated driver. She left at approximately 1:15. Wow. This girl could have possibly been in the room too. There was a weird man at the bar. He was pushing her at the bar. Maddie introduced her to the man. The man was following Maddie, Blank and Kaylee around the bar. Maddie told Blank she had classes with the man. The man kept grabbing girls' butts, and he grabbed Blank's stomach. He spat at them and others, and Blank was told the man was kicked out of the bar. He never said much. He seemed off and not just drunk. When she got home, she went to her friend's apartment, also in the Blank, which was directly across from Mogan's residence. She did not hear or see Kaylee or Maddie come home, but she knew they went and got food at the grub truck. She saw Kaylee's post on Snapchat with Maddie at the grub truck. She went home to her apartment at 3:30 to 3:45. There were not a lot of people arriving home around that time except a few people belonging to the Blank fraternity who were staying in the apartment she was hanging out. She knew there was speculation about Blank texted Blank at approximately 3:04 a.m. to see what she was doing. Blank grew up with Blank. She has heard about a stalker, but she heard it could have been for any of the girls in the house. She has heard about a man that used to follow Gonsalves on her walks with her dog and also had been seen around the dumpster. Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana did not use drugs. She spent a lot of time at Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana's house. If she needed to borrow something, Maddie would text her the door code, but they would often leave their back door open. So Blank would just walk around the back and often go in. Usually the people who went to the victim's residence were known by other people in the group. Blank doesn't usually go to house parties anymore, but Xana and Ethan still attended them regularly because they were underage. She didn't think any of them had any enemies. She went to high school with Blank. Probably either Dylan or Bethany. She knew Mogan had a boyfriend. Blank, she knew Kaylee had a previous boyfriend, and the current boy Kaylee was seeing was Blank. Blank was really nice. And he and Kaylee dated for approximately 6 years. Blank left the corner club before Blank. She recalled from previous years there were people on the sex offender registry in the area. Whew. Okay, now we have a male being interviewed. Okay, so he lives nearby, and his roommates are blank, 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 blank. I think this might be... His roommates, he knew Kaylee because Blank dated her. He met Kaylee his freshman year when Blank started dating her. Blank and Kaylee's relationship was good. He never saw them fight. Blank never talked about his relationship with Kaylee to him. He did know Blank, and Kaylee had broken up because Kaylee got a job offer in Texas. He didn't hear until recently one of the girls had a stalker outside of Winco. He did not know if the victims used drugs. On November 12th, it was game day. He thought around 9 or 10, he got some beer and went upstairs to his house and started drinking. He went to the Kibbe Dome parking lot for the tailgate, and he was there for about an hour or two. He got a ride home from the football game from his sober buddy. At his house, he drank more and watched UFC fights after he went to the corner club. Everyone he lived with was at the corner club. He only saw Kaylee. Blank told him Maddie was there as well. At approximately 1:30, he called his sober buddy to pick him up. The sober buddy got pulled over, and he didn't want to pile everyone in one car in front of the cops, so he called another sober buddy. They got home around 1:45. He made pizza rolls and went to bed 15 minutes after getting home. He was intoxicated a majority of the day, and he had no injuries. Thanks, big girl for life. Here's another summary. Here we go. This is a summary on November 19th at 15:01. State Police Trooper Kristen Noah assisted detectives with a homicide investigation by canvassing the neighborhood area for security cameras on Conestoga Street, Cayuse Drive, Pinto Drive, Colt Road, and Appaloosa Road. We walked westbound on Pinto Drive, and then they're saying following addresses confirmed they did not have cameras. The following had a Ring doorbell, but no one was home. And then they talked to the following people. Next one is another interview with a female. Okay. Kernodle was one of Blank's closest friends outside of her sorority, and Blank knew Chapin through his fraternity. She was not very familiar with Maddie and never met Kaylee. Saturday before the incident was the last home football game, but there weren't a lot of people around because it was rainy. It was also in Vision, Idaho, so there was not supposed to be alcohol on campus, and there was not supposed to be a lodge party, an organized party at the Blank Lodge. Blank went to the lodge party, and there weren't many people there. Because lodge parties are sanctioned by FSL, Blank kept a list of those in attendance and checked vandal IDs. There are apartments around the lodge. Blank went to an apartment, possibly apartment blank, during the lodge party, and Xana was there. Blank knew Xana to party pretty hard and noticed she wasn't super drunk that night. Another friend of Blank took a photo of Xana in the apartment playing guitar and posted it to her Snapchat story about 2 a.m. Blank took a screenshot. Blank recalled later in the interview seeing Xana's other roommate at the house. The last Blank spoke to Xana at the house was approximately 12:45 a.m. when everyone was leaving. Xana and Ethan walked away, and Blank believed they went right home and did not go anywhere else. Blank got a ride home from a sober bro named Blank at approximately 2 a.m. Blank said Blank also picked up Kaylee and Maddie at the grub truck and can be seen on the Twitch feed. He went home. The group went to the Blank house next door until 4 a.m. before returning home and going to bed. Blank woke up at 11 a.m. on Sunday to go study at the Blank house. He said Kernodle and Chapin were not big drug people, and she had not seen them use Blank. She suspected someone would have been going after Kaylee or Maddie and ran into Kernodle and Chapin. Kernodle was one of the most popular girls in Greek Row, and everyone knew and liked her. She had heard Kaylee had a stalker, but did not know the validity of that rumor. I'm hearing way too much about a stalker for them to say that there was no evidence of a stalker. Are you guys still with me? Are you guys enjoying this? It's so scary. Well, there's 911 of you here from what it looks like. I'll keep going. She thought the Twitch broadcast didn't sit well with her. She said Kaylee and Maddie look really uncomfortable in the video, and there's a male subject behind them that looked really nervous, but she didn't know who the male was. She said Kernodle's friend, Blank, may know more about possible drama or conflict involving any of the victims. Blank said Blank may be a primary source of Blank on UI campus and dated Kernodle at some point. Blank had also been kicked out of Blank and was not currently attending U of I. What? Primary source of what on UI campus? Drugs? Here is another male. Let's see, who's this? He knew Gonsalves and Mogan fairly well through school in Greek life. He went to the Corner Club at approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th, where he hung out with a group of friends for a few hours. He listed a whole bunch of people, Kaylee and Maddie. They left an hour before he left. He left at 2 and went to Blank and Blank house on King Street and stayed the night at their house. He didn't notice anything suspicious. He went to sleep around 3 and woke up around 11 a.m. While at the Corner Club, there was a male subject with shorter hair wearing a dark shirt and a U of I cap, and later put on a white and black plaid flannel. He was being excessive and was paying a lot of attention to Blank, but not necessarily to Kaylee or Maddie. Blank's roommate, Blank Blank, was Blank that night and kicked the male subject out. He was unsure of who else was Blank that night. He said, da 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 da, we're most likely working on a game night. Blank had heard one of the roommates. Blank had a stalker, but did not believe Kaylee or Maddie had a stalker. Blank mentioned an Uber driver. Blank is known to give sorority girls rides home from the bars. Blank girls in particular. The girls contact Blank on his personal phone and pay him through Venmo and not the Uber app. I've always thought that was sus. Young dude in his 30s working for the UI, giving drunk sorority girls rides home. Is he doing it out of the goodness of his heart? I mean, why the girls? They should probably have like girls drive girls. I don't know. Mama Michelle. Jammers. Thank you for your PayPal, sweetheart. I appreciate you. Thank you. Jammers appreciates my reading. Doesn't that sound weird? Married guy with a baby. And he's out on the weekends driving around drunk sorority girls. He mentioned an Uber driver named E.G. is known to give the sorority girls ride home from bars. Yeah, that's it. We finished that. On November 28th at 3:14, I took digital photos of the victims' vehicles. They sent the photographs to the FBI. Here's another interview with another female. She's a student at UI and lives at Blank in Moscow, Idaho. She stated she was friends with Xana for 2.5 years and most recently Ethan when he began dating Xana. She stated Xana would have a gathering every weekend or every other weekend, and she would regularly go. She stated she knew the other people at the house or the people who would usually attend the gatherings. She stated on November 3rd, 2022, she went over to Xana's apartment at 1122 around 1 p.m. and was there for about 15 minutes. She stated everyone then left and went over to another apartment commonly referred to as the blank for a pregame party. Does that mean November 3rd? It says 3rd. That's weird. It says November 3rd, but I don't know. Because it's talking about going to the football game. So they went to another friend's house, and then they attended the football game, which Xana didn't go to. She decided not to. After the game, Blank called Xana at 7 p.m. Xana said they were at their apartment taking a nap and would decide later if they were going to go back out. Yeah, they really did, jammers. They don't want anyone thinking there's no stalkers in Moscow, Idaho. That kind of stuff doesn't happen here. You send your kids to UI and they're safe, by God. She stated she was friends with Xana. Oh, wait, I already read that part. She stated Kernoodle occasionally blank. She stated she wasn't usually around when she would blank. She stated she heard rumors of Kaylee having a stalker, but only heard about it after the murders. She said the back door was always unlocked because the front door had a code and would usually lock automatically. She stated she heard rumors that one of the roommates had taken the dog out and someone jumped out of a tree at them. She said she heard another rumor that the killer entered the back door and was wearing a mask. She stated after the football game, she went home and eventually fell asleep. What's this? I think they're okay. Here we go. So this is ISP and ISP Detective Jake Schwecky. Penny Farthing, thank you for your $10 super chat. She says, Jay, I swear you could read the phone directory out loud and make it sound good. Thank you, Penny. I appreciate that. That's nice of you. They interviewed Blank and provided the following. They met while they both worked together at Blank 5 years ago. He's been roommates with Blank on and off. The other two roommates were blank, 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 blank. He's never known him to have a girlfriend other than a former girlfriend who he dated in high school. She now lives in Portland. On November 12th from 9:30 to 10, he and Blank went to Mingles after attending a dart tournament at the Moose Lodge earlier in the day. Shortly after 11, they left Mingles and went to the Corner Club. Both he and Blank were drunk. He met a girl named Blank while at the club around 11:30 and did not see Blank the rest of the night. He was unaware of who Blank was talking or hanging out with. On November 13th, he got home around 1:24 and went to Blank's room and saw he was passed out. He was surprised to see him home early because he normally shuts down the bar. He has known Blank to get flirty and handsy with girls when he gets drunk. He was unaware of Blank being kicked out of the Corner Club earlier that night. Sunday evening, they talked about the incident, and he remembers Blank mentioning he had a marketing class with one of the girls, Maddie. So is this all about Jack Showalter, the hoodie guy? On December 1st, we obtained CDs and receipts associated with a November 9th, 2022 purchase by Kaylee at the Blank. Video footage of the purchase inside the Blank shows Kaylee purchasing a fountain drink at 19:03 and exiting the store. She departed in a dark-colored mid-size SUV. The vehicle was associated with the purchase of $60 in fuel on Pump 1. The credit card was Kaylee Gonsalves. So, what was the relevance of that? November 9th. We know on November 9th, she was where? Moscow. Was she in Moscow? Where was she? It just says inside of the blank. So this would be November 9th. What day was the 9th? 13, 12. Wednesday? This would be the Wednesday before or something like that? Okay, here's another. This is about drone footage. They did drone footage. That's ISP doing drone footage. Ooh, suspect 1. Oh. On December 3rd, 2022, Idaho State Police conducted surveillance at blank in Boise. The surveillance operation conducted a potential homicide suspect identified as blank, date of birth blank 2001. At approximately 11:55 p.m., surveillance units set up around the residence. They observed 3 vehicles, silver, a white, and a silver. At approximately 5:43 p.m., the detective observed an individual believed to be blank leave the residence in the silver car, took multiple routes in a random manner. The routes ultimately took surveillance units in multiple circles around the Boise area. At 6:30, detective observes blank return to his residence. At 8:11, detectives observes an individual believed to be blank leave the residence. They followed blank to a gas station in Boise. They observed what appeared to be blank go into the gas station. He left, drove to a residence in Boise, parked on the street. He didn't get out of the vehicle. At 8:30, Cortez observed an individual get into the vehicle and leave together. At 8:30, his passenger arrived back at the same time at the gas station. They observed the passenger exit the vehicle, go in the gas station. At approximately 8:41, blank and his passenger left the blank. At 8:46, they followed him to an apartment in Boise. All the occupants got out and went inside. At 3:44 p.m. on December 4th, they set up surveillance again in Boise. At 3:44 p.m., they observed an individual believed to be blank leave with his mom in the blank. They followed him. They followed blank inside and attempted to positively identify him. Detective Hopkins identified someone who looked like blank, was later identified to be blank's brother. At 4:17, the mother arrived home. At 4:58, they observed an individual appearing to resemble him leave the residence in a silver car, followed to a gas station, watched him pump gas. They followed him towards Boise, St. Luke's. Eventually turned up in Warm Springs, where detectives eventually lost sight of him. Detective Hoxie eventually found blank and observed he had a passenger with him. At approximately 5:28, blank arrived at blank, where Cortez observed a male get in the vehicle. At approximately 5:31, the vehicle left. They saw everyone exit and go in a gas station. Then they saw everybody get in and leave the gas station. Then they followed them to a house in Boise, where they all went inside. I wonder who those people were. I wonder if that had anything to do with like the drugs with Emma Bailey in them. Probably not. Here is a tip. On November 18th, I was assigned tip number 0247. Okay, let's see. So on November 18th, they got this tip they had to follow up on. about a man with the date of birth in 1991, had stalking behavior and extreme fascination with females in the past. He changed his name. They could not reach the person that provided the tip. We went to the blank to see if anyone else had knowledge. The manager and a worker did recall observing stalking behavior. They did not have any further knowledge. They also told us about a college-age male and female who came into the store asking for a K-bar and then left immediately after learning that blank did not carry them. Detective Heinel took over the task of acquiring video of this incident. She finally called the detective and confirmed awkward and stalking behavior directed at her. She also informed us that Blank had actually stalked another employee and they had to get a restraining order. Blank did not observe any violent behavior, but had become more worried as Blank had begun to purchase more knives. Was not aware of any relationships between this person and the victims. Advised that she believed Blank was aware of a potential stalking incident with one of the victims. She was unable to provide details. She asked to have Blank contact us. They spoke to this person's sister by phone, when asked her knowledge about someone stalking one of the murder victims, Blank relayed she had simply heard rumors of this occurring. She did not have any actual knowledge of stalking. Okay, here on November 26, 2022, ISP spoke with a person who submitted a tip regarding a man she met on Tinder. She told me she had met 2 times with blank or blank, fictitious names, at her apartment in Spokane. Blank advised both meetings were short in duration. She advised the male she had met with was the same male as the male in the photo she submitted with her tip. She advised that apart from her tip, she didn't have any further information that wasn't mentioned. I asked if she believed the male could have had some behavioral or mental issues. She said he seemed very sound and intelligent. The last time she was with the male was Tuesday, November 22nd. And then they put her name in here. Kelly advised that the male had told her he owns blank. And then they just have the tip papers. Okay, on November 26th, this guy is calling people who called in tips. Let's see if there's anything relevant. On November 26, 2022, I called blank who had called in a tip regarding a man she met on Tinder. She called me back. She told me she met 2 times. Oh, that's the same. They're just checking camera footage. Here's a tip. I spoke with Blank on the phone. She advised that he checked his surveillance and didn't show any traffic. Okay, so this is all camera stuff. Let's see. Caller is anonymous. I called the phone number on the tip and left a message. The call was made November 26th. On the same date at 7:02, I missed a call from the same phone number. I called the phone number back November 27th and left a voicemail on November 27th at 5:41. The anonymous tip caller returned my call. This person advised that blank was very close to the victims and survivors and that she had previously been at the residence. The homicides occurred at but left prior to. Then the stepdad called. Okay, this is probably the neighbor. On November 26th, the tip regarding a photo of a male with a beard at the Grubhub in Moscow around the time that the victims were also at the Grubhub. The male in the photo had a large knife on his hip. On November 27th at 11:40, I conducted an interview with this person. And in Pullman, during the interview, he advised he had been interviewed for a job on November 9th, but hadn't been back since. He advised that he doesn't go out to bars. And when asked about the Grubhub, he advised he didn't know what that was. He does not carry a large knife and proceeded to show us a small pocket knife. He advised he had a few other larger collection knives. I saw two of the knives and advised that one was a sword. Is this Bryan Kohberger? Seriously? Blank is approximately blank and around blank plus pounds. He was not a match for the person who was in the Grubhub photos. I reported this information to Detective Schwecke that blank was not a match for the male and did not match the description of the suspect. They got the tip on November 20th, or he was assigned the tip on November 26th. Here's another one regarding few social media accounts regarding photo timestamps. Nothing of importance. A tip was in, oh, this is weird. On November 27th, 2022, a tip was in poem form and a GPS coordination was provided for a location to check out. Detective Knudsen and I went to the coordinates provided, and it was an empty, muddy field. There were no recent footprints or tire marks. November 27th. November 27th, obtained footage from a store in Moscow. They provided the FBI, so the FBI got that video. This person called to say he was on his way to the airport the day of the homicides. It was near Taylor and Blake Ave, but didn't see anyone out and about. He said he also drove through the area between 3:55 and 4. On November 27th, phone information from one of the occupants involved in the homicide investigation showed them using their Blank app on November 12th. We met with Blank, who was the manager. Blank said that he didn't have access to the video. I provided him my business card. He sent me an email with the video. Request to the corporate offices. Showed them using their, what, like a bank app or something? This person, Megs, thank you so much. She said, Jay, you blow my mind the way you cover these cases. Your true crime coverage is by far one of the best I've ever seen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Megs. Oh, sorry about that. So they interviewed this person on November 28th around 2 p.m. with blank in his apartment located in Moscow. During the interview, blank had a calm demeanor. He appears to be blank and weighs around blank. Advised on November 12th, he was home most of the day, took his dog out a few times. He was home with his dog that night and went to bed around 11:30. Doesn't go to the bar often. He went to bed around 11:30. He woke up around 8 or 9 in the morning and advised that a shelter in place came in around 1. He advised he walked his dog down the road past the victim's home, which is where his dog uses the bathroom. He advised he walked past the homicide house and didn't notice anything off about the home, and he believed the door was closed. He believed that the door was closed. Blank contact law enforcement was about an hour after the shelter in place. He advised after doing laundry, he stayed home the rest of the evening. Blank advised he is a blank at the U of I. Blank advised he knew that people on social media were accusing him of the crime. Oh my God. Oh, I know who this is. November 20th. This is Jeremy spoke in class today. This is Jeremy spoke in class today. Remember Jeremy? Poor Jeremy. On or about November 29th, the detective forwarded an email tip regarding blank employees who were potentially working the night of November 12th. They spoke with these people who advised that blank is his fiance, and he does blank under her account name. All parties advised they do not have a dash camera. None of them were around at the time of the incident. They had not observed anything suspicious. Spoke with blank to inquire if any of the blank had dash cameras. He told me there aren't any dash cams on the vehicles due to short staffing. The area where the homicides took place, the neighborhood around that area hadn't had a blank in around 3 months. All right. What is next? Conducted a recorded telephone interview with blank. This is an acquaintance on the phone. Okay. On November 28th at 7:44 p.m., I was contacted by telephone by blank with the date of birth 1976. Blank was a previous blank of mine from Meridian. Blank asked if I was part of the homicide investigation. He asked because he had received a phone call from a person who claimed to be with the FBI. Blank was somewhat skeptical because the number returned to a Detroit, Michigan area code. He contacted me because his blank attended the U of I and may have information about persons who were associated with the homicide victims. I asked if I could reach out to his blank and talk to her about what information she has. It's a previous blank of mine from Meridian. He received a phone call from a person that said they were with the FBI, but it doesn't say what they said. On December 2nd, 2022, I had a phone interview. Blank was attending UI and living in Moscow. She was the blank of her sorority. Blank was classmates with Xana. She was not close to Xana, but knew her through her ex-boyfriend, blank. Last year, while she was dating blank, she would visit Kernodle's own old apartment on a weekly basis. She saw Kernodle around campus in town, but did not hang out with her previously like she did. She never went to 1122 King because blank was there on a regular basis. She added blank was a member of the blank fraternity. Blank described seeing Ethan at the old apartment when she was there last year. She did not believe Ethan and Xana were officially dating at the time. She did not know any person Kernodle was dating last year. She did know one of blank's friends and fraternity brothers had a crush on Kernodle. The individual's name was blank. She was not aware of anyone stalking or having issues with Kernodle. Look at this date of birth. It says 2021. Like, come on. Come on now. She was not aware. She was not close to Ethan. She knew him from last year at the old apartment. She didn't know Kaylee or Maddie very well. She reiterated she didn't go to the new apartment because blank would go there frequently. So this girl didn't like someone who was there. She knew blank through her roommate who played blank with blank. She saw her at parties but did not have a relationship with her. Blank expressed concern because she had seen blank at parties. She did not know blank personally. She did know her sorority sister. She knew blank from hanging out last year at the old apartment. I'm getting sick of saying blank. She recalled visiting Xana's old apartment because of a friend she was close with, lived next door. She described blank and Kernodle having a close relationship. She stated she was no longer at the university because she graduated. However, blank could have been sent a text about the homicide. The text was a screenshot describing two of the other roommates locking their doors because they heard someone rummaging around. She detailed the day of November 12th. The UI football team was having senior night. There were many students pre-gaming. She was not certain, but it thinks they attended the game. No, they didn't. At approximately 10:45, blank went to the fraternity party. At approximately 11:30, she observed Kernodle and Chapin for about 15 minutes. She observed Kernodle and Chapin on the upper floor of the lodge. She observed them on the upper floor, looking down, observing the party. She recalled hearing a couple songs play when she lost track of Ethan and Xana. The party ended at 1. After the party, she went to a party at blank. She was there till 4. Holy shit. She described the party as being on the same... Wait. After the party, she went to a party at blank. She was still at the party until approximately 4. She described the blank as being on the same road as Kernodle's apartment. She was walking and ran into one of her good friends, blank. She believed blank had been at Kernodle's apartment earlier that evening. Her interaction with blank occurred at the blank. When she was walking down from the apartments, blank was talking to a group of people. She believed blank stayed at the blank when she left. She had seen what she described as Snapchat videos blank took at Kernodle's earlier. She provided me with the phone number. She added Kernodle was very close to blank. She believed we should talk to her ex-boyfriend. He frequented her apartment regularly. She did not know if he was at the apartment the night of the homicide. She was not aware of any strange people around campus. Most of the parties are policed by sober bros. She described a social media app called Yik Yak, which is used to post a variety of information. The posts are anonymous and can be seen by everyone on the app in a 5-mile radius. Now didn't they have a Yik Yak for Bryan Kohberger, a warrant? Parties are sometimes posted, but she did not know if anything was posted about 1122 King Street the night of the homicides. So now we know. Freaking within a 5-mile radius, Yik Yak was used, and they sometimes posted parties on there. She stated many of the students use Snapchat and have active Snap Maps. However, she did not see Xana or Ethan on Snap Maps that night. She described the apartments blank. The apartment was nicknamed blank. She believed many of the people who lived at the apartment were close to Xana. She believed the FBI had contacted individuals at the apartment already. And what was the date of this interview? November 28th. Yeah. Look at November 28th. The FBI had already contacted people. At approximately 11:46, the interview ended. On December 5th, Detective Tollison contacted blank, told Detective Tollison he was not at King Street the night of the homicide. I contacted blank to clarify. She told me she was mistaken. He was at an apartment in the same area. this, we have crime scene report, I guess. Hold on. Oh gosh. Okay. On November 13th, 2022, at about 12:22, MPD requested ISP investigations to assist with multiple homicides at 1122 King Road. At about 12:34, ISP Sergeant Darren Gilbertson advised me of the request. I was assigned as the ISP lead crime scene investigator. At about 2:41, I arrived on the scene. Already on scene were Roger Lanier, Sergeant Dustin Blaker, Detective Payne, and multiple other MPD officers providing scene security. Blaker provided me with the following briefing. At about noon, they were dispatched to an unconscious person inside the residence. When they arrived, 2 household occupants, along with 2 other females and 1 male, were outside the residence. The male, identified as blank, stated when he entered the house, he grabbed a knife from the kitchen and cleared the first and second floors, and then placed the knife on a table in the living room. When officers entered the house, they found 2 deceased residents, Ethan and Xana, in a bedroom on the second floor. They also found 2 more deceased residents, Kaylee and Maddie, in a bedroom on the third floor. All the victims appeared to have multiple stab wounds. The sliding glass door to the located in the kitchen was open, and there was a set of footprints melting in the melting snow leading into and away from the residence. There was 1 shoe print near the western edge of the property leading west into a neighbor's yard. In front of the residence north, there were 5 vehicles belonging to the deceased residents. Sometime in the early morning, Blank was awoken and opened her room door and heard a male say, "It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you." So this was Blaker reiterating this to an ISP officer. So I don't think we can take it verbatim. Yeah, we are on page, let's see, what page are we on? 91. We're on page 91. And we've been going for 6.5 hours. So I'm thinking I might like go up to 100 and then we'll pick it up tomorrow on Sunday. So let me read this part again. B. Sometime in the early morning hours, Dylan was awoken and opened her room door. Dylan heard a male say, "It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you," and crying. She then shut her door. A short while later, she opened the door again and saw someone approximately 5'10", dressed in all black with a ski mask, standing in the kitchen. She made eye contact and could see they were Caucasian through the cutouts for the eyes. She shut her door again and texted Bethany, whose room is on the blank, told her to join her in her room, and ran downstairs where they fell asleep. At about 5, after a search warrant was signed, 5 p.m., this is the day of the murder, Sergeant Blaker, Detective Payne, Latah County Prosecuting Attorney Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, and I entered the scene. As we entered the front, north-facing first floor door, I observed the following. As you enter the residence from the front door, there's a bathroom in front of you. There is a bedroom to the right. It appeared to be unlived in. To the left is a staircase to the second floor, and a small hallway. As you walk east down the hallway, there was a small mechanical room. The hallway ends in a bedroom. The bedroom had clothing on the floor, and the bed was disheveled. Her dresser against the north wall had a broken door, and the drawer was partially open. There didn't appear to be any blood inside the room. As you go upstairs to the second floor, you enter a small living room area. There was a folding table set up on the west side of the area, partially blocking the entry to the west hallway. The table had multiple red Solo cups on it in game formation, beer pong, along with a small steak knife. There were multiple areas of red liquid on the table that appeared to be blood. As I walked west from the living room, there was a half wall to my right. I could see multiple drops and runs of red liquid along that entire half wall. Oh my God. Across the half wall, I saw more red stains on the wall above the first and second floor staircase. The stains in liquid were consistent with cast off and appeared to be blood. Continuing west down the hallway, there was a bathroom to the left, with the hallway ending in a bedroom. On the north wall of the hallway, near the bedroom door, there appeared to be a red-colored transfer mark at approximately my shoulder height. Ooh, okay. So what I'm going to do, before I go any further, I have to use the ladies' room. I've waited as long as I can. I have to use it bad. So give me just a minute to do that. Just a second. I want to get something pulled up here. I'm going to play this. Just
Hi guys.
not only that, so you have something to watch, but also just as a reminder of what the narrative is, right? And based on all of these things we're reading. So everybody take a little break. If you're not taking a break, enjoy this video by Asget Industries.
In this illustration, we're going to start at 3:30 a.m. At this time, everyone is asleep except for Xana. Looking inside the home, we can see where everybody was. Starting at the 3rd floor, we can see where Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping. Maddie was sleeping on the edge of the bed, while Kaylee was sleeping near the wall. As we go out and drop down to the 2nd floor, we can see Dylan's room directly under Maddie's room. Continuing across the living room onto the other side of the home, we see Xana's room. She's sitting in bed scrolling on her phone while Ethan sleeps next to her. Minutes ago, she had just finished ordering DoorDash and has all the lights on while she waits. The last roommate to mention is Beth, whose room is on the 1st floor, directly below the living room. As most of them all sleep, Kohberger pulled into the neighborhood for the first time this night at precisely 3:30 a.m. We know this due to a home security camera that captures the intersection and records the coming and going of anybody that enters that neighborhood. As we continue, Kohberger drives past the home and notices that all the lights on the 2nd floor are still on. He drives on and loops around the apartment complex building. Because of the home security timestamp, we're able to know how long it took to drive this path. On his first pass, it took him 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and this is him leaving on the first pass.
Okay, I am back. Let's go up to where he enters.
At approximately 4:13 a.m., he begins to make entry. As he steps in, he takes a minute to make sure everything is quiet and that nobody is truly up. He walks to the entrance of the living room and looks around.
So here we have what we're envisioning.
He continues to be cautious and stands there listening.
So she's assuming he came in and looked around first, but I want to see this. This is the half wall. Dude, I think he was chasing her and stabbing her. Because if there was cast off on this wall, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let's reset. Okay, if there was cast off on this half wall by the stairs, he was fully chasing Xana. And I feel like he had already injured her because she was crying when she got back to her room. But you see here, right, there's the pong table, the beer pong table. Thank you, Vixen. Hit the thumbs up for me. But here's the beer pong table, right? And then if you go like this, there's the half wall that we were just reading about. Let me keep reading. So he says, there was a half wall to my right. I could see multiple drops and runs of red liquid along the entire half wall, right? So what I'm going to do is give you guys like a visual. Mute her. Okay. And then he says, across the half wall, I saw more stains on the wall above the first and second floor staircase. So we have up here on that wall, right here. Oops. The wall to the left of the window had splatter, blood spatter. Cast off. Was he chasing her and freaking injuring her at the same time? I mean, this is just a good visual to see the layout, right? There was blood on the beer pong table. There was blood on the half wall, and there was blood on the wall above the staircase. So let me read this again. From the living room, looking into the west bedroom, or wait, we're not there yet. As I walked from the living room, there was a half wall to my right. I could see multiple drops and runs of red liquid across the entire half wall. Multiple drops and runs. Across the half wall north, I saw more red stains on the wall above the first and second floor staircase. The stains and liquid were consistent with cast off and appeared to be blood. Oh, God. And then there was a transfer mark at his shoulder height on the north wall of the hallway near the bedroom door, right? So if we go by her thing, right? This is when he goes upstairs, but let's go downstairs. Okay, so now we have, she sees him or whatever, and then they go downstairs. Now they're going through that area. From the living room, looking into the west bedroom, I could see a female, Kernodle, laying in the center of the room. Her legs and arms appeared to be covered in blood. As I entered the bedroom, I saw multiple drops of red liquid near the entrance and multiple red-colored drips on the door above and below the doorknob. A male, Chapin, was laying in the bed, partially covered by a blanket and a comforter. His neck and chest were heavily covered in a red liquid. Multiple walls appeared to have red-colored cast-off, and there were multiple areas on the floor with pools of red-colored liquid. All the red-colored liquids appeared to be blood. Xana appeared to have multiple cuts to her hands, arms, and face. Ethan appeared to have a deep cut to the outer portion of his right knee and neck area. On the desk against the north wall of the bedroom was Kernodle's UI identification, along with a rolled up $2 bill and a blank consistent with blank. Exiting the bedroom and walking east, there wasn't anything visible of interest in the bathroom. So that bathroom, there was nothing in there. Outside the bathroom door, there appeared to be small drops of red liquid near the baseboard, a small smear of a red-colored liquid on the south wall, and a hair stuck to the wall. South out of the living room was a small step down and a bedroom immediately to the left. South was a staircase to the third floor and a small storage area under the stairs. To the right was the kitchen. Blank room was messy with multiple items of clothing on the floor and a notebook in disarray on the floor near her desk on the north wall. Her bed was unmade and her UI identification was on the floor near the south wall under her makeup desk. There was no apparent blood inside her room. The storage closet was tidy, nothing noted. The kitchen counters were cluttered with dirty dishes, orange containers, and a fast food bag from Jack in the Box labeled Xana near the sink. The sliding glass door was just over halfway opened. On the outside of the window, on the south wall, were 2 handprints and a possible face print on the glass. There were also red-colored drips on the north side cabinets near the sink and a red-colored liquid drop on the floor. The red-colored marks appeared to possibly be blood. Hillbilly Belinda! Hey, girl. Guys, there was blood on the cabinets. On the north side cabinets near the sink. And a red-colored liquid drop on the floor. Did he stand in front of the sink? In the kitchen. Yep, right here. As I walked up the stairs, they switched back to the north. On the center wall banister were red-colored liquid smears. They appeared to be blood smears. At the top of the stairs was a small hallway. Directly to the left was a bedroom, Kaylee's. The bedroom was clean, the bed unmade, and a black-colored coat was laying on the ground next to the bed on the left side. I don't know who said there was a coat outside that was Maddie was wearing. I fully believe that to be the coat Maddie was wearing. Partially behind the door on the north wall was a wire dog kennel. There didn't appear to be any blood inside the room. On the right side, east of the hallway, it ended with a bathroom. To the south of the bathroom was a small bedroom, Maddie's. There didn't appear to be anything of interest in the bathroom. Huh. I'm surprised. All right, I'm going to turn that video off now. I'm surprised the bathrooms were clean. I wonder. But that's weird, though, that there was blood in the kitchen unless... What was dripping, though? Because what I'm not understanding about the blood in the kitchen is that... he was carrying a canister with both hands. He didn't have the knife in his hand, according to Dylan. The crime scene photos didn't show the kitchen sink. I'm confused. You remember plumbers? I remember HVAC. Right, but for all intents and purposes, he didn't have the knife in his hand. He had something circular with a triangular bottom. So how could he hold on to something with two hands and have the knife? As I entered the bedroom, this is Maddie's. No, the bathroom had no blood. Neither bathroom. As I walked up the... Wait, hold on. As I walked south up the stairs, they switched back to the north. On the center wall banister were red-colored liquid smears. They appeared to be blood smears. At the top of the stairs was a small hallway, and then we'd read that. As I entered the bedroom, this is Maddie's. Sorry, I got out of order here. There was a bed directly to the left, east. On the bed were Kaylee and Maddie. They were covered by a beige-colored comforter with a large pool of red liquid near the center of the comforter. Multiple walls and the ceiling had multiple areas of red-colored cast-off. Mogan had multiple visible cuts on her face. Knife was attached to gun called bayonet. What's that, Ed Black? Kaylee had severe trauma to her face and visible cuts with a large amount of dried red-colored liquid on her face. There appeared to be aspirated blood coming from her mouth. Good God. Near Maddie's hip was a tan-colored leather sheath partially covered by the comforter. On the door edge, I saw multiple red-colored transfer smears. The upper mark was at approximately my shoulder height. All the red-colored liquids in the room were consistent with blood. At about 5:24, I assigned Detective Jake Schwecke to start a pre-evidence process video. I directed ISP Detective Gideon Roberts to start overview photographs. I directed Detective Hugh Powell to complete a scene sketch. After all the vehicles were videoed and photographed, I directed Gilbertson to search them. The vehicles were a blue Honda Civic, Arizona, a silver-colored Range Rover, Washington trip permit, a white-colored Chevrolet Cruze, Idaho registered, a red-colored Jeep, and a black-colored Ford. They photographed and seized nothing as evidence. At 6:30 p.m., I started 3D scans of Kernodle and Mogan's room. At about 7:05, we started marking the evidence with numbered place cards, and Detective Roberts photographed the exhibits. The following was recorded and or collected. Is a bayonet shaped circular with a triangle at the bottom? I wonder. So this is what they collected. Shoe print casting located west of the residence near fence line. Oh, it's a gun? Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. It's a knife? Is it a knife or is it a gun? Anyways, they got a casting of a print located west of the residence near the fence line. A latent print south kitchen window. Another one, kitchen sliding door. A latent print from the front door exterior lock. Xana. Gray colored iPhone located on the floor next to Kernodle's left side. She still had her phone. It's a knife on the end of a gun. Well, he stabbed them and they bled internally and basically choked on their own blood. They basically drown in their own blood. I mean, it is what it is. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible what he did. Okay, Ed Black, I will. But I don't think he used that. You think he did, Ed Black? How do you know this? You're scaring me, Ed Black. A pink colored laptop located on the bed of floor 2, west bedroom. Oh, wait. Pink colored laptop on chair of floor 2, west bedroom. Okay, now I'm going to need your help. What is the west bedroom? Which room is the west bedroom? That's Xana's room, right? So there was a pink laptop on the chair in her room. How could he have sat in it? Okay, you got me, Ed. You got me, Ed Black. I'm gonna look up a damn bayonet. Here we go. You ready? Bayonet. Bayonetta? It's a game. What is it called? Bayonet. Images. Why would he have this? Why would he have this, Ed Black? How the hell would he carry that in? You think it was this? You sent me a pic? Okay. Let me check my phone. Do, do, do. God. Potato, why is the guy in the middle look like Papa Rogers? What are you trying to do to me here? God, what if he did have that, though? That's creepy as hell. You guys want to see it? Oh, Ed Black. I didn't even think of that. Here, let's see what Ed Black thinks. But look at the middle. Oh, my God. Where is this coming from, Ed Black? Here's the picture. Look at the middle guy. He looks like Papa Rogers. Ed Black says Papa Rogers would carry one. You're probably right. Excuse me. Doesn't that look... Thank you, Psycho. Doesn't that look like Papa Roger in the middle? Kind of. A little bit. It's creepy as hell. Okay, Ed Black. I'm done with you. You're scaring me. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so there was a pink colored laptop on the chair in Xana's bedroom. We have Ethan in the west bedroom. Pink colored iPhone located on the bed of floor 2, west bedroom. Pink colored laptop located on the desk of floor 3, east bedroom. Black colored iPhone located on nightstand of floor 3, east bedroom. K-bar sheath located on bed of floor 3, east bedroom, which is all Maddie's room. Maddie Kaylee. White colored blanket located on foot of bed of floor 3, east bedroom, and the tan comforter. Note at about 8:15, Short's funeral home, along with Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabut and Assistant LCC Debbie Carscallen arrived on the scene to remove the bodies. Before moving the bodies, Sergeant Gilbertson and I put paper bags over all 4 victims' hands, along with Kernodle's left foot, for the preservation of evidence during the autopsies. Why only her left foot? All of their hands, except Xana, her foot. A blue-colored iPhone located under the head of Gonsalves. A jewel vape pen located under Gonsalves on the bed. I can picture her laying in bed with her vape, texting Jack. Latent print collected from the doorknob of floor 2, west bedroom. Steak knife located on the table in the living room. Then we have just tons of blood swabs. I'm just going to read where they were from. These are all blood swabs. North wall above the floor 1 and 2 staircase. South side of half wall of floor 2. Wall above 1 and 2 staircase on the west wall. North wall of hallway near west bedroom entrance. Floor 2, west bedroom light switch. South wall above bed of floor 2, west bedroom. West wall between bed and nightstand of floor 2, west bedroom. That would be the nightstand we saw that was all bloody. Welcome, Big Girl for Life. Thank you for joining. Another one from the nightstand. Blood swab collected from the floor under Kernodle. Another one on the west wall near the mirror. One collected from the left desk leg exterior of the door. This is all Xana's room. Collected from the floor near the opened door, south wall of the hallway. Folding table. There was blood on the folding table. Kitchen floor near north side cabinets. The banister of floor between the second and third floors. Exterior of door of floor 3, east bedroom. This is Maddie's. North wall above bed. East wall above bed. East wall between bed and nightstand. South wall, closet entrance of floor 3. Floor near foot of bed. Edge of door of floor 3. Exterior of upper door casing of floor 3 bathroom. Disposable camera collected from end table in living room. Blue laptop on the floor near the desk of floor 2 east bedroom. Pink laptop located in rolling stand along west wall of floor 3 west bedroom. That's Kaylee's room. Silver laptop also in Kaylee's room. Blue colored latex gloves located in trash can of floor 2 bathroom. Now that's weird. Blue latex gloves were in Xana's bathroom. A gray laptop located on the desk of floor 1, west bedroom. A black colored iPad on the rolling stand of floor 1, east bedroom. They turned over all the evidence on November 14th at 12:10 a.m. to Detective Payne. The windows and doors to the residence were sealed by MPD. ISP left the scene. MPD remained on scene. I entered scene photographs and videos into evidence at ISP and provided copies to MPD. On November 14th at about 11:24 a.m., ISP investigation personnel returned to 1122 King. At about 11:25, Detective Jake Schwecke started a pre-evidence process video, and they started marking the evidence. They marked rolled $2 bills located on the desk along the north wall of floor 2 west bedroom, blue-colored powder on the desk, a blood swab from the west wall of the living room, and a blood swab from the upper west wall of floor 3 west bedroom. At about 2:12, the windows and doors that were opened were resealed, and then they did a post-search video. The front door was resealed. I wonder what made them go back for those things specifically. On November 17th and 18th, forensic scientists Jenny Ayers, Carrie Hogan, Tara Martinez, and Wyatt Berry responded to 1122 King. They processed the residence, and the following items were seized. Potential hair collected from north wall of floor 2 hallway. Potential hair from the south wall. A cigarette butt collected from the yard, south side of house behind sofa. Note collected from parking lot on the north side of house, east of Ford SUV. I remember them picking up that note. Well, it must have meant something because they took the gloves for evidence, right? We don't know what else was in the garbage. We just know that there were gloves in the garbage. Hold on, I've got to grab something real fast. I just wonder if anything was found on those gloves. You know what I mean? Was there other stuff in there? Was there, tissues in there, or did they just take the gloves? We don't know. So the next thing, we have the cigarette butt from outside behind that couch that was out on the patio. The note, potential hair from the south side of the half wall. Another potential hair from floor 2, west bedroom, which we know now that all these hairs were probably theirs. I think BK was chasing Xana and grabbing her hair. That's why the hair was on walls. Could be. I want to know what was in the note, too. And hopefully we'll get pictures of that if it was anything that was in evidence, right? So we have hairs, and then we have DNA swab from the exterior of the south kitchen window, DNA swab from the south kitchen window, router and modem located in alcove, north wall of living room, 21 blood swabs refer to forensic report for locations, 6 latent lift cards collected from the exterior of the south kitchen window. They spent a lot of time on that south kitchen window, which I find so odd. I mean, I know that's where the handprint and the face print were from, but did they check to see if those were Kohberger's handprints? Whose freaking handprints were they? Was it one of the guy friends? Do we know? My other channel's community is called Cooterville, yes. And it's a very fun place to be, Justin. You should join us over there. For reals. It's where we let loose and we're not so serious. I agree, Maven. I agree. They resealed everything. Okay, let's keep going. We're on page 99. On November 19th, at about 2:03 p.m., I returned to 1122 for further processing. At 5:24, I resealed the front door and left the scene. What'd you go there for? You were there for 3 hours. What'd you do? Because look he doesn't tell us. Check this out. He says on November 19th, I went there. I was there for 3 hours. But then he says I went back on the 19th. And then he tells us what he did on the 19th. What the fuck did you do on the 20th? What'd you do on the 19th, buddy? The window was actually on what would be considered the second floor, but when you're out in the back, the window is, regular height because of the hill. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harley Ryder, about a video of LE picking up a coat. I've never seen that. Thank you, Terry Dean. Thank you for being here. But I'm wondering what he did on the 19th for processing, because he doesn't say, but maybe he didn't collect any evidence. On November 20th at 8:16 a.m., he returned. And about 40 minutes later, ISP Detective Powell and Noah arrived to assist. So they were marking more evidence. On November 19th, a power cord located on the floor, another power cord on floor 3, a black colored iPhone located in the drawer in the closet of Kaylee's room, an SD card, and a GoPro in Kaylee's room, a handwritten note located inside clear plastic tote of upper shelf and closet of floor 2, east bedroom. That would be Maddie's. Diary located on the desk of floor 2, east bedroom. iPhone located in glove box of the blue colored Honda Civic. They didn't find the iPhone on the first day when they searched the cars? Oh my God. I never saw a black coat. I'm not going to lie. Never did. It was not Dylan's room. It was the kitchen window. They didn't find an iPhone in the glove box. For real. At 11:58, Detective Powell and Trooper Noah left. They resealed and took the evidence. Talbot was assigned as the lead crime scene investigator, and he returned again to the scene on November 23rd for further processing and evidence collection. He got there at 6:20 in the morning and marked evidence with place cards and photographed. He got a Vans portable speaker located on top shelf of rolling rack along north wall of floor 2, west bedroom. I'm thinking this is when the FBI got involved and they said, you need to go back and get this, and this. I never saw a video with a black coat, so I can't speak on it. I don't know. There's a lot of black coats. Bryan Kohberger was known to wear a black puffy coat. He wore a black puffy coat. I mean, we don't know. Shit. That coat could have been anybody's or anything. I just don't know anything about it to speak on it. I really appreciate that, Big Girl for Life. So then we have a blue-colored, another portable speaker located on the stool in the kitchen. So they had to go. They went back on November 23rd. They never took their Bluetooth speakers as evidence that it was still in the house. And then they took another portable JBL speaker located on the rolling rack along the west wall of floor 3, west bedroom, and then they resealed. So I'm thinking FBI was like, you need to go get their Bluetooth speakers. They interviewed Blank on December 6th, 2022. Let's see who this is. He was with his mother, so this is another kid. The interview began with Blank and Blank himself discussing the online and social media harassment their family has been dealing with since Sunday. He informed me their family and friends, even her medical practice, is now being pulled into online rumors. I informed Blank I wanted to focus on the days prior to the homicide. He described the days prior as usual. He went out to the bars Thursday night for early weekend, then stayed home Friday to recover from a hangover and complete some assignments. He then went out on Saturday, stayed home to recover and watch football on Sunday. It was a typical weekend. I asked him if he knew about the sorority formal. He said maybe, but he really doesn't pay attention to such activities. He stated there's always something happening on campus. He doesn't follow them all. I asked him if he was aware there was a party at the house where the homicide occurred on Friday night. Said he was unaware of it, but thought there was a party at the house on game day. However, he was not sure there was a party at the house because there were 6 to 7 houses on King Street on that Saturday having parties. He only went to the parties at the Blank building on game day. He rarely attended such parties because many times there are freshmen and sophomores, and he does not like partying with younger underclassmen. He usually stayed at his own apartment, attended functions at his fraternity, or went to the bars. Therefore, he doesn't pay a lot of attention to parties on campus or off campus. I asked him to walk me through his entire day on Saturday, November 12th. He informed us it was difficult since he was drinking all day that day. He did not attend the game, but did go to the party at the Blank. He went back to his apartment later, out to the bars. Later than out to the bars. He claimed he did not remember a lot of specifics, but there were people everywhere. He knew some of the people, many he did not know. He explained for the first 3 years of college, he had a girlfriend and was in a relationship. He did not really party and meet a lot of people during that time. As a result, He does not know the number of people other seniors do and does not talk to individuals he does not know. He believed since he does not know a lot of people and does not talk to a lot of people, he has a sus reputation. He preferred to hang out with friends. If he does not know someone, he does not talk to them. I then asked if he was with blank on Saturday. He said yes and described blank as his good friend. Blank could not recall when he met up with blank that day, but believed blank and blank came to his apartment and they all went to the party. He then looked at his phone and found a text message string between he and blank. Same text message string FBI agent O'Neill photographed on blank's phone. The first text was sent by blank on Saturday at 4:16 to blank. It simply said, yo. Blank replied, what's up? And blank asked if blank was still at the blank, and blank informed him he was, and he was going to get some food. Blank asked where blank was, and blank informed him he was back at his apartment getting ibuprofen for his back. Blank asked blank to give him a couple beers if there were any left. This was the last text message between blank and blank on Saturday. I have no idea who the fuck these people are. This is driving me crazy. God almighty. After reviewing the text string, I informed blank it appeared he and blank had been at the party prior to the start of the text string. Blank believed he went to the party at the blank around 1 to 2. He did recall seeing Maddie and Kaylee and all the residents of 1122 King Street going outside and taking the photograph everyone sees now. Sad. He knew Maddie the best. He knew her since his freshman year because they had classes together and they would hang out at the fraternity house. He said while attending the party at the blank, he made several trips to his apartment to stretch and deal with his sore back. He claimed after the text string with blank began, he did not return to the party at the blank. I asked him if he remembered going to the blank house with blank blank. Replied, not really. And said that's why he agreed to go to the other bar with Kaylee and Maddie when they asked. He does the same thing every weekend. It's hard to remember. I confronted blank with the information we had gathered. Reference, he and blank had been picked up by a fraternity driver, driven to get food and beer and dropped off at the blank fraternity house. He responded it wouldn't be out of the normal, but he did not specifically recall. Sergeant Hopkins asked blank about purchasing a 30-pack of beer and splitting the beers between himself and blank. He didn't recall if they purchased a 30-pack on Saturday, but it was normal for them to purchase beer and split it up. He asked what kind of beer they usually get, and he said usually Keystone, Natural Ice, or any cheap lager beer. I instructed him to refer to the text string and look at some of the communications on Monday, specifically where he was asking blank if he wanted the bag back. He read the text, and he remembered he did borrow a bag from blank on Saturday. He said they were at the blank house, and blank had passed out. He took a bag and filled it with 15 beers. He went back to his apartment because the bag was at his apartment. I asked how he got to his apartment to the corner club. He said a DD. He didn't recall what he was wearing that night. The next contact he had, was Sunday morning sometime. He was getting some food. Blank called and asked him what was going on down the street from the apartment. And he indicated he already told us what happened after that in his previous interview. He couldn't remember anything out of the normal. He said goodbye to Maddie and thought he would see her in class after they got picked up for the food truck. He described blank as laid back and quiet. If people don't know him well, they would view him as an outsider. Blank is very quiet and will not open up unless he knows you. Blank said blank is a great guy and knows he would not have done this shit for sure. They have been friends since 7th grade. They attended blank and UI together. Blank has always had blank's back, and blank described blank as a ride or die buddy. Blank informed us Maddie cared about blank because they used to be close. Oh, blank and Maddie had an on again, off again relationship in the past. It worked because blank did not want a girlfriend, but blank claimed it was difficult to describe because blank did not really talk about those things or brag about girls. I don't know who this is about. Xana had been, or wait. Blank knew Blank and Maddie had gone on a trip to Cabo with a large group of UI students during spring break last year. Blank did not go on the trip, but it was arranged by a guy in the Blank fraternity. Blank did not have a sexual relationship with anyone else living at 1122. Xana had been in past relationships with Blank and another guy, Blank. Did not know, but she appeared happy with Ethan Chapin. He didn't know Kaylee, but knew she used to date the Blank, known to be Blank. He indicated he may recognize them if he saw a photograph, but he doesn't know them. The only individual he knew was Maddie due to mutual classes. He was asked, he didn't know the number of times Blank had been inside 1122, especially since Blank had been banned from the Corner Club for a while, and Blank did not know exactly what Blank was doing while Blank continued to frequent the bar. Blank expanded on Blank's ban at the Corner Club. He indicated there was a 2-strike system, and after you had 2 strikes, you were banned for a period of time. Blank admitted it was his fault for Blank being banned, and they both should only have 1 strike. He admitted that he and Blank are hotheads and will hold their ground. He said they had already 1 strike for arguing with the bartender when Blank got drunk at the bar and began arguing with the boyfriend of a girl he liked. The argument escalated, and Blank pushed the boyfriend. The bartenders broke up the argument and blamed Blank. As a result, he received his 2nd strike and was banned until February. He admitted he and Blank have gotten into fights with other individuals. He explained they don't look to hurt people. They are generally drunken arguments, and most of the time they involve individuals from other fraternities. I asked him if he noticed any strange alumni or strangers while attending the party at the Blank. He did not recall seeing anyone out of place while he was at the party or at the Corner Club. He said after the girls were picked up from the food truck, he did not want to wait for a ride and did not know if his DD was still accepting calls, so he walked home. He informed us it was no big deal to walk home. When they were at the food truck, he believed he and the girls were going to another bar, but they were drunk and got a ride home, he presumed. Due to the homicides and the rumors circulating around campus that classes could go online, he made the decision to return to Boise. On his way out of town, he stopped and saw Blank, returned the bag he had to transport the beer on Saturday, and an HDMI cable. He was active in the Blank fraternity. He lived at the fraternity house, paid rent, his dues. He was also something for the fraternity. He's been a member since his freshman year. Sergeant Hopkins and I asked about the house known as Blank, located at Blank. Christ. I asked if they had any knowledge about Kaylee having a Blank relationship with a Blank. Stated he had heard rumors, but thought they were weird because the rumor he had heard was Kaylee was involved with a Blank or a Blank. And he understood Kaylee was Blank. Believed it to be an outlandish rumor and would be more believable if it was a Blank. Weird. He informed us he did not really know Kaylee and did not know if she had a job. His only connection to Kaylee was due to knowing Maddie. He did not initially know Kaylee was the girl with Maddie at the Corner Club Saturday night. It was a chance encounter seeing Maddie. It was Maddie that invited him to go to John's Alley to get some food, but they decided to get food at the food truck. Since returning to Boise, he has been hanging out at home playing Xbox. He has gone out to the bars with Blank a couple times, but has been staying at his house most of the time. He did inform Blank someone called into a tip line to the police pretending to be his mother. Wow. Blank discussed some of the internet rumors accusing him of the homicides. Everyone continues to ask him what happened that night, and he informs them he has no idea. He has always thought the students would figure out who committed the homicides before the police because they know the community better than the police. Now that the homicides have not been solved and students do not know who committed the crime, everyone is scared. Hopkins and I asked him about his most recent issues resulting in Blank for Blank. Informed us of a video of freshmen hazing other freshmen was the most recent issue. A parent had seen a video of freshmen throwing another freshman's bed out of the fraternity house second floor window. Hopkins asked about issues at a sorority function. According to Blank, there were 2 issues at the sorority's off-campus function. The first involved blank and blank was picking on a guy at the party, calling him Kermit the Frog. Stop it. Stop it. Kermit the Frog. Who was that? Eventually, a scuffle broke out and blank was just backing up blank once the scuffle started. The other incident at the same party involved a couple of, wait, hold on. A couple of blank freshmen throwing, hold on a second, throwing hangers and causing damage to the facility? These issues did not cause trouble for the blank fraternity. Oh. What the heck? Since it was not a blank function, but the individuals involved are in trouble themselves. This is confusing. At the end of the interview, I asked blank if he would consent to us getting a set of major crime fingerprints from him before he left. So they completed that. Who do we think this is? Do we have any idea? At the end of the interview, I asked if, oh yeah, we already read that. Okay, let's see what the next one is. On November 25th, 2022 at 10:22, they returned again to the house. Detective Powell and I marked the evidence with numbered place cards and photographed the exhibits. The following evidence was recorded and or collected. Amazon Fire Stick, collected from the rear of the television, located on the west wall of floor 3, west bedroom. A Kindle, located in the bottom shelf of north nightstand of floor 3, west bedroom. A Canon portable printer, located at the top of the mini fridge, against north wall of floor 3, hallway landing. Another Fire Stick from the TV on the west wall of floor 1, east bedroom. They resealed it and left. We are on page 114. I'm going to keep going for a few more minutes. Let's see. No, nothing of evidentiary value was found. A presumptive search warrant for blank in Moscow. Nothing was found. I don't know what that was supposed to be. All right, we have a person of interest. It doesn't say anything identifying, not even their road. Excuse me, except that they are in Moscow. Hold on one second, guys. All right, sorry about that. I'm a trooper, man. No, I'm just as interested as you guys are. Like, I want to know this stuff. So, down here it says on November 15th, they canvassed the residence of a person of interest in Moscow. While canvassing, they identified possible blood on the door. Oh, this is Showalter's. They found blood, remember? They tested the suspected blood with a presumptive hemidin blood test. It was negative. I processed the door and exterior walkway with luminol and used an alternate light source. There was nothing found. I mean, I don't know. That it might be him or not. There might have been someone else they looked at. Here on November 23rd, they authorized a search warrant for a person of interest blank. So we had Detective Schwecky, Detective Walker, and Detective Payne. They went in, they tested multiple red-colored stains. Near the bathroom sink and near the toilet, they were negative. Red stains on the shower curtain were positive. They marked it with evidence place cards and photographed it. They took blood swabs from the shower curtain, the wall of the bathroom, by the light switch, above the light switch, and the west wall entry. In the bedroom closet, I located a pair of Vans shoes. I tested the soles. They were negative. What's this one? Photo video entry. This is all the... Damn. This summary is for the entry of the ISP photographs and videos taken of 1122, along with the ISP Forensic Services 3D scan. Here's a tip contact here. December 1st, 2022 at 11:25 a.m. They contacted someone regarding a lead. The contact was made at the residence of so-and-so in Moscow. They advised they were detectives. Okay, so this person advised that the lead had stemmed from his recent online order. He was aware of the homicide. He heard on the news the weapon in question was a K-bar. He was aware no suspect had been arrested. He decided to purchase the knife as a home and self-defense weapon, but had not yet received his order. He asked if he had any connections with the university or the Greek system. He said that he and his wife had moved. They purchased the residence in June of 2022. And they had purchased the residence from a person who was a financial supporter of the sorority system. Huh? He ordered a knife but never got it? You're kidding, Texas Ranger. That's crazy. This is weird, right? So these people moved into this house in June of 2022. They bought it from someone who was a financial supporter of the sorority system, whatever that means. What does that mean? What does it mean to be a financial supporter of the sorority system? Is there a name for this? I mean, is that normal? Streamlabs said yikes. Yeah, Running Bear, me too. But he heard on the news that the weapon was possibly a K-bar, and he said there was no arrest, and his damn knife never arrived. So did someone intercept the knife? I mean, where the hell did this guy live? It was in Moscow. I'm confused about that. Like, did he order it after the murders or before? Detective Barrett asked if he had any connections. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. On December 6th, here's another interview with Tyler Barrett and Idaho State Detective Sergeant Tim Hopkins. This is following up on a tip. They interviewed someone. It is the mother of blank. Wait, hold on. On December 6th, we interviewed blank regarding a tip called into law enforcement about a homicide. Oh, this is when someone... She said she didn't call it in. Someone's mother. Yeah, they're all alumni. All of them. I swear it. And you know what's really weird is that Brett Payne is working for UI. And I just heard last night in an unrelated position. If anybody knows what his position is at UI, I'd be curious to know. Lisa, I have that question as well. Well, they said it's unrelated, so I don't know. No one knows. I haven't looked it up to see if he's on the roster. Like, not the roster, but you know, the website. It makes sense to you guys? Okay. She only knows what blank tells her. She received the text when it first happened and was concerned for blank. She learned it was for people later that night with her husband. Blank has been home since the week before Thanksgiving. Blank went in for an interview with the FBI. Blank was home Saturday, December 3rd. Blank has been good, and he is good, responsible kid. Moscow is a small community. Blank knew the victims and was friends with them. Xana was familiar with the frat house. As far as she knows, they were all good friends. Blank went to Cabo with his frat brothers. He's an honest person. She does not know of him getting into trouble. The blank was at the day party. At the blank, he left the party to get something to eat and drink. Went back to the frat house. Blank should have alibis because he took the fraternity DD. Someone is there to corroborate his whereabouts. She does not know what type of room blank has at the frat. The frat was on suspensions from events a couple years ago. The current members have to clean up from the past. A lot of the frat life is over her head. She thinks it's a little disconcerting that someone would call in this tip. Blank has a white blank. He drives at school. He does not drive it very much. Blank uses the designated driver for the frat. As far as she knows, Blank was at the frat house playing video games with a bunch of friends on the night of the homicide. She thinks there was one or two Blank friends playing video games with him. She gave her husband's number. Jesus. Her son was being accused. Her son was being accused. And someone called in a tip and said they were her. That's weird too. I mean, I know weird stuff happens and weird tips come in, but we know now that Kohberger had at least 4 people he was going to frame or at least attempt to frame for these murders. And that person, it sounds like this kid had a white car. Here's another tip interview. Let's see. This is so interesting though. Okay. These people aren't named, but they were at the corner club. This guy got into an argument with someone at the bar that drank out of his beer. He's not a cocaine dealer. On November 28th, they interviewed Blank. Blank told us the following. She is in a program at UI with Blank. During a conversation, Blank referenced the Moscow homicide and compared it with mass shooting of Virginia Tech from 2007. She told her the suspect in the Vermont shooting had killed 2 people prior to conducting the shooting on campus. While talking about the shooting, Blank's breathing was rapid, heavy, and visible through his clothing, and he had visible sweat on his upper lip. Blank did not mention anything specific about the homicide in Moscow. He talked about a murder which took place in 2017 at the Fred Meyer in the Tri-Cities area. He said the suspect in that murder was at one time his roommate. He tried to get his roommate help and called the police about him prior to the shooting. She does not know where he lives in the Moscow area, and she does not know what he drives. Blank was his birthday on November 13th. She was invited to a brunch. She did not attend. We were talking to him because he was a Marine. He does own K-Bar knives. They are in his safe at his property in the Tri-Cities. He had some friends. A story to tell. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm pretty sure that was one of them, Callie. They haven't named who it was, though. I have no idea what this is about. Brunch. They were talking to him because he was a Marine. He owns K-Bars. Blank was his birthday. He and some of his friends went to Rico's in Pullman. Oh. Wait. He and Blank took a Lyft ride to his apartment in Moscow and arrived at 2:30. He was very drunk. She was giving him water. She stayed with him till the morning of the 13th. His roommate answered the door and let him into the apartment. Blank showed me the Lyft route and receipt. The receipt showed the Lyft left Pullman at 2:10. He received a phone call on November 12th to open the door for Blank and let him in. Blank was drunk and was with a girl who would not show her face to him. On December 1st, we called for clarification. During the phone call, he told us the following. He was drinking heavy and fucked up all weekend. The days kind of run together. On the 13th, he went to brunch and then hooked up with Blank later, identified as Blank, for dinner. Came back to his house and stayed the night. He took Blank to breakfast in the morning, then dropped her off. He is in town in the Tri-City area for the next couple weeks. He's willing to provide a DNA sample when he gets back to the area. He will help in any way he can to catch this person. Listen to this one. On December 1st, Detective Brown and Sergeant Hopkins interviewed Blank regarding his knowledge of the homicide and his whereabouts on November 12th and 13th. The tip on Blank came from ISP Detective Lee Edgley, who observed Blank during the memorial. The interview was not recorded. During the interview, Blank told us the following. He attended the memorial. He probably looked out of place because he was standing off to the side alone. He did not attend the memorial with anybody. He works in the Blank building on campus and is a Blank student. He didn't know any of the victims. As a Blank student, he does not socialize with underclassmen. He worked, went on walks, and was with his girlfriend at his apartment from November 11th to 13th. He drives a white Blank. He did not want to provide a DNA sample. On December 3rd, Detective Brown and Sergeant Hopkins interviewed Blank over the phone. This interview was not recorded. Why are they not recording? Blank refused to give us any personal information and would not say where she got her info. She said she has a friend from out of state who has looked into this case. She read about the case and believes Blank is involved. Her friend found Blank from the fraternity website and looked at his eyes. She does not know how her friend of a friend picked out his information. December 3rd, they interviewed Blank about his whereabouts. On the 12th of 13th, his knowledge of the fraternity and his knowledge of the homicides. He said he previously interviewed during Thanksgiving break in Boise. Xana Kernodle was a Greek little. A Greek little is not someone you are pursuing, but a friend who becomes part of your Greek family. His big told him to hang out with a few different houses. He was the blank of his house. They're currently in a transition period after their election. He knows the frat pretty well. The house gets cliquey. He had classes with Maddie and met Kaylee through Maddie. Maddie had been dating Blank for a little while. He and Kaylee started talking a month prior to the homicide. God, this poor guy. That's really freaky, sad. She would come back with him and stay at the fraternity. They talked on Saturday at the Blank pregame party where Kaylee apologized to him and wanted to go to the game with him. He had already had plans to go to a sorority formal that evening with Blank. Kaylee texted him that night. He ignored it. Kaylee was pretty drunk on Saturday. She was probably texting others to hang out as well. The texts were through Snapchat. Snapchat deletes after 24 hours. They mainly use Snapchat. They will create large 40-person groups on Snapchat to communicate. His primary way to communicate is through Snapchat. He never really has standard text message conversations. He is still a Blank and lives by himself on Blank. He was out of the picture on Saturday because of being at the formal. He usually knows where the guys are going to be and where they are comfortable going. His frat is comfortable going to Xana's house for a party. He is not aware of everybody's relationships with the victims. If there was someone who was not allowed at Xana's house, he would know. Maddie and Blank were pretty enamored with each other. He does not know. Sorry. He does not know who was hooking up with who within the group of people. Blank is dating Blank from Boise. He feels pretty terrible about what happened. Blank was the last Blank of the fraternity. He was visiting the weekend of the homicide and was staying at Blank is the cabin at the end of Blank. On November 13th, between 11 and 12, Blank got a hold of him and told him something bad happened at Xana's house and to do a head count. A head count is a sprint through the house for people to count their pledge class and make sure they can get a hold of everyone. Blank was the only house member they could not get a hold of during the head count because he was with the people who found the bodies. Blank is a member and a good friend. He still lives in the frat house. He was present during da-da-da-da. Blank is known as a night owl. They don't usually see him around till around noon. He has popped up on the university radar a couple of times. He got into the corner club fight one night. 4 weeks ago, he got in a fight at a formal. All of them were at the corner club. Nobody saw the altercation. The university is still looking into the fight at the Blank formal event. He was gone the weekend of the formal. It looks like Blank was in the wrong place, the wrong time. Middle of an altercation. He recommended to the university that Blank write apology letters to the university and to the Blank sorority. Blank House is now waiting to hear if they are on suspension or not based on the formal incident and a couple of hazing allegations. Blank and Blank were both involved in the incident at the formal and are knocking on death's door. They will probably get cut from the chapter. Blank was the one who instigated the altercation. The frat house has a general door code to the house. They've been in the house for 4 years. So he let law enforcement download his phone. The phone was turned over to FBI agent Robert Hilley, who coordinated the download of the contents, and then he got the phone back. That morning of the 13th, they woke up, did the head count, and then they went to McDonald's. They were talking back and forth about getting a hold of Xana, speculating she was talking to police. They tried to stay positive. At 3 or 4, they got an update from Blank that 4 people were dead. By Monday, almost everyone had gone home. He was talking to Blank that day and was into some Snapchats with others about what was going on. Blank and Blank are the 2 from the house he hangs out with the most. Blank stayed with him Saturday night, was in his room all night. He was at the party at the Blank until 4. Then he went to sober up so he could go to the formal. There were about 60 or 70 people in the apartment attending that party. Once he left the party, he detached from events for the night. He drives a blue Blank, blah, 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 blah. She attended the formal on the 12th, and the formal, she stayed the night at the frat house. So did Kaylee, he talking about Kaylee here? She attended a formal on the 12th with Blank, and after the formal, she stayed the night at Blank frat house. Is that Kaylee? Did she not sleep at the house on Friday night? I wonder. Or no, never mind. No, it's the 12th, not the 11th. I'm confused. All right, I think I'm going to cut it here because I'm starting to see cross-eyed. What is this one? Boyfriend issues. That's really nothing. That's just an interview that nothing was really weird. So we'll be starting over when we pick this up. We'll be on 133, page 133 of these documents. I'd love to go on, but I am seriously seeing double and I have got to get something to eat. It's been a long day. Is there anybody live that I can send you guys over to by chance? Thank you guys for being here, and I'll try to chapter this the best I can for replay purposes. Gosh, you guys are rock stars even still being here. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure if you haven't hit the like button, you hit the like button on your way out. Sorry for the issues earlier with the audio. But I do appreciate it. I'm going to try to pick this up tomorrow. See if we can't get through, a hundo more. A hundo more. You guys got lots done today. I got nothing done. All right. Again, thanks for sticking around with me. Let's run our credits. And we'll pick up on 133 tomorrow. Bye, guys. Have a great night. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.